there 3 openings in the hospital walls. What happened here? The 3 openings are located in the hospital's 1st floor, 3rd floor, and the roof. So what's the purpose of these 3 openings, you ask? Well, if you like landing on the roof, and you can't find a weapon before meeting an enemy, then you might end up jumping off and hurting yourself. But with this opening, you can now explore the inside of the hospital quickly to find a weapon and make the first move. And bad luck will now be a thing of the past. Since the opening on the 3rd floor is located at a strategic point, not only will it prevent others from camping there, you can also use it to move to the platform on the 2nd floor quickly. How convenient is that? Speaking of the opening on the 1st floor, it's even better. Not only can you enter the hospital from the side, it's also perfect for sneaking up on the enemy and ambushing them. In actual battle, you can also use these 3 openings to adjust your position and develop new tactics. So what are you waiting for? Come and try it out for yourself, now! Have you visited Mills of Power since the update? This area might be remote, but there are a ton of supplies to be found here. Looting the area after landing will more or less give you a steady start to the match. Even if you run into enemies, there's no need to panic. You should try to land at the 4 warehouses near the entrance if you can. Supplies are in plain sight here, so land and start grabbing weapons for a greater sense of security. After looting everything in the warehouses, take whatever you can from the nearby buildings too. The red brick building inside has complex terrain. Although it has abundant supplies, it's confusing and takes time to find them, so it's easy to get ambushed. The red brick building only has a few doors, but there are plenty of places for players to hide inside it. We can camp at the entrance and eliminate anyone who wanders over. If you've been waiting for a while, you can just aim for the rooftop. Most players like to find high ground to observe other players, so you can take out whoever you find there. You'll feel amazing and rich after taking out everyone there. Did you get all that?
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference. and players can move between them with a zipline, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Nusa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Nusa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time!
Hi everyone! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 is now officially available. This version update includes a new map, Nusa. Besides its beautiful scenery, Nusa also contains many new interactive mechanics. Use these interactive mechanics well, and you'll be well on your way to ranking up and stacking those wins. In this video, we'll be covering tips on Nusa's interactive mechanics.
Tip 1. Super Recall.
As Nusa is a small map with lots of supplies concentrated in different areas, players often find themselves landing in the middle of a gunfight. Given the intensity of combat, players may find themselves making a mistake and getting eliminated soon after landing. Not to worry, Nusa has a super recall mechanic available, as long as there's a teammate still in the match and before the first blue zone starts shrinking. All eliminated players can return to the battleground via helicopter with a random firearm. But remember, recalls are only available once, so make the most of your second chance. Tip 2. Zip lines. Most places on Nusa, with a big difference in high and low elevation, will have zip lines for moving between them. Players can approach a zip line to quickly move between areas. But note that zip lines are fragile and easily destroyed. If you come across a damaged zip line, use a tactical crossbow to repair it. Once repaired, the zip line can once again be used. Tip 3. Elevators. Telepak Town, located in the southeastern part of Nusa, has a luxury apartment building with an elevator serving its 7 floors. Players wishing to move between floors only need to enter the elevator and press the floor number. They'll be whisked to that floor. It saves precious time during fast-paced combat. Of course, be on your guard when exiting the elevator, as other players may be lying in wait for you. Tip 4. New weapons. The NS2000 is a shotgun with high accuracy at mid or close range. When hip firing, it uses 12-gauge shotgun shells. When aiming, it switches over to shotgun slugs. With combat being unpredictable in Nusa, the NS2000 enjoys great versatility in solo and team fights, and it heightens the fun of combat. Players can switch their firing mode based on the target's distance, status, or on one's personal preference, to always ensure having the best tool for the job. In this new map, the tactical crossbow can be loaded with both ordinary and fire bolts. These bolts deal the same level of damage, but the firebolt can set some structures on fire and destroy them, as well as deal burn damage to a target. During combat, the tactical crossbow is rather still when firing, making it a great stealth option. It's great for sneak attacks. Of course, Nusa is full of excitement. Besides the interactive gameplay mechanics outlined just now, there is a lot more content waiting for players to discover, such as Pink Beach and Bulan Bay in the southern and western parts of the map respectively. Besides enjoying the beautiful scenery, players can play with beach balls with teammates for a different kind of fun. During battle, beach balls can serve as cover on the open beach by giving players time to come up with a defensive and counterattack strategy. Energy can be recovered at the swimming pool in Bulan Bay. Flame Village in the middle of the map has water jars that you can hide in. And in various rural areas on the map, there are many random supply crates scattered about. More exciting mechanics are waiting for you to explore and discover. Alright, that was an introduction to Nusa's interactive mechanics. If you want more details about Nusa, be sure to follow PUBG Mobile's official social media platforms. See you next time. Bye! Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 introduces a new gameplay with 8 skills that make matches more exciting and interesting for players. In this video, we'll be introducing the Black Market skill. When players equip the Black Market skill, they'll quickly build a Black Market shop to conveniently purchase items. This makes it easy to purchase items with shop tokens during matches. When a team member uses the Black Market skill, all other team members will be able to purchase items from the Black Market shop. In PUBG Mobile, the importance of supplies cannot be overstated. Black Market is a skill that provides the team with security. For players that are busy moving about in the early stages on Erangel and have no time to purchase items, this is a rather practical skill that allows them to spend the shop tokens they've acquired. It provides them with a stable source of supplies, particularly in the late stage of the game, when the play zone has become much smaller and battles break out frequently. Sometimes, players need to move before they finish looting the battleground, which leads to using up supplies at a much faster rate. In these instances, Black Market can save the whole team from worrying about running out of supplies. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Don't forget to try them out on PUBG Mobile. See you next time! Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! Welcome to this week's version 2.2 skill introduction video. Imagine this. You're surrounded by enemies at the edge of a cliff. To your front are fully equipped enemies. To your rear, a sheer drop. So, what do? You can try using the new skill, Gliding Doll. With Gliding Doll equipped, players can soar into the air and unfurl a puppet to glide. The puppet will unfold right away when used in the air.
Gliding Doll is versatile and allows players to easily escape. When trapped at high altitude, you might be able to stage a comeback by striking the enemy with a sudden counterattack. As Nusa, the new 1x1 kilometer map features terrain of varying elevation. The Gliding Doll's skill is well suited for traversal while avoiding lengthy detours. Players can make use of their agility to ambush enemies, provoke them, or engage in a ton of new tactics. But keep in mind that when gliding in the air, there won't be any cover, and it's easy to get focused down by enemies. Pick your moments and use it carefully. What other interesting ways of using Gliding Doll can you think of? Skills will be available in Gearfront between September 29th and November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livic, and Nusa. There's no time to lose. Hurry and try it out in PUBG Mobile.
Hi everyone! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 introduces new gameplay with 8 new skills that provide players with more intriguing match experiences. This time, I'll be introducing the Healing Smoke skill. When using Healing Smoke, you'll throw a Healing Smoke grenade, which restores players' health and energy while in its vicinity. In conflict-ridden areas, this skill provides smoke grenade-style cover that obscures enemy vision, while also allowing you to recover inside the smoke. In turn, it saves your team some recovery time, allowing them to engage in combat more often. In the late stage of the match, players will burn through supplies more quickly than before. As such, Healing Smoke can help you avoid running out of meds. When your team is moving around, it can be used as a smoke grenade to provide your team with more protection. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livic, and Nusa. Let your imagination run wild and explore more interesting ways of using skills. Invite your friends now and explore PUBG Mobile together.
Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! Welcome to this week's version 2.2 skill introduction video. Want to know whether Lady Luck's on your side? Then let's give the Lucky Backpack skill a try. It gives the backpack the ability to convert items into another item of the same type, and also increases the default load of the backpack. Struggling to find a scope to replace during a match? For all we know, Lucky Backpack may just be the solution for you. When you can't find the equipment of your liking or lack suitable attachments, you can always try your luck with Lucky Backpack to convert items you have into something else. Of course, this randomized conversion only occurs within the same item pool, and not all attachments can be converted. You can also help your teammates by converting for items that they need too. The Lucky Backpack skill is suitable for large maps where it takes time to search for supplies, such as Erangel. As for players who prefer gearing up, this skill is a pretty decent choice. Apart from Lucky Backpack, other skills can also bring you more surprises and unpredictable matches. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livic, and Nusa. Come and experience it for yourself. See you next time! Hi everyone, welcome to this episode of version 2.2 Skill Introduction. Today, let's take a look at Play Zone Analysis. Play Zone Analysis helps players locate the next play zone. The information will also be shared with all members of the team. Take note that there is a limited number of times you can use this skill, so players must master the timing of this skill. Play Zone Analysis can help players quickly reach the play zone to gain the upper hand, while avoiding conflicts and ambushes. Play Zone Analysis is highly versatile, especially on a map like Erangel, where players are inclined to avoid battle. This skill is especially suitable for players who prefer to get well equipped before heading into battle. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livic, and Nusa. The other skills also have unique features. Test different combinations out for yourself. See you next time! Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! Welcome to the skill introduction of version 2.2. Today, we'll be introducing you to the skill Supply Scan. This skill allows you to use the Supply Scan device to scan and detect nearby advanced supplies. As it has a large scanning range, it's perfect when used in urban areas or those highly concentrated with supplies. The skill's effect lasts for a period of time, after which it enters a cooldown. When a player uses the skill, the location info of all advanced supplies that are scanned will also be shown to other other teammates simultaneously. When equipped with this skill, it's best to choose a place with more resources as your landing point. That way, you'll save a ton of time on looting and gain the upper hand in battle. It's also great when used in resource-rich maps, such as Livik and Nusa. Supply Scan can give teams an early game advantage, and can also help players determine whether an area has been looted or not. With the information provided, it's also possible to predict if there are enemies lying in ambush. For those who like to get well equipped, the Supply Scan skill will definitely prove to be of great help. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Hurry and try it out for yourselves in PUBG Mobile. See you next time! Hey there, fellow PUBG Mobile players! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we're debuting the new Gearfront mode. All 8 skills have distinct features, bringing players even more tactical fun. Players can select one skill for each match. Today, we'll be introducing the skill Trace. Trace is a passive skill. When hitting an enemy, a marker will be shown above their head. These marks track the enemy's movements, even through obstacles. When a teammate has this skill equipped, all other members of the team can see the tagged enemy, making it easier to focus fire. Trace can help teams on any map, particularly in areas with a lot of buildings or are plagued by conflicts. Your team is less likely to lose enemies tagged by Trace, as it provides information that allows teams to predict enemy movements and determine whether to pursue enemies or fall back. For aggressive teams or those that prefer frontal assault, Trace is all the more the go-to skill to help you clinch victory. Skills will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th. UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Everyone, be sure to make haste to try out different skill combinations to see what works. We'll also be bringing you more skill introductions, so don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time! Hi everyone! In this video, we'll be introducing the Vehicle Airdrop skill. When this skill is used, a beacon will be thrown and a vehicle airdrop will be summoned. Not only is there a limit on using the skill, it takes a bit of time for the vehicle to be airdropped. Hence, players will have to ensure the use of this skill at opportune moments and take their team to a suitable location. As for slow-paced matches held on large-scale maps, players tend to take a longer time to get equipped, and it can be difficult to move about. With this skill, it can help save a massive amount of travel time to get to safety, as well as search for advantageous spots. On top of that, there are few vehicles found in the rural areas. When equipped with this skill, it's more feasible to parachute to more remote regions, and highly contested advanced supply zones can be avoided. Once you've thoroughly looted an area, you can use the skill to get your team to the next resource point. But keep in mind that, when the vehicle airdrop skill is in use, it is easy for your location to get exposed, so be sure to keep an eye out for enemies. This skill is most suitable for large-scale maps, and for players that prefer a slow and steady approach. What's more, the skill also safeguards your chance of entering the play zone. The skill will be available in Gearfront from September 29th to November 14th, UTC +0. Gearfront will be available in ranked mode for Erangel, Livik, and Nusa. Invite your friends now and explore PUBG Mobile together. Dear PUBG Mobile players, hello there! PUBG Mobile version 2.2 will be released soon. In this video, I'll be introducing the exciting new contents of this version, which includes the new Battle Royale map, Nusa, updates to the Classic Mode map, Erangel, basic improvements, themed gameplay updates, season updates, social system improvements, and more. We hope you'll like them. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. Other than the many unique sites and locales, it also has distinct interactive mechanics and gameplay. Many new environments and buildings have been added to the new Nusa map, which has a holiday resort theme. First, I'll start by introducing Flame Village, which is in the middle of the map. Flame Village has a flat terrain and is surrounded by mountain slopes. Other than a few brick buildings, other buildings are mostly huts. In the Nusa map, these are the only buildings that can be set on fire and destroyed by firebolts. On the hill to the south of Flame Village is the Science Center. The Science Center has 3 floors. Every floor is filled with supplies, with locations of intense combat. Although the rooftop gives players a visual advantage, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. Risk and opportunity coexist. Pink Beach is the area along the southern edge of the map. Over here, Love Island, which is also covered with pink sand, can be seen in the distance. Wooden beach chairs line the beach, and there is also a giant hot air balloon and a romantic Ferris wheel. It's a great place to take a photo for sharing. Bulan Bay is in the northwest part of the map. You'll find a seaside building complex here. The towering cliffs on both sides create the unique geographical environment of Bulan Bay, which also happens to be the best place to monitor the buildings in the bay. Follow the cliff north of Bulan Bay upwards to find a natural cavern that is connected to the sea. There are also lots of supplies here waiting to be found. Telepak Town is along the southeastern edge of the map. Buildings are densely packed here, with several high-rises, making this one of the most supply-rich areas in Nusa. The town has everything, including a separate villa complex at the center, and tall high-rise apartment buildings with an elevator. These make it convenient for players when searching the buildings for supplies. In addition to the above locations, Nusa also has a shipyard, Regal Resort, Sunset Street, Crystal Bay, and many more new places for you to explore. We've added many interesting and exciting interactive mechanics, such as Super Recall and Zip Lines. Let's start by introducing the Super Recall mechanic. When playing as a duo or squad, if a player is defeated within a certain time period, they won't be eliminated right away, as long as they still have a teammate in the match, and the first blue zone hasn't started shrinking. They will jump back into the battleground with a weapon. When playing solo, players will automatically return to the battleground. You'll need to take note of the following though. You can only be recalled once like this, so make the most of your second chance. Furthermore, Nusa is characterized by its high and low terrain. To make it convenient for players to move around quickly, we've added zip lines at corresponding locations on the map, which players can use as they approach them. However, the ropes of the zip lines can be destroyed. If you come across a damaged zip line, you'll need to first repair it with a tactical crossbow in order to use it. In addition to these two mechanics, the new Nusa map also has PvE, supply crates, beach balls on the beach, a swimming pool for recovering energy, and water jars that players can hide in. You can explore and experience these for yourself later. Vehicles and weapons have always been the focus of updates for players. We've updated one new vehicle and two new weapons. Let's take a look at the new vehicle, the Quad. As a two-seater vehicle, it is light and flexible and is great at going uphill, which makes it perfect for navigating Nusa's undulating terrain. Its excellent stability also means it isn't likely to flip over when traversing complex terrain, giving players a better driving and riding experience. In terms of weapons, we updated the tactical crossbow and added the NS2000. The tactical crossbow can use normal bolts and fire bolts. Fire bolts can set the huts in Flame Village on fire, and when shot at enemies directly, will deal damage and can burn them. The new NS2000 is accurate and powerful. Hip firing uses 12-gauge shotgun shells, while slugs are used when aiming down the sights. Whether it is used in melee or mid-range combat, it is still a powerful weapon. Stay tuned. Erangel has also been updated. Let's start with the updates made to the hospital. The fence and building of the hospital have been given new paths to give players more options when moving in and out of this area. The interior of the hospital has also been simplified so that players can search for supplies more quickly. Near the hospital, we added an abandoned ambulance and medical supply crates, as well as more vegetation to provide more cover for players. Milta Power has also been updated. We've improved the internal structure of Milta Power to make this area more reachable so that players can see more and plan their routes better. In this update, Erangel will get 3 renovated ports, which will be found at the ferry pier, the farm in the southwest, and Sosnovka military base in the south. These ports will bring more supplies to these 3 areas, so make sure to keep these 3 ports in mind and treat them as new supply collection points. We've added many new mechanics to the Erangel map. For example, there is a shed where bicycles can be obtained, a flash shop that sells discounted items, targeted supply crates that can be found inside buildings, and a trunk that teammates can use to trade items while riding the vehicle, and a gas station for refueling vehicles. Make good use of these new mechanics to win more matches. We've also improved firearms. In this update, we have significantly improved both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability when fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Among airdrop weapons, we have adjusted the AUG and MK14's handling and damage to better balance the airdrop weapons. We've made a series of improvements to the throwing wheel, throwing arc display, item marking effects, and more. We believe these changes will give players a better combat experience. Cycle 3, Season 8, will officially begin after the version update. The new season's rewards include the C3S8 set, C3S8 parachute, C3S8 SKS, and other legendary outfits. Meanwhile, sub-tiers have also been added to Ace and above. Every 100 points is a mini-tier, and players can accumulate stars. We've also added titles to Ace Master and above.
Best wishes for ranking up. We've also upgraded the game's social system. We've adjusted the friend limit, synergy required for reserving matches with friends, synergy system, and other social gameplay to an extent. Players are also able to set their gender on their profile card, and new interactive gifts are also available. I believe these changes will give players better interactions and social experiences. Finally, RP M15 and M16 will have new rewards. New characters, outfits, and items will also be added later. The workshop for upgrading firearms will also be improved. In the new version, we've introduced harsher penalties for violating the game rules, so that players will have a better gaming environment. At the same time, more amazing content will be ready for you in the new version. The new themed game mode, Gearfront, will be available at the end of the month. Come and experience the new skills gameplay and the Halloween-themed Strange Town. Stay tuned. Alright, that's all for this video. We hope PUBG Mobile version 2.2 will give everyone a good gaming experience. For more details, feel free to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time!
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is, of course, day number 2 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asian Championship Fall Split 2022. We've already seen day number 1, which was quite exciting and enthralling at the same time. The Mongolians having a really nice domination, but the Nepalis aren't really far behind. And joining along with me for today's first game, of course, it's going to be Blotter. So, how are you, buddy?
Well, doing really good, mate. But of course, when it comes to the atmosphere or right here in the background itself, it is looking very... I mean, the tension can definitely be cut with a knife right now, because you talk about how day number 1 went. Yes, there was a lot of prowess plays that were showcased from, teams joining in from the SA region. But overall, there was a little bit of a lackluster approach that we saw from the Pakistani teams. But again, that was just day number 1. Teams were getting introduced to each other's playstyle and, of course, what sort of drop location are going to be showcased from them. So today, I'm expecting to be a very important day, definitely. At the same point of time, I'm expecting a comeback story to perhaps be showcased as well from the teams who are underperforming majorly yesterday.
I think, yeah, I mean, if you talk about the underperformers, there has to be an entire region, right? That has to be Pakistan. Clearly not living up to their full potential. There were a few games, in fact, towards the final games, we could see teams like, Regicide, Query, even Quantum Reg step it up a bit. But we're going to talk about that just a bit later, because let's talk about money, the moolah that's on the line. It's $150,000 is what we're talking about, and the winner takes a huge chunk of it. That's $40,000. But how do they do that? They've got to earn those points, and it starts from 15 and goes all the way down where you get nada, right? All you've got to do is try and secure as many eliminations as possible, because for every one of them you get that 1 point. But taking a look at the contenders, they're all in front of your screen, and I see Godlike Stalwart, they're having quite a fight right for that top spot, which even the players of Skylightz Gaming, DRS, not quite far behind.
True, absolutely. I mean, as we get introduced to the squads themselves and the team players that are going to be playing right here, starting right off the bat from Agonxi8 Esports i8, we do have Uzum, Ghost, IQ, Reviews, Blade. And again, you talk about the kind of consistent approach that was being showcased from i8's players, even though they were getting dropped down a little too early in the game. But overall, at least one of their players would try and, get those placement points for themselves. Now, again, that same sort of an approach today, I'm hoping, fingers crossed, is not going to be showcased from their side. In fact, the entire region of Pakistan itself, because today is where they are going to have to start climbing back up in that storyboard. And again, you perfectly mentioned after the Erangel map, the second last map where Skylightz Gaming got the chicken dinner, as we move towards the final game itself, there was a little bit of a comeback story. There was a little bit of, a probability for the teams from Pakistan to be able to get a decent outing on day number 2.
Yeah, indeed. And, if we're talking about even the other squads, even the other rosters, couldn't see much out of Elementrix yesterday, to be honest. It was just that third position finish that they could get in Sanhok, which could have been even better, if I feel, really, because it was a chicken dinner for them, which they kind of let go. But regardless, I would be looking for getting one today. But as we move on forward, MABETEX, I mean, the only Mongolian team so far that hasn't really been, sort of playing the way they're supposed to. And that is kind of a little bit concerning for me because, well, let's be honest. I mean, they have a lot of potential. So do the players of DE Warriors. And we did see how good DE Warriors are, especially just winning their PMCO, coming in and outperforming everybody. Now, Mongolia is one of those regions that never really ceases to surprise us, right? So, I mean, I'm kind of anticipating them to be climbing up a few spots up the ladder. But as we take a look at the overall ranking so far, I mean, High Voltage had a really, flying start. But after that, kind of lost a little bit of grip. Still not far away from the competition, though. But today's day is going to be so important for all these teams to really solidify that top 3 spot. And for all those viewers that are new into the realms of PUBG Mobile, of course, we've got to announce that Godlike Stalwart, IHC, and few of the other teams have also qualified for the PMGC. That also includes Team I8 as well. So they have got not a lot of things to worry about. But then again, when it comes down to Skylightz Gaming, DRS, T2K, everybody, they're just gonna try their hands out in securing that top 3 berth and heading on to play against the best players in the country. But as we move along down below, this is where you kind of expect bigger things, because look at Magnus Esports right at the very bottom. 6 games, 16 points is certainly unacceptable for one of the finest teams from Pakistan. Quantum Rage, however, did somehow manage to redeem themselves in that final game of Miramar, getting a good decent position finish. Team TUF, I mean, they've had their few early good fights, but towards the mid game and the late game, they kind of tend to collapse. VENOM Legends, I think just few games made those top 4, top 5 finishes, not with a lot of eliminations though. So today they're going to be working out on a lot of things. And yesterday was sort of an eye-opener for teams, especially from this Pakistan region, because now they understand how they need to approach the lobby. They had some time, just to go back and rub it off their shoulders and realize that yes, we need to wake up. This is how we're supposed to play. But we did discuss about the prospects of the Pakistani teams. How could they play better? And this was constantly brought upon that they need to do what they're really good at. But we'll talk about them just a bit later, because right now let's take some statistics at some really brilliant teams that performed, and this is one of them, that is Skylightz Gaming, their PMPL finals and their SA Championship Day 1 performance, and clearly they have exceeded expectations.
Oh, they have, and they've got a rock-solid start as well, where indeed not only one, but I do believe 2 chicken dinners, right? I mean, one on Miramar, game number 2, and then with game number 5, they got another chicken dinner as well from Skylightz Gaming. So definitely a very good play that was created from them, good conversion of opportunities that was showcased from the side of Skylightz Gaming as well. And again, that is what is going to be, of course, skyrocketing their performance, hopefully today, as well as the momentum that they started off with yesterday is just going to keep on trickling in their favor, hopefully. But at the same point in time, just to recap as to all the different chaotic fights that they were part of, well, the synergy clearly going to be showcased right here, where even if they were down with 2 of their members already down on their knees, they were able to capitalize on those perfect sprays, and of course, in return, get those perfect elimination points for themselves as well.
And not just that, they were just the only team that managed to get double chicken dinner yesterday, right? And that too in 2 of the primary maps, in one in Erangel and one in Miramar. And yeah, the Miramar game could be a little debatable, because again they had that pretty early rotation down and took over the hills, and as a result of which just held on to it really strong. But this was one of the games where they had to fight for it, because the way the Warriors charged in at their direction, things got so difficult. And at this point, Necro and I, we were casting this game, really thought, I could not understand why Deadeye's DE Warriors weren't really pushing at the players of Skylightz Gaming over here, because honestly, AJ at this point, like you can see in front of our screens, he was all by his lonesome. none of the players was able to provide cover fire, and the players of the Warriors just kept on pushing one after the other, as a result of which they just got eliminated, and Skylightz Gaming just went on to win the whole thing. And Godlike Stalwart, I mean, they were in a whole different world against the players of T2K. Now, of course, you know, our analysts are trying to explain that, so kind of want to do that again. And look at this. I mean, once they managed to get the trade, they could not do much out of it, right? And then again, Mafia Ninja, what was Sneaks doing there? He had all his attention at the players of Godlike Stalwart, where he should have been focusing at Skylightz. And had he, you know, taken down Mafia Ninja over there, things could have been completely different. It could have gone anybody's way. But regardless, I mean, these are your stats, and I'm pretty sure the players of Skylightz Gaming are going to be happy, considering the fact that they're yet to earn their berth into the GC. Now, they're one of those teams that have played global championships a lot of times. Haven't really showed their true potential though, but maybe this could be their year. Never know if they qualify.
Exactly. Absolutely, because of the way that they've actually just on day number 1 itself gotten perfect games for themselves, decent amount of points as well converted, along with, as you perfectly mentioned, 2 chicken dinners in a single day itself. So definitely they are on a skyrocketed approach and trajectory to be able to, of course, confirm their position in GC itself. Along with that, not only just confirm it, but also solidify it with the performance that they bring in. Now, you talk about Mafia Ninja a couple of times in those clips itself, the F21 Pro clips, we saw clearly that Mafia Ninja was such a strategic point when it came down to those team fights that Skylightz Gaming were part of, and that in turn, other teams, the opponents, are going to have to realize as to how exactly are they going to be able to stop Mafia Ninja first. And again, I mean, AJ, the synergy that they've got going on from Skylightz Gaming, these players, well, yeah, they have it all locked down to the core. But again, today being a brand new day, let's see what the opponents are going to be doing. And talking about opponents themselves, we move on ahead towards another team's comparisons, where we do have the Real Soldiers up against T2K.
Now, this is pretty easy to break down, right? Because when you talk about the Real Soldiers, I think they were just the better team yesterday, because the way they played, the way they approached the games, managed to get that chicken dinner. And not just that, they managed to get a 4th position finish and also a 2nd position finished. So you can also, you know, can say they're one of those consistent teams that are, you know, delivering every single time. However, what happened to them in that game of Miramar? Well, it was just IHC that was on fire, right? Can't really help that. But regardless, I've been really liking DRS's way of approach towards those fights, especially that one player, Gante. He's been exceptional, Blotter, and I'm looking forward to see more out of him, because he's one of those players in the top finisher boards. And you know, if they keep on playing like this, I think we're gonna see much more out of them. But when you bring T2K into the comparison, I mean, they started off really well with the 2nd position finish. They had that 3rd position also secured in that Erangel. So the Erangel games are going pretty strong, but they really have to, you know, work things out in the other maps as well. And if they do not do that, then things might go a little downhill. But taking a look at their performance comparison, I think it's pretty straightforward, right? DRS had a not so good start, but eventually they kind of went on to win a chicken dinner, have a few consistent games, whereas T2K, they've been heavily relying on those Erangel games, just as we discussed. So today their focus is going to be trying to perform well in maps like Sanhok and Miramar, and if they do that, then I'm pretty sure they're going to be cutting close that little distance that they have against DRS.
Well, again, you're talking about different maps that these teams are, well, this particular team is going to have to be working towards on day number 2. Well, along with that, of course, for our viewers, definitely want to bring this up, as we do have a brand new map that has also been added on, which is going to be, of course, Nusa. Now, Nusa does bring in a lot of interesting and intriguing factors to the gameplay itself, which again are going to be available for the masses to be able to, of course, participate in. I mean, I'm sure you guys have already seen all of those videos, from the tactile crossbow approach to, of course, the science center itself. And again, it is a small map, but it is definitely going to be allowing a very fast-paced performance, and the synergy is going to be that much more key when it comes to those team fights. But along with that, let's move on, get the show started on day number 2, where once again we're going to be looking at 6 games in total that will be played out. And based on the schedule that's on our screens, the first match will be played on the map of Erangel. Now, these teams yesterday also, they had the opportunity to play 3 Erangel maps, so I'm pretty certain they are well versed with their planning and strategy as to how exactly are they wanting to approach today's Erangels. At the same point in time, now they've got a pretty good number of games that have been played against their opponents as well, so they know what the opponents are going to be doing. So perhaps the kind of contestations that we saw yesterday are probably going to be reduced today.
Let's see. I mean, I've got my fingers crossed, but as we take a look at the map chances at Erangel, you know, we've been talking about how good T2K has been, right? Being one of the favorites, but usually it has favored the other teams. In fact, the Nepali teams are doing quite well in the maps of Erangel, to be honest, because so far, whichever map of Erangel we've had, it was always a Nepali team that did come out as the victor. But can't really rule out, you know, teams like the Warriors. But we also do see I8 in the mix, and I do not know exactly why, because it was just that one game of Erangel where Uzum was all by his lonesome, and somehow he just managed to, you know, survive till the top two and secure those important crucial points. But other than that, you know, I8's journey has been really tough, and has been, you know, just been spiraling down.
Oh yes.
So today we're just not waiting the comeback for all the Pakistani teams, but also for a few more teams that we have got high expectations for, which brings us to the position where we're going to put you under the spotlight, Blotter, and I've got to ask you, who do you think is going to take the first game?
Well, for this Erangel, I want to be choosing and going along with GL Stalwart. Let's see if Godlike Stalwart are going to be starting the day off with a banger performance along with a chicken dinner in their name. Fingers crossed, definitely. But I did say it earlier as well that day 2, it is going to be a critical day for all the teams, because day 1, now they've gotten introduced to what the other teams are doing, and now is the moment to shine. Every single game is going to be very critical for all 16 teams.
You know, I can't get it why you went for Godlike Stalwart. Necro's already one up on us, and we really need to catch up. But you know, I'm more of the stats guy, right? I like the statistics. I've seen the Nepali teams kind of dominate yesterday in Erangel, so you know, I'm gonna place my cards on DRS. I kind of feel it coming for them, because DRS, the way they've been playing, I've been loving that, and I would love to see them, you know, try to take that first spot right from the very start. You know, rattle the Mongolians a little bit. You know, I8C, Godlike Stalwart, a little bit scared, or maybe even Skylightz, because they know their DRS are one of those teams that you have to be, you know, intimidated, or can't really take them really lightly, because at the same time, I mean, they do have a rich past, right? But bear in mind that they've gone through a complete revamp, right? Entire new roster just comes in and plays so well together, and they're also having a Cinderella story of their own, and I love myself those underdogs, and yeah, for me it's gonna be DRS. If you know, we could have had Necro along with us, could have had his prediction also. I mean, Necro, if you are around, if you are telepathic to your panda brother, then you can speak and I can hear. You know, we have that connection though. But getting back, Erangel. Now we've seen a certain circle, we've seen a northern one, we've seen a few hybrid circles. Where do you want the zone to be this time? That's for you viewers as well. Where do you want to see it?
I want it to be chaotic. I want it to go towards maybe above Yasnaya perhaps, or maybe all the way up towards shooting range as well would be an interesting one. Stalberg, why not? Because all the other sides, we've actually seen the zone already showcase itself on yesterday's Erangel game. So perhaps today we could work more towards the, you know, northeastern side and the eastern basic essence of the map itself. But again, we know for a fact that it is the zone that listens to nobody, and PUBG Gods every single time are going to be delivering quite a punchy performance based on how the zone in the end starts, you know, shifting away. And we want to be able to see those sort of plays as well, because well, that's what makes the game that much more interesting as we move towards the latter half of the game, towards the 4th, 5th zones and onwards.
Of course, and you know, the way things have been panning out yesterday, quite honest, I'll have to tell you, I mean, a lot of teams have had to change their drop locations. They're dealing with the brunt of it. They're having so much trouble, you know, to kind of try and get those rotation timings right. And there have been instances, especially with I8, where, you know, they wanted to go towards northwestern Georgia Paul, and suddenly the flight trajectory goes from that southern side. The moment they drop down, they have to take a fight, and they got clapped. And it was Uzum somehow did manage to survive though, and he did manage to secure that #2 position, and that's commendable. That's but you know, they cannot rely on that style of play every single time, right? We know They've got that firepower. They've got
Exactly.
that punch in that team. Now, once Ghost starts, going, just going bonkers, there's nobody really stopping him unless it's a Wally with an MG3, because we need to also see that 1v4 clutch by this lad yesterday in the map of Sanhok. So many amazing moments were created yesterday, but I think it is time to create some more as we head into day number 2. And the viewers, you've got to let us know, who do you think is going to win this first game? Because I'm really excited. I've gone for the Nepalis. Laksha's gone for the Mongolians. Who do you think? Is it going to be someone maybe from the Pakistani region just bouncing back? I can see Gravity all coiled up, just ready, to stride and get a chicken dinner. Because honestly, Laksha, you and I have both seen what this kid can do, right? Once he gets going, who's there to stop him? The MVP of the region.
Indeed, mate. Absolutely. And just to add on to that same exact region that we are talking about right now, or focusing on just a little bit for this conversation, that's going to be Pakistani lobby teams. So one thing that we can bring up in basis of the storyboard right now, right? I mean, we see Magnus sitting on the 16th position. As far as, of course, the 16th position and the number of points are concerned, definitely not where we expected Magnus to be at. But one thing that is definitely evident is that when it comes to the elimination points, the team is doing their very best. They are bringing in those 20 plus elimination points, but at the same point of time, it is the placement points that have not worked in the team's favor. And not only for Magnus, it's a few other Pakistani teams as well. So I'm hoping that today, apart from just the over-aggressive force that we see from Pakistani lobby teams, I want to be able to see them work towards those placement points as well. TUF pretty much in the same category as well. They have decent amount of elimination points, but sadly not enough placement points to get them racking up in terms of the overall leaderboard. But again, with that is all speculation that I want to be able to see from these teams. But apart from that, we do of course have the flight path starting all the way from down south near Primorsk, going up north towards Severny itself, which again is going to be helping and allowing the teams. And along with the helping and allowing, it seems like along with the military bases standard drop that we've seen from Godlike Stalwart, DE Warriors, DRS this time around are going to be finding themselves over there, and the zone is taking itself all the way to north, keeping shooting range in the center.
Oh yeah, and this is again one of those circles that we did see yesterday, but this is a little bit more inclined towards that northern side. So I think T2K, they're going to have a really good time. But taking a look at DRS, I mean, this is the team that I really picked over here, and it's going to be a little difficult for them to try and get to their desired drop location and then head on and start their loot. But I8, for sure, this could be their game that changes their fate, because it is a circle that really favors them. All they've got to do is just get in there, get their loot fast, and take a prime position. Maybe some compound that they can hold on to, because you really got to watch out for an I8C. Because I8C, when they get in form, especially with the addition of Demo, they're looking so very dangerous.
Absolutely. And for now, again, talking about just the stats that we do have from the side of I8 from yesterday's games on Erangel, it is a big looming factor in the name of I8C that they're going to have to overcome at the Georgiopol region, which is where we find both of those teams at. Because in yesterday's Erangel game as well, I remember I8C were left with only one-man army. But before that, the team's synergistic performance had already accumulated 8 elimination points for themselves. So definitely a very well-versed team of I8C, and we know the players. I mean, there's no denying it that they are very well talented. You've got Demo, you've got Godless, IC, Alex. I mean, all of them, they bring in their level best when it comes to, just overcoming your opponent. And for that, I8 are going to have to be a little street smart in terms of all of that. But we'll see. We'll come back to that, because right now it's too early to anticipate that fight, because for now, we do have the Warriors on our screens, a team that we've seen go down towards the military base. Nothing to worry about for them as of yet, apart from the fact that the zone has actually moved quite a long ways away from their drop location. Same is the case for DRS as well, as this is another team that was initially towards the military base, but now have made their presence felt towards the Milta region of the main island.
I mean, DRS, one of those teams that is being quite talked about lately, the way they've been playing, and Rules is one of the players, and even Killer and Delta. I think we've seen them in action in former teams, And Killer is definitely one of those players that really outshined. And IQ using the bike over here. I love it. I love it. I mean, I would love to see
Back
someone
at it.
taking this bike into a fight, right? Can't be destroyed. And it's gonna be so much fun, and especially riding that out. You know, it's the very sound that makes you feel so satisfied.
Exactly.
Just riding it along. But well, to be honest, IQ, one of those players that is the latest addition to this roster, one of the finest of Pakistan, and he's been holding himself up pretty well. Still yet to get there though. You know, still the kind of I8 that we've seen along with Crypto. I can't say the same for IQ, at least as of now. But you know, it's quite impressive to understand one fact, that he had so less time to get his synergy on with this team, and he's done this so beautifully, right? Every single time he's got a lot
True.
of his arsenal. You ask him to play a little bit safer, he'll do that. If you ask him to go in for the push, he's gonna do that. That versatility he kind of gets along with him is I think one of those reasons that he was picked up from such a huge pool of players in Pakistan. Something I'm pretty sure Trinda and Uzum did see in him, and I believe for all the good reasons he has a good future if he sticks along with this roster.
Definitely, and he showcased that time and time again in different lobbies that he's played against with his teammates, of course. And in all of those fights that we've seen, one thing has always stood out for the player IQ from I8 is the fact that he's always willing to learn and improve his performance that much more. And that indeed has at times come at such a precarious time where I8 needed him to perform, and he's outshone himself. I mean, definitely there's no comparison to Crypto, definitely, because it's a different ball game altogether, to be very blunt about it. But at the same point of time, he's, like you perfectly mentioned, right? He's picked up the baton has never once showcased that he's not up to the mark to be able to get that performance delivered that I8 needs from him, and that in turn definitely puts him in a very good position for the team that he's in. And all in the end, it all boils down to how good is your synergy and how good are you able to actually understand what your teammates want from you. That is something that I8 has many a times delivered, even if he's just a one-man army as well. So definitely looking forward to what exactly is going to be in store for this lad from I8. But overall, for now, definitely very, very happy I am looking at his performance. And moving away from there towards Skylightz Gaming, a team that got not one but two important chicken dinners yesterday. The first one on the map of Miramar, and then moved on away from there towards a second chicken dinner on the map of Erangel, the second last match of yesterday. So a very good start for Skylightz Gaming. It has definitely been. We were talking about it in the pre-game segment as well. AJ, Mafia Ninja, the way these lads were approaching those fights in the F21 Pro moments that we saw, immaculate. There's nothing that needs to be changed, or maybe there is room for improvement that definitely is going to be showcased, because that's always going to be a case with any team that you talk about. But moving away from one team to the other, now comes in high voltage. A very high octane start is what they got yesterday on the first game itself with the chicken dinner.
Yeah, of course, and they really had to fight for the circle. But again, talking about Skylightz Gaming, I really want to bring the conversation back to them. Now, one thing for sure, clearly they were the team that managed to get 2 chicken dinners yesterday. But if you take a look at their other matches, did not quite go the way they wanted it to be, right? And one of those games, they were really smart in taking over the hills. The other game, they were just holding on to that compound, and the circle kind of panned down at them, right? It took that eastern shift. But we just carry on with the conversation just in a wee while. But right now we did have some action just brewing right away, or maybe not. So coming back, those 2 games in which Skylightz Gaming managed to get the chicken dinner, the zone somehow managed to play a very vital role over there. No doubt, they've got their defensive prowess. They are one of the best defensive teams in the region, no doubt. But I think Skylightz Gaming has still some room for improvement in how they're going to decide to charge in and attack on the other teams. Now, one of the primary examples, however, would be the first fight yesterday in the first game of Erangel, Godlike Stalwart and Skylightz Gaming. They got demolished. All they could do was just get Godless. So the trades were certainly not there, and that is something that Skylightz Gaming really needs to work at. Now, if they do that, then you can clearly look at them being one of the finest, or maybe one of those teams that gets the golden ticket for the GC.
Absolutely. And like in the pre-game segment as well, we spoke about they're working towards it. They surely are. And room for improvement is definitely going to be drawn out for them. And hopefully, fingers crossed, they are going to be willing to be able to, of course, bring that dynamic play in these days that they are a part of. With that, it seems like the first elimination is right around the corner, where Quantum Rage is serious, has taken on shots, and yep, that is going to be the start for the elimination point itself, as it is going to be Regicide and another who are going to be sprayed on upon, and one elimination point will be confirmed for Quantum Rage. So definitely another team that we can bring up in terms of improvement is going to be Quantum Rage. Yesterday we saw them being one of those teams that were getting eliminated, or if not eliminated, was one of the teams who were getting sprayed on upon and losing out on, if not one, then two of their players in the early moments of the game itself, no matter the map. We saw that happen multiple times with Quantum Rage. And that is something that today, it seems like they've changed a little bit in terms of how they're approaching things. They moved on towards Stalwart as it came down to the drop location itself. And now they're capitalizing perfectly with that northern zone that's already working for them.
Oh, look at this. I mean, Quantum Rage getting some early action for themselves, destroying first blood over here. That is positive signs. But T2K, this split, Necro has been talking all about them and really is a firm believer in T2K, courtesy to his brother Anj, as they've got quite an interesting position, really. A lot of map control, they've got that high ground, not so easy to be pushed at. Sandesh just playing on the shorelines, so at least they've got 3 of their corners checked, right? If it goes to a compound, they have it. If it goes a little bit up north, Sandesh is there. If it comes down to, goes down towards those hilly areas, you've got Rake present. So at least that northern side is kind of well secured for the lads of T2K. And even if the circle goes out to shooting range, you still have Jane. So now what makes things really interesting is, now do they have enough avenues for providing cover fire? Because right now, if Sandesh gets isolated, I think Legend and Rig might be able to provide cover, but I cannot say the same for Jane, especially with TUF also being around in the nearby vicinity. Now, I am really loving what Agonxi8 are doing right now. Just going in from the northern side, respecting the shorelines, keeping things towards that western side. But are they aware of TUF's presence though? Because they're just right beside them. Regicide had an amazing first start in that game of Erangel, where they kind of got obliterated by the players of, in fact, by one of the players of T2K, that was Rig, and a combined effort by the players of T Warriors, if my memory serves me right. Even High Voltage had an important role to play, but this time they have themselves just hunkered down around those bunker areas. Now, if we talk about the eastern side, however, that is occupied by teams like VENOM Legends. We've got T20 QWERTY, even the players of Skylightz Gaming. Now it is all about, the mercy of the gods of PUBG Mobile, and they've decided that they want the circle a little bit towards the eastern side, and they love chaos. And right from the first game, we've got so many teams. If we could have the map feed, you can get much more vivid picture of what's really happening.
True.
So many of those teams are going to be, migrating from that western side, and it is going to be a frag fest for Team Magnus if they decide just to hold on to their grounds and try to get a few teams, because IHC is really in close proximity, and taking down IHC from the very start, that could be such a huge blow for a team like IHC, who's been competing for that spur spot. And well, sugar in my mouth, already those knocks are coming in.
Absolutely, as we had in the elimination feed, Quantum Rage taking shots against the players of T20 QWERTY, and T20 QWERTY's Voltrix goes down out on the openness right here, which indeed is going to be the end of him, as he will be eliminated from this lobby. Now, Quantum Rage, they have definitely picked up decent elimination points for themselves as of now, and along with that, they still have a really good control of this fight, of this area, of this compound. But at the same point of time, right from the behind, we can see TUF are also chiming in along and bringing in a third-party approach, where now Quantum Rage could very well be in a bit of a tricky sandwich situation. From one side, of course, T20 QWERTY, from the backlands it was TUF, and now on our screens, Magnus Esports able to eliminate Agonxi8's Uzum as Uzum will be lost to the cause. 3-man army is what I8 are left with. Now, this is all thanks to, of course, the zone itself that did take a curveball shift from the shooting range towards the eastern side of the map, and of course would have loved to have had the director bring up the map itself, because it's going to make things that much more clear and vivid. Because if you talk about the southern side of the zone itself, that is where the rotation was showcased as soon as the zone moved from Stalwart as well as DRS. So they're looking very comfortable as well. But Quantum Rage, I mean, yeah, this is a different team than what we saw yesterday, that is for sure.
Of course, you can see the kind of confidence exuding out of their bodies right now. Quantum Rage really not shying away from picking up those fights. Now, TUF, they've also had some early casualty, and I'm really not surprised if Uzum gets taken down. Such a sacrificial player. They'd go in, wanted to seek some information, realized that Team Magnus was just around the corner and got picked off. But look at Team Magnus also, that beautiful spread that they have. But right in front of us, we've got T20 QWERTY and Quantum Rage right opposite to each other. Senior maybe could spot out Gravity, as Gravity is just playing with fire. Has no covers, just taking a dry peek. Could get spotted any time out, as though nades are being flung over. Could not make the distance. Senior not going to be happy with himself. At this point, those utils are going to be so important. Still has 4 grenades to work around with, 6 smokes. At least Quantum Rage, they're quite decked up for now. But the next circle shift, it's going to dictate the pace of the game as to who's going to have a really good stance in winning this one out. And both the teams that we have picked, Blotter, are inside the circle and are in a really good position. DRS right at the heart of the zone. Godlike Stalwart in a very good spot at the southeastern side with not even a single team around them. So a lot of room. If they can capitalize on that, get that eastern control, it's going to be so difficult to try and stop them down. But MABETEX have other ideas. They want to pick a fight against Team Magnus. Faster has already been picked up. 3 players already charging in on this compound. Zen has been spotted out. The grenade has been thrown at his direction, already on quite low HP, as Wally has been dealt with. The trades are definitely coming in, as Knock Knock from the far affray, from the backlines, is making things so much easier for Team Magnus, as one after the other, the bodies are falling down. It all comes down to Baron just being that lonesome survivor. Team Magnus have got a sigh of relief. They can try and go in, but Baron, he still wants to put up a fight. But can he come out swinging? Can he become the winner? It is going to be a really tough situation, but it is very difficult to tell at this very moment, because he's decided to go for the res, and he's doing it. Team Magnus do not want to engage. They realize the fact that they need to get faster back up, and Regicide from the far affray could shoot at their direction any given time.
Absolutely, Magnus, they have been able to, create a little bit of a flank. At the same point of time, they've been given a sigh of relief as they can get all 4 players standing right now, as we saw Finisher fall back to allow faster that revival. At the same point of time, MABETEX with Apex and Baron are going to be pushing on their luck with the approach, going to be able to bring down 2 of the players. Magnus as Zen and Faster go down. Rollin and Finisher are the 2 players who are now going to have to really capitalize on this entire messy situation that they've been stuck in. At the same point in time, a perfect approach from Rollin is going to be resulting in Baron going down. It is a 1v1 situation. Finisher against Apex, and it seems like Apex has the last laugh, as indeed he will be the one eliminating the final player of Magnus Esports. Thus, we can bid adieu to the players of Magnus Esports, as this becomes the first team to get eliminated. But chaotic fights are taking place all across the board, where I8 themselves did not anticipate this sort of a chaotic mess against Elementrix. I8 were up front, moving in through a charge into the zone from the left-hand side, from the western side of the zone itself. But now it seems like Elementrix have a very good precarious situation, because it is Precious against Ghost.
Oh, indeed. And Ghost has to somehow get those rests back up, and quite a chaotic fight did we get to witness. It's still far from getting over, because Elementrix, they still have one of their players alive right now. Ghost has to pick up that fight, still has taken quite some damage out there, but decides to just cut on the losses and make a run for his life. Needs to survive for his team, and I really loved how IQ dealt with that situation, right? This is what I love about this play. You want aggression, you get it. Did manage to get those 2 picks out there, but was a little bit unlucky. Got picked off by Precious, but at this point, Greg spotting out Knock Knock. Such a good player. He'd been doing so much, tried to dish out so much damage to the players of MABETEX, who somehow managed to heal up, thanks to Team Magnus, who kind of decided not to go in with that push then and there. Eventually had to lose out on their life and have now been eliminated from the server. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, T2K at this point, they are at a decent spot. Still, they have to make some work. They have to find a better place, and they're on the path of trying to do so.
Absolutely. At the same point of time, Fixes bringing our attention towards our predictions themselves. It is DRS against Stalwart. But we'll come back to that, as that fight has turned into a little bit of a stalemate as of now, as Godlike Stalwart have made a rotation to get into the moving zone itself. There's nobody in the center of the zone. Everybody's sitting at the edges as of now, but majority of the teams are still stuck towards the western side of the zone itself, where high voltage with all 4 players are alive, but they are out of the zone. They need to make their way. As they do, DEW is another team that they are going to have to be very, very careful of. That's going to be high voltage, of course, from the players of Agonxi8. We saw we only had one final player remaining. That's going to be Goost, and all he can try and deliver is survive for as long as he possibly can. With that, 11 teams do remain, 32 players in total. IHC in front of us with a 2-man army of their own, IC and Demo. Another team that is definitely, we want them to be able to, get those elimination points, want them to be able to get some perfect plays and sprays, but it seems it is not looking likely to be the case, as it is going to be T2K's Sandesh bringing in a perfect valiant effort to bring down IHC's player. IC goes down. Demo, the one final player remaining. Now, again, it is a 1v3 situation right here. Never mind that. High voltage is going to be converting that with IHC getting eliminated at only 2 elimination points. 9 teams remaining. Make that 8, I believe, as I8 got eliminated as well.
Oh, indeed. And, DRS getting the better out of the final player of I8, as a high voltage and T2K really close. Rig already being taken down. Legend has taken a lot of damage. Will eventually be brought down as well, as high voltage in a prime position in this fight. But bear in mind, they also have to get inside the circle, Lakshay, and that's going to be such a difficult task, considering the fact that you already got the players of Skylightz Gaming just at the edges of the circle. High voltage do realize that Skylightz Gaming haven't really been making a lot of noise. They're waiting for the right time, right opportunistic moment, as Sandesh, the messenger himself, well, just, fisting his way up in the air, trying to not give any of those audio cues. And now finding that right moment to strike. Maybe still has the buggy to get inside the circle, though. Will have to look at being the smarter player over here. Has to look at surviving, but with Skylightz Gaming also right in front of him, it's going to be so difficult to do so, and already has been spotted out. Will be dealt with by Nima, no trouble whatsoever. And T2K, they get eliminated at the 7th spot.
Absolutely. 16 remaining. DRS with all 4 players still standing and looking pretty good. Find themselves, never mind my word, because the zone, I was just about to point out, were looking pretty good for the players of DRS. The zone has moved away from them, and towards the northern side, VENOM Legends are the ones who can very well contest this zone for themselves. On the other front, we did just see Skylightz Gaming were also able to take care of their flank angle, where T2K's final player Sandesh was brought down to his knees as well. So now Skylightz Gaming have a really good opportunity to be able to, of course, get this game working for themselves, because all the other teams that we spoke about, DRS, DEW, Godlike Stalwart, the zone has moved completely away for them, and they're going to have to make a very big push to get into the zone. And in the zone itself, we already have VENOM Legends and, of course, Skylightz Gaming. So difficult conversion for these teams, but let's see what exactly is DRS and Godlike Stalwart going to be able to do right here, where indeed behind both of these teams, DEW are still waiting patiently to pounce on an opportunity to get those elimination points for themselves, to get a good game for themselves.
Oh, indeed. And high voltage, they have to ensure that DRS do not get in safe and sound, but well, they're kind of out of options, right? Survive with just Jiggle. They have to rely on the players of DE Warriors, trying to get as much as possible. But DE Warriors, they're all over the place. They still know or do understand the fact that they have to get inside the circle. But what's really intriguing is the fact that they're just destroying the vehicles of DRS, just kind of relieving them of the mobility that they have now. It's going to be so difficult for DRS to try and get inside the zone, especially with teams watching from both the directions. Skylightz Gaming having that little bit of a high ground advantage, but look at their commitment, right? They aren't interested right now. At this point, they know that stealth is the key of winning this game. DE Warriors somehow are unaware of Skylightz Gaming presence over there. They haven't revealed much. Now Doc 922 trying to get inside the circle, will hide himself in that murky smoke as DRS, well, the entry into the circle looks very bleak at this point, as Doc, he's not gonna let that happen, at least while he's alive.
Exactly. He's utilizing every single opportunity that he can to be able to spray against the players of DRS. At the same time, his teammate is going to be, of course, slowly but steadily approaching into the zone itself. And that, in turn, it seems like is going to be his demise, as it is going to be none other than Godlike Stalwart Stop, who's going to be able to eliminate the EW's player. Thus, remaining is only going to be Doc. One-man army from the side of DEW. And it seems like DEW's final player is going to be able to put the final nail in the coffin against the players of DRS, as we are now left with only 4 teams remaining. Godlike Stalwart, slowly but surely, they are getting closer and closer towards the chicken dinner. VENOM Legends, they've been very, very quiet and subtle in terms of the affair that they've been able to be a part of. But at the same time, now is their moment to shine with only 3 teams remaining. They've got a 4-man army. Fragboy is down, but hopefully the revival... No, the revival seems almost next to impossible because he's out in the open. And Skylightz Gaming, as soon as they get an opportunity, would probably be able to confirm that Fragboy kill right there. But for Godlike Stalwart, this is looking like a game that's made for them. But let's see what exactly are the other teams going to be able to do, because Skylightz Gaming is still part of this lobby with 8 elimination points to their name. The momentum definitely working in their favor, and at the same point in time, the positioning that Skylightz Gaming is in right there, right, this small little ridge that's been created for them is helping them out drastically in this fight.
Oh, Skylightz Gaming just being so proactive in this game, and same goes for Godlike Stalwart. They aren't gonna let VENOM Legends have that spot, right? They're just being pressed in by 2 different directions. From one side, we've got Skylightz Gaming. The other side, Godlike Stalwart. They are taking over the zone, but Martin Ninja, with that beautiful connection on action, is gonna put a stop at him. But then again, Mr. Boro, he's been traded off at this given moment. Godlike Stalwart have to ensure their revival of their primary player out there who needs to perform, and he is back on his feet. Does not even want to patch himself up, or rather he does. Still has the ghillie suit to play around. Look at Godlike Stalwart, so fearless, playing without any cover, just relying on those smokes that they have. Will have to pay the price as Mafia Ninja peeks around, gets a beautiful knock, but rips in. He could absolutely shred Godlike Stalwart's apart, but no, Pika has other intentions, takes Nima down in this beautiful Mexican standoff. Gotta see Godlike Stalwart again with those grenades going in, gangsters being dealt with. It all comes down to Ripson, who still lays in hiding, but not for longer, as he just gets blown up. And finally, just 2 remain.
Yes, 2 indeed. We've got Skylightz Gaming's 2-man army against the players of course, Godlike Stalwart, where they have 7 elimination points confirmed. They know exactly the position of Skylightz Gaming. Now, Mr. Boro is being sprayed on upon. There's not a lot of cover that he's allowed to work with, and in doing so, again, action with this perfect ghillie suit. He's utilizing it to perfection. The flank angles that have been created from the side of Godlike Stalwart are being pristinely utilized. At the same point in time, now it all falls down to Martin and Jamin. We spoke about this dude from Skylightz Gaming. He is a 1-man army, but again, a 1-man army against a 4-man squad is going to be now almost next to impossible to be able to convert into a game for yourself, and that in turn is going to be providing the chicken dinner for this first game, going in favor of Godlike Stalwart.
And a reason for you to be really happy about hitting that prediction right off from the very start. Godlike Stalwart, the victors of the first game of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen, and such a thunderous start for them. And the lead that they've had against IHC, now that's going to get increased a lot more. 9 eliminations coming in for this squad. They've been ever so patient, right? I really loved everything about Godlike Stalwart, what they did in this game. We did discuss about it during that mid-game, where I really saw them kind of taking over that eastern areas, right? They had such good control, nobody really around them, and all they did was just play the circle. That circle, taking that eastern curveball, was sort of devastating to multiple amount of teams out there, because a lot of them were already just banking upon the fact that the circle might go west. And this is the battlegrounds that we're talking about.
Exactly.
Anything and everything could happen. DRS were also in a really good spot up until the point they kind of got sandwiched between 2 teams, and DE Warriors and High Voltage, making their life hell, and as a result had to be taken down. But what an amazing game it was. Skylightz Gaming also really punching in hard, but just barely missing out on the chicken dinner. Finally, the Mongolian strike in Erangel. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going for a shuttle break. We'll be right back. You don't go anywhere. All right, we're back, and you know, the first game being dominated by Godlike Stalwart. Of course, before that, you know, a huge shout out to our sponsors Oppo for making this event happen. And if you haven't really checked out the F21 Pro, might as well right now. That orange color, that is sexy. Gotta say that. I've held it, quite a premium device.
Oh, it does.
You know, we've got the links down below. Might as well show some love to them. But coming back to the game, I mean, it was an interesting game of Erangel. Another Northern Circle taking a ridiculous shift towards that eastern side. None of them were prepared, but here we have, well, no doubt over there, the MVP. It's either action, top. Sometimes, you know, we also have seen some of those Pika and Scry's magic, but this time it was top all over. 866 points of damage, and clearly shows how dominating this player was when, you know, action getting so much room, you know, and that freedom, because even if he gets knocked out, it is always top or maybe Pika or Scry, just providing that room and space to not just get a trade but also get the rest back up. And Godlike Stalwart just went in ham in this particular game. But taking a look at the other players, well, you have to talk about Skylightz as well, right? They were kind of holding off that eastern area right from the very start, just looting around the Asnaya Polyana. Did not get to see that early fight against Quantum Rage this time. So, but then again, the shift massively favoring them, and they made good work of it. Things really went wrong in those final moments, Lakshay. I believe in the fact that they could not wing out, because had they done the same thing like what Godlike Stalwart did,
exactly,
things could have been much better. But Godlike Stalwart had a lot, lot better terrain to play around with and capitalize that. But nothing taken away from Mafia Ninja, Nima, and AJ. They played exceptionally well.
Indeed, but again, I mean, you gotta give props where it's due, right? You talk about Stalwart, the Godlike Stalwart, the way they were all up and running across to be able to get those shots in before Skylightz Gaming have even a chance to be able to take a breather and create a flank angle. Now, that is the moment where it was clearly defined that Godlike Stalwart, either they're gonna get this game or they're gonna get sprayed on upon through the smoke, because all four of them were bunched up together. And that is the first thought that came to my mind, that if at all VENOM Legends or the players of Skylightz could bring in some utilities against the players of Godlike Stalwart, it could have been done and dusted right there, but that was not the case. The over-aggressiveness from the Mongolian team definitely capitalized in them getting closer and closer, and of course confirming that chicken dinner with 9 elimination points.
Oh, indeed, and quite reflects on the match rankings as well. 24 points is what they have collected, but Skylightz Gaming, they're going to be also pushing themselves forward, managing 22 out of this game. And IHC, I think their second spot has been taken away from them. Not a game that they would have anticipated, where even DRS has managed to pick 10 up. And VENOM Legends, I mean, I really felt if one of the reasons why Skylightz Gaming did not win this game, and it was Godlike Stalwart, had to be VENOM Legends. There were so many, times where we had seen that part where, those two players of VENOM Legends could have done so much more, right? They were kind of reluctant a little hesitant in, firing at the players of Godlike Stalwart, because there was a point where Godlike Stalwart was just tunnel vision at the players of Skylightz Gaming, and VENOM Legends had that chance to at least if not get the whole squad wiped out, but at least take 2 down, because if they had done that, then Skylightz Gaming could have gotten that breathing space. Yes, VENOM Legends could have been eliminated either ways, but I mean, I'd rather prefer getting a few points out and being eliminated rather than just sitting and waiting for my graves to be dug, and that is exactly what Godlike Stalwart did. Realized that they were still alive, still looming around that area, dealt with them, got that chicken dinner, and also had Skylightz Gaming finished off. But Quantum Rage and Regicide had quite an exciting start, especially Quantum Rage getting that first blood. But everybody just banking upon the fact that the circle goes up and not to really just hit them back at their faces.
It definitely did. I mean, so many teams were just not ready. They were not prepared for that sort of curveball shift coming in from the zone, and that indeed did put them in very precarious situations where they were trying to make those rotations when they got into the fights itself, the sandwich situations that we saw. But this is where action, along with, of course, that perfect approach that he had with his nade and, of course, the ghillie suit, resulted in VENOM Legends not being able to do much. But you pointed it out down to the teammate. Had VENOM Legends 2 players been a little bit more proactive in that fight, or decided to pounce upon the opportunity, then Godlike Stalwart would have had a tough conversion over there. But you know what? Never mind all of that, because in the end, it's the result that counts. And talking about the result itself, well, Godlike Stalwart with 1849 damage dished out, compared to 2058 damage dished out from the players of Skylightz Gaming. A very good game for both of these teams, because these are the major numbers that we can see. And then comes in Quantum Rage, the first team that we saw bringing in those fights, and of course the first blood situation that was showcased from them against Regicide as well.
This is where again the discussion really pans down to the fact that Skylightz Gaming had such a pristine spot. They had a little bit of that, hilly area, a little bit of a, duney area over there that they could have really capitalized. But once the zone went a little bit towards that eastern side, that is where the trouble arose, because Godlike Stalwart now had the high ground and Skylightz Gaming had to move in. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for me to step it out a little bit, because now my panda brother Necro is going to come in for the game of Miramar.
Absolutely. Now, as we move on towards game number 2 of the day, we're going to be joined in with Necro once again, as Miramar is going to be upcoming next. And again, welcome to the desk. First things first, of course, Necro. But then moving on ahead towards this first game that we were just part of. It was quite an exhilarating performance being showcased from these teams compared to how they were yesterday.
I mean, indeed it was, man. Look, now clearly the game plan over here from teams like Godlike Stalwart is to gain a lead and at least have some sort of a cushion. But if they're not able to have that cushion on day 2, then things will be even more tricky for them coming in the day 3. Because from what I've known, how Godlike Stalwart really likes to play is they like to have a little bit of cushion. Maybe one day at least they will let things loose, and then on the final day they will strike strong again. So today has to be the day where Godlike Stalwart will either try to make a lead or just take a little bit of backstep. But so far it seems like the intentions are pretty clear. They're here to make a lead. And Blotter, with that being said, it's time to make the predictions. And what are your predictions going to be for the second game, Miramar?
Well, for the second game of the day, I would love to be able to see... I don't know. I'm a little bit of a loop right here, but I would love to be able to see high voltage. Yeah, exactly. How about you go first? I'm thinking of high voltage, but I'm not 100% about that.
You know what? So Skylightz Gaming had a phenomenal previous game. DRS and Occasion came out. They were still there in the final few moments. So if you talk about this game, I'm gonna go with DW. Let's get it, man. Deadeye's Warriors, I think so. They really do have what it takes to pack a punch inside the map of Miramar, and they probably will. Now it's time. Now it's your time. Okay, we're tied up, Blotter. This is a serious game. Okay, we're tied up.
All right, mate.
We're looking for a lead. I'm looking for a cushion.
All right. I think I am going to choose a team that I would love to be able to see walk away with a chicken dinner on this map of Miramar. It is going to be the Real Soldiers, DRS. I want to be able to see them pack a punch, bring in a performance that the fans want to be able to see. So do I, as well as everybody else, I'm sure. But at the same point of time, what I am honestly hoping for, not only from DRS, but the entire lobby, is to start, pacing themselves in the entirety of the game. Once again, when the show started off today, I pointed out that the teams from Pakistani region, they are bringing in those elimination points. But the placement point is something that's not working for them. In the previous game, we saw Quantum Rage walk away with 4 eliminations to their name, but 0 placement points. Pretty much the same case from Magnus Esports as well in the previous game. And that is something that needs to change, especially today, because if they don't start working towards those placement points, things are going to get really difficult for them to cover up in the overall standing is what I'm thinking.
Exactly. I mean, day 2 and day 3 have to be the day of comebacks, right? And if you're not able to pull anything off in these 2 days, then the final day is pretty much going to be a do-or-die situation in which you will have an insane amount of course, pressure on yourself. And top 3 is the name over here, man. If you're not inside the top 3, you're of course not going to be getting yourself the slot. So things will be so difficult. I mean, it's already way too tough right now. To make an entry inside the top 5, they will have to give it everything.
They will have to, and they better start doing so today itself, and that is what I'm hoping throughout the entirety of the day, right? I mean, we've just got done with game number 1. We still are left with 5 games to go through, so there's still a lot of opportunity that these teams and players, of course, have to be able to capitalize on a perfect day, simply put, right? At the same point, right now, as we get prepared, so do the players for the second game of the day on the map of Miramar, and with that, is going to be the question raised and asked as to where exactly is the fight path taken is. Well, it seems to be going from the northern side of this map to from Tore Ahmed, going all the way down south of Los Leones itself. So majorly actually favoring and focusing towards the eastern side of the map itself. That means El Pozo, Crater Fields, all the left-hand side is going to be far out of contestation for teams to, of course, in the early moments of the game itself. But let's see, where exactly is the zone going to be taking us? Because yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, it was towards El Pozo region, right? Montenueno, El Pozo?
Yeah, it was just northern side both the times. And Skylightz Gaming were the one who took that chicken dinner at that time too.
Sorry.
So yeah, it was pretty interesting, right? So
That's
northern
all
side.
I was about to point out.
Yeah, it's northern side, Skylightz Gaming, they pretty much just rule it. But unfortunately, even inside the second Miramar game that we witnessed, Skylightz Gaming, they made a rotation outside La Cabrera, and the circle actually finished in La Cabrera. And when they try to make the rotation back inside La Cabrera, they got caught off guard in a complete chaos, and they couldn't just make it out of that spot anymore. I'd see they like to go towards Monte Nuevo, but unfortunately, just because the plane fly path, they can't really extend over there, so they will need to drop towards El Hazar, which is their secondary drop spot. But oh, what is this circle? I mean, a decent amount of portion off the circle is all the way in the water line, so that means there's a big chance we might just see an urban finish.
Oh, wow. Well, this is going to make things a lot more interesting right now. This is definitely going to be a lot of chaos for sure for this game, because teams are going to have to be making those rotations. And again, like you perfectly mentioned, Necro, that, quite a big chunk of the zone is already in the water. Thus implying that perhaps early rotating teams are going to be better off. At the same point, right now, this could be the game that hopefully Agonxi8 should be able to capitalize upon. If not, then get a really good, if not a chicken dinner, then get a really good finishing from this game, because they are set up perfectly as far as the zone is concerned. They are in Los Leones itself. As Necro mentioned, it could very well be taking us towards an urban finish. At the same point of time, for Agonxi8, the best part is they've got no team to worry about in that area. Los Leones is entirely theirs for the taking, and the majority of the teams are still outside the zone towards the northern side.
I mean, yeah, there is definitely going to be quite a lot of rotation clash, that's for sure, though. As you said, there are a decent amount of teams on the northern side right now. Regicide, Quantum Rage, all the way up north, and even the players of MABETEX are now making their way towards Campo Militar. But speaking about the facts and speaking about realistic expectations inside day 2, Blotter, and as we did see, right, the previous day, which was day 1, of course, it ended things on quite an astonishing note. Now, teams that we expected to have the chicken dinners, they definitely did, but there were quite a lot of surprising factors too involved in it. For example, T2K, with the way they performed, I personally didn't even think that they would have finished in top 6, but they did manage to finish inside the top 6. So T2K so far, they're looking pretty good. In the overall rankings, even right now, T2K are sitting on the 6th spot, so they have maintained their position in the overall rankings. High Voltage is all the way dropped down to 7th spot, so the consistency factor, High Voltage, were not really able to maintain that in the previous game. Hopefully, they will be able to do so, though, in the upcoming games, as High Voltage got eliminated on 6th spot, if I'm not wrong, in the previous game. So yeah, they definitely did try their best, but unfortunately couldn't make it there. So that's something High Voltage would really need to try and work on. They'll need to get their consistency up, because that's what High Voltage is known for. And if they're not able to keep the consistency flowing, one single game slip by, you instantly do see those other teams trying to capitalize on it.
Absolutely. One thing I love about High Voltage is the way they approach fights. And the synergy and strategy with which they are so clinical about converting those into points for themselves. That is just pristine from what I've seen from the side of High Voltage, but I want to be able to see a lot more of that taking place. And that is the only way they're going to be able to get those perfect points for themselves, right? And that is something which is still lacking a little. But again, I mean, no troubles at all, because it's only day number 1 that is done. Now on day number 2, we want to see those sort of performances. In game number 1 on the map of Erangel, they did end up finishing in the top 8, top 6, I think they were, when they got eliminated. And that fight also that they took was definitely a decent conversion over there. But we need a lot more action-packed performance from the side of this team. But again, we will keep a keen eye as to what exactly is High Voltage going to be bringing to the table for the second game of the day. As we move on from one player to the other, right now we do have, of course, Assassin on our screens. Now, we did see High Voltage's perfectly yesterday as well, coming in from Assassin and Praveen. Like, the clinical finish in terms of how they had created those flank angles were top-notch, absolutely top-notch. But again, there's only that many times that you can do that. There needs to be a dynamic play. There needs to be a change that needs to be brought in from one fight to the next. And fingers crossed, hopefully in this game, High Voltage will be delivering exactly that. But right now, as I look at that zone, I am loving the position of, again, Agonxi8 as well as TUF, as they find themselves pretty much in the center. All the other teams are still so far out from the zone itself. I mean, Quantum Rage, they are creating a different map altogether as they've dropped down towards Tahramuda, where our flight path started off from. So perhaps from Quantum Rage, we can expect a late rotation in this game. But as of now, the action has not yet started. It's only 6 minutes into the game. The podcast hours, as Necro calls them, are definitely upon us. So what topic do you got, mate?
I mean, even the previous game, right? The action hit the deck pretty late too. So, I mean, there were at least a little bit of eliminations where, again, Quantum Rage got themselves involved in a fight. And always it's just the players of Quantum Rage getting engaged in a fight early off. That's the only team that gives us the action. So I would say they deserve a lot of respect, right?
Definitely. I mean, yesterday we saw that happen, but went against them. Today we saw that happen in the first game, but it went in favor of them. So that consistency still is continuing on forth. With that, it seems like the elimination points that we are talking about are definitely going to be right around the corner, as it is going to be T2Kj in a legend being able to spot out the players of Magnus, as Zen is going to be sprayed on upon. And what a perfect shot, and just like that, Zen definitely goes down. And it seems like this is probably going to be an easy conversion right there for T2K, as they are going to be able to eliminate and bring us the first blood from this game, as Magnus's Zen gets eliminated. Now, Magnus have been able to make that rotation, but I wonder if T2K are going to be pushing on their luck and get on behind them for a hunt to get a lot more points converted for themselves. Because again, if you look on to the loot that T2K have right now, they're looking okay. They're looking A-okay. Could definitely do a lot better. But it seems like with the vehicle already in their favor, they've got a decent amount of loot already segregated. They could very well go for the hunt, and seems like they probably will on the other front as we move ahead from one fight to the next. We've got the players of IHC on our screens, a team that is going to be in close proximity to MABETEX right now, as they make a rotation from the eastern side, the far eastern side of the map itself. Let's see if IHC's rotation is going to be caught from MABETEX, who are up front, in front of them.
I expected a lot of clashes over here, rotation clashes, but we haven't seen that many. It's just T2K clashing up against, once again, another team. It's going to be Regicide this time, and one player was get knocked out from the side of T2K, but they instantly got the traits back, and now T2K instantly have a lead inside this fight. One more to go. Nocto is the only last glimmer of hope alive, but not for long. Nocto as well, knocked out and down and dusted. That's going to be it. Regicide, a quick wipe. You blink it and you miss it. Regicide, as if they were never inside this lobby.
Exactly. They were just in for the first second of the game itself. They were here on our screens, and 5 seconds later they were eliminated. On the other front, it was T2K who got all of that action showcased to us. But right now, they need to be very, very careful and cautious, as it is the players of IHC Esports, and it is going to be none other than Godless with the Mini 14 in his hand, bringing in a lot of mayhem and destruction against the players of T2K. Now, T2K have already lost out on one of their players, as I believe it is Rig who has been dropped down. Of course, the revival is going to be right around the corner, but T2K needs to be very, very cautious and careful, because IHC, the strategic approach that they have going on right now is creating those flank angles. The sooner the better, and that in turn is going to be providing them the opportunity to get the entire squad of T2K getting eliminated. Rig is already down. It all falls down to Sandesh. He has absolutely no cover apart from that tree trunk, which is going to be out in the open, and that again is going to be capitalized upon from the players of IHC. Now, IHC, what a perfect approach they've got in this fight. Two of the players from T2K have already been lost, and the revival seems almost next to impossible.
Yeah, it's definitely next to impossible. T2K is already damaged way too much, and even now it seems like things should be falling down soon enough. Godless is really trying to find that sweet target through the smoke, but he's not able to find those connections. Nates definitely do land, chip a bit more damage onto Jane, but Jane is too quick on that patch as well. Finally, Jane will be found. Last man to go. Legend now is going to be the man to get taken down soon enough, because he is hiding behind the rock, making sure he's keeping his anonymous position. But again, for how long his position is going to be anonymous, that's the question. The players of IT are definitely approaching this, bobbing and weaving their way and just jiggling around. It doesn't matter. Godless will put the final nail in the coffin, and T2K out on the 15th spot. How proactive this team is, how aggressive IT were inside this fight. They made quick work on a team like T2K, and I was just having a conversation about T2K, how they've managed to maintain that spot, but just because now this game is not that great from the side of T2K, their position will instantly be compromised in the overall rankings. DRS and Skylightz Gaming, these two teams, up against each other, really close. And this is something both of them really do not want, this sort of an early moment inside the game. There's still 14 teams and 54 players alive. We are seeing a decent amount of early action, though.
Definitely, where indeed both of these teams have been caught up in the blues actually towards the south of Montenueno itself, and that in turn is turning into a stalemate situation between both those teams, DRS as well as Skylightz. But we'll come back to that as we do have a replay on our screens where T2K were easily able to dominate and of course eliminate the players of Regicide. But as soon as they did, of course, all of those gunshots were heard from the rotating team of IHC, and like Necro just mentioned, they were able to annihilate the players as well. So now IHC, they're looking very good in terms of the momentum. Along with that, the fight is continuing between the players of DRS and Skylightz, as it was DRS's player who had faltered down. But let's see where or how far on along has that fight gone ahead. On the other front, it is going to be Magnus Esports. Ouch moments indeed for the side of this team as well on day number 2, as they are not able to make their presence felt, and they will be the ones getting eliminated on the 14th position thanks to VENOM Legends.
Definitely quite an interesting game, though. We're seeing squads falling down quite quickly. We're not seeing any sort of individual casualties. We're seeing a complete squad wipe. So whatever fights are happening, they're just making sure it's a complete wipe. The only casualty so far is on the players of DRS, as they have lost out on one of the players, which is completely okay. They still have 3 more to go. And DRS have pulled off a chicken dinner in the past, too. It's not going to be that tough for a team like DRS to try and pull something great off in these lobbies. That's for sure. TUF just pinned inside the house. VENOM Legends spotting out the rotation of I8. And I4 now, they've found themselves a little bit of safe shelter. But VENOM Legends, they've got their eyes locked onto that one. Fragboy was way too much in the front. Did realize that staying there is not going to be too safe. Maybe falling back from that spot has to be the wiser option. That's what he exactly does. Fragboy on the back step in this one. But I8, all the 4 players are just inside the single compound or inside the single house. I don't exactly know how good of a position that's going to prove to them later on. But at least for now, as the next circle does shift right on top of that one, IHC have found themselves in a decent spot, but not exactly in the center.
True. Now, these are the precarious situations that the players of Agonxi8, if they're not careful, can be dropped down. The rotation, when they are rotating, that is when we've seen, or rather, I've noticed the players of I8 actually drop down like flies at the other front. Now, the zone itself has created a lot of turmoil for all of these teams and players, because earlier when we spoke about the zone, it was towards the Los Leones, but now it has moved away from all the urban finishes towards the south of Chimasera, where we've got a lot of mountainous, treacherous plain that these teams are going to have to be faced with. And fights in these areas is definitely not easy, especially for the teams that are working towards a late rotation right now, because DRS is still nowhere to be seen close to the zone itself. Whereas pretty much in the center, we've got TUF, T20 Quirty making good positions at the same point in time, right? Around T20 Quirty is going to be the players of DEW as well. So let's see how exactly is this fight going to pan out right now, where we do have Godlike Stalwart against the players of High Voltage, and right behind them is going to be Agonxi8.
And look at Lasers just sitting on top, just beaming them down. Finds one. Wally's knocked out. Second one might just fall down. But no, MABETEX, they're just on a move. They don't care about the fallen player anymore. But they do find one of the players on the side of VENOM Legends just completely isolated under the bridge. And they are going to secure that trade. So at least it's a 1-for-1. Both these teams have now found a casualty onto themselves. So this fight was definitely quite interesting. VENOM Legends, I don't exactly understand the reason for such a big split from them. And he was completely, just not favoring them. That split was really questionable, a completely unorthodox split. And that's something they will need to pay the price for, but they're still able to connect those taps, and Ripson is just tapping away, ripping him apart one after the other. Finds the second one too. MABETEX, not a place you want to be in. And even another player's just completely pinned down. But look at IHC. They were looking to make the work of this one. They did realize that the players of VENOM Legends are completely tunnel-visioned in the front. IHC try to take a complete advantage of this fact. But instead, situations just flipped onto themselves.
Indeed it has, as IHC themselves lose out on one of their teammates. That's going to be Icy. As we've got Godless and Alex now making their way towards Demo, their teammate. A 3-man army is what we are going to be seeing now on fourth from the side of IHC for this game, as we are looking at 13 teams, 45 players in total still remaining. A bit of a stalemate is what we can anticipate from the side of IHC, at least for now, because they've made their presence felt and have found a decent compound in the zone itself. Now, all of it, or now all they're going to be focusing on perhaps is going to be to be able to get as much information on their opponents as they can. And as of now, that's exactly what IHC's Godless is working towards, as he's got a sneaking. Yep, there we go. He has been able to get the spot on Godlike Stalwart's action. And now it's only a matter of time before IHC pounces on upon them on the other front of the other angle of this compound itself that IHC is in. Agonxi8 are also patiently waiting, and all of this, the zone is going to be constructing in another 15 seconds. So let's see if IHC's position is going to be held on from this upcoming zone, or are they going to have to move once again?
D20 Cordy, they're definitely in a little bit of safer spot for now. But again, the fight between the players of IHC and IHC breaks down once again, in which there are definitely casualties happening back and forth. But IHC, they're in a really bad spot, because even from the back lines, they're also getting charged on by Quantum Rage. And Quantum Rage definitely is not one of those teams that has been heavy hitting so far, but they can definitely try to take an advantage of already wounded players, and that's what they're doing. Quantum Rage, they're definitely falling down. They're definitely falling prey, because even the players of IHC do want a little bit of piece of that in this fight. And they are trying to third party this entire situation, in which Senior's fallen down. Godless catches a couple of bullets. This third party from the side of IHC is really being annoying at this point. And Quantum Rage, they cannot even leave this compound anymore, because they just have their eyes locked on this one. Godless is all by himself on the upper floor, and he still managed to hold him off at bay. Somehow, Godless is just creating a lot of dominant approach inside this one, but finally, they approach him, they push him down, and Godless will eventually be meeting his own demise. As we have Agonxi8 on our screens. They were definitely taking some nice shots, but now even Godlike Stalwart, they've got their eyes locked on the players of Quantum Rage. I do realize the elimination points are definitely being stolen away at this point in time. They cannot keep on just tapping away at this. But still some suppressive shots. Don't exactly know where the players of Quantum Rage are. They've already left that compound. Godlike Stalwart were able to get at least one of those players slipping by, but look at Goki's closed on up so much. Godlike Stalwart, there's a big threat approaching them.
Well, for the side of Quantum Rage, they've barely been able to get out of that compound. Of course, the information was already relayed to them, thanks to, of course, IHC previously holding that compound, where Agonxi8 were patiently waiting. Same was the case for Godlike Stalwart as well. But now, having moved away from that compound, Quantum Rage find themselves in a bit of a tricky situation as well against the players of MABETEX. Whereas in the backlines, there's going to be VENOM Legends players that Quantum Rage, I believe, are unaware of as of now. So third parties are definitely going to be brewing in just a couple of minutes. But right now, it's going to be MABETEX up on top of this hill against the players of Quantum Rage. Two players are down south, and Goku is going to be trying to create a flank angle. But as we move away towards the third-party approach that could be brought in from the side of VENOM Legends, well, never mind that, as MABETEX is going to be easily able to bring down and crush out on the opponents of Quantum Rage. But Quantum Rage's series is not yet done and littered. With a Tommy in his hand, he's going to be able to deliver some massive punches, and with that, MABETEX will get eliminated. He was able to not only do that, but also keep two of his teammates, the only surviving two teammates, alive. And now the revival is going to be what Quantum Rage is going to be forced with. 11 teams remaining. Agonxi8 slowly but surely are making a lot of movements in this game as well, with all four players surviving. 5 defeat points already converted, and the zone moved away. High voltage, they have everything working in their favor to be able to dictate this game how they want. But 10 teams up against them that they're going to have to, of course, take care of before they can get this chicken dinner for themselves. But right now, as far as the zone is concerned, it is going to be in favor of high voltage. Whereas all of these teams that are in front of us, VENOM Legends from the backlines were trying to enter the zone. Right above them, we do have TUF, Skylightz Gaming, as well as, of course, IHC making a rotation as well. So a tough luck for VENOM Legends right now in this fight. But it seems like Skylightz Gaming's AJ is going to be going down as well. Where in the backlines, Nima is the only final player surviving for Skylightz as well. So a one-man army from VENOM Legends Laser was able to deliver another point to his team. 11th position is where VENOM Legends get eliminated. 10 teams in total remaining in this game.
Oh, that blows for the side of Skylightz Gaming. Oh, that man should not have been lost there, but unfortunately he ran out of bullets and then needed a fresh magazine. That's what he tried to do, but a little too late. Instantly, the man from the side of VENOM Legends peeked out, took him out from the game, did some light work, but unfortunately, even the Wall of Death took him out with him. So as we have Godlike Stalwart against the players of Quantum Rage, even he will fall prey eventually. Quantum Rage getting eliminated with only 5 elimination points, but now it's T20 QWERTY up against the player of TUF, and, well, pretty much TUF. Yeah, they're not going to be able to survive this one. The Wall of Death is really creating a lot of problems for a lot of teams. They would really do need to try and close on up as quick as possible. They found themselves inside the circle, but not in one of the most comfortable spots, if you ask me. They can definitely get peppered down from anywhere else. They're caught out in the open. The best thing they're working on is just proning down on the ground, hoping that no one's going to spot them. They do have some vehicles as cover, though. I do want to see for how long they're going to be able to utilize it to perfection. As we have Godlike Stalwart up against the players of 5 Voltage, really do want the supreme spot. So these are going to be those 2 teams fighting for the supremacy. High Voltage getting challenged, even from the back. They're getting shot at by Elementrix. They don't really have a lot of room to work around with unless they utilize some smoke grenades, and that's what they're exactly doing. High Voltage getting spotted out, also getting just shot at in the back by the SLR, just tapping away. Elementrix creating as many problems as possible for the players of High Voltage. Elementrix, they do have a nice high ground right on top of them, so they have a complete line of sight, but High Voltage, they make quick work on the players of Godlike Stalwart.
Wow. With that, 6 teams remaining. Elementrix, again, as Necro was pointing out, I mean, they have been able to create a lot of ruckus right now. Of course, when it comes down to the defeat points, there are only 2, but they've got a lot of information that they've been able to retain, and that in turn is providing them with a lot of, well, third-party approaches that Elementrix is bringing to the table. And again, along with all of that, the position that they're in on top of this mountain, it is definitely a boon that's been provided to them that they've created for themselves, and now the zone has moved once again away from these teams. As right now, Elementrix, even though they're on top of that mountain, they're going to have to falter down south because the zone has moved at least 30 to 50 meters away from their positioning. But towards down south, we do have Agon8 looking very much in contestation for this game because the zone is theirs for the taking. They've got Uzum and Blade, the 2 players that they are working with. But again, they only have 2 players, whereas Elementrix, they've got 4. Let's see how exactly is that going to pan out. At the same point in time, High Voltage, another team that we were mentioning, well, with the 5 teams that are remaining, High Voltage's numbers are still up there because they've got all 4 players still surviving and standing, and they still do have a really good situational awareness as to where their opponents are, and that's exactly what we can see right here from the side of Assassin with the Mini 14 in his hand when he's bringing down a lot of shots against the players of Elementrix as well as DEW.
Yeah, I mean, Elementrix right now, they've lost out on one of the players. DEW's firepower is definitely not something to mess around with, and that's what they're proving over here inside this fight. Nirzit stopping in one of the most wrong positions, if you ask me, because Orange will probably have a clear line of sight on Nirzit, and Nirzit has no clue that Orange is right behind him. Orange is currently controlling 2 players who are in the front, and this is going to be some easy picks for the side of Orange. Now finally has given his position away with that knockout, but Nirzit, if he's able to clutch this one out, this can definitely prove to be one of the biggest clutches that he can try and save his team from. It's Nirzit versus Orange, and Bishal is taken down way too low inside the shack. If Nirzit manages to take out Orange over here, DEW will survive for another nade, and what a nade from the side of Doc to flush out Bishal. Yep. Bishal gets knocked out. Now it's one last man alive from the side of Elementrix. Ito is trying to crawl in from the backlines, but he's not going to be savable. As DEW, they somehow managed to survive this one, even though they needed to make it inside the circle. They still managed to dismantle the entire team of Elementrix, and they're able to do some light work. DEW, they're definitely catching a lot of fire, even from the side of High Voltage now. But this is something they can try and recover from. Orange still just creating a lot of problems, just being a thorn in the way of DEW. And somehow DEW, now they themselves are crumbling down.
Well, for Elementrix's Orange, the best part right now is, of course, the sigh of relief that he's been provided from the side of High Voltage, where High Voltage from the back lines on top of the mountain is creating a lot of chaos for the rotating team of DEW, which in turn has brought their numbers down. Just a minute ago, we saw DEW bring out the players of Elementrix, and of course, Orange was the only final player remaining. At that point in time, DEW had all 4 players still surviving, but now it's a 1v1 situation between DEW's Doc against Orange from Elementrix. At the same time, the best part for Orange is his position is not yet compromised from High Voltage, but High Voltage know exactly where the final player of DEW is. With that, 4 teams remaining. We still have the 2 players from Agonxi8 still surviving. In all of this, this is going to turn into a very close contestation as to who will get this chicken dinner. High Voltage very much looking like they are in control of this entire saga, but the zone is something that is not favoring them. A little bit of a stalemate is what we can see on our screens from the side of Elementrix is orange. But it seems like High Voltage have finally made a push to get into the zone, and this is where I8, they are going to have to start locking horns against the players of High Voltage as well. As they do, Blade will be able to bring down 1 player from the side of High Voltage. Thus, a 3-man army is what we're going to be able to see from High Voltage. But at the same time, again, the numbers are still going to be favoring them. These perfect smoke walls that are being created from the side of High Voltage is exactly what they need to be able to eliminate and get this chicken dinner in their favor. And oh my, Necro, I should not have changed my prediction, mate. High Voltage is what I wanted to go with my heart, but my brain said no, DRS is what we want. And never mind all of that, because it seems like I'm still jinxing it, because it is a 1v1 between Chiggle and DEW and Doc. This is his moment to shine. This is his game for a chicken dinner. The first chicken dinner that DE Warriors are working towards when it comes to this grand final. And in that, he's got all of the situational awareness. Malik and Jiggle are the 2 players remaining from the side of High Voltage, but they are out in the open, and the Shack is what is providing the best cover fire for Doc, and that in turn is going to result a 1v1. This is chaotic mess, dude.
Oh, it's not exactly a 1v1, but it's a 1v2, that's for sure. High Voltage were able to sneak in a res. Malik is trying to close on up, but just punch boosting his way in. Now Malik's position's definitely known. Doc on the other side, just behind this buggy, hoping for the best. It's a 1-on-2. Doc can definitely pull it off. DEW, they have some insane clutch genes, and they have done it in the past too. And what better man than Doc to do this one? And look at Doc just creeping and crawling his way around the little ledge that he has to play with, and Doc finally strikes in, finds one, might just find the second one too, and DEW! Doc, I told you, man, this man has some clutch genes, and Doc clutches it out once again. It's not the first time he's done that. He's done this in the past too, and Doc does it once again. Oh, DEW. These players, they have some sort of clutch genes. No matter what player is alive till the end, you can never underestimate this team.
Wow. I am speechless. Now I have seen the prowess of DEW, definitely for sure. DE Warriors, what a play that was from Doc especially. With him being all by himself in that shack, and then converting that position into a chicken dinner winner stance itself is unbelievable, but then being able to then move on towards the 1v2 and get that as well. Wow, what a perfect mind game that was showcased right here from Doc from the side of DEW, where indeed they will get a chicken dinner from this game. At the same point in time, we are going to go on that short little break. Stick around, we'll be right back with match number 3. Hello and welcome to Pro League South Asia Championship. And again, Necro, I mean, this was a chaotic finish to this Miramar game. Game number 2 of the day does come to an end, but that was unbelievable. The chaos that ensued right there. High voltage, I'm sure they're going to be definitely cross with how they converted that, or rather let that fight go, because they had the advantage. They should have been able to capitalize. They were coming from on top of the mountain. They knew exactly where the final player Doc was of DEW. But all in all, it was just stolen away from them as DEW's Doc got that beautiful chicken dinner for his team. Along with that is the MVP from the game.
I mean, I'm not even lying. If you have at least one man from the side of DEW, and it's a final 2-team situation in which it's DEW versus someone else, I'm telling you, the chances of DEW winning, even though they have all the odds stacked against them, are more than the team that have the most man alive. I don't know what it is. They have always been able to clutch these type of situations out in the past, and it's not the first time this has happened. I mean, this is the second time Doc has done this. Nearset 2 once was able to pull it off, and then even another player from this team, I think it was Sneaks, who managed to clutch it out against the players of Skylightz Gaming. So this team in general, every single player has some sort of clutching, and they just have been proving it time and time again, all the time. So DEW, man, they're a team you can never underestimate. But on the other side, yes, you have the player focus in front of us. And, of course, High Voltage, they definitely did have quite a dominating affair, quite a dominating game in the previous one. But unfortunately, they were not able to secure that chicken dinner. And that could have been a big icing on top of the cake.
Definitely could and should have been. But on the other front, again, a definite good game is what it turned out to be. As we move away towards the match summary itself, we've got Praveen from High Voltage bringing himself the highest elimination in his favor. Then comes in, of course, Doc from DE Warriors with highest damage. That is going to be 1025, all by one dude itself. Yeah, can't wait to see what exactly the entire team actually provided when it comes down to the damage graph. But as we right now do have the highest assists going in favor of High Voltage Assassin, and Senior from the side of Quantum Rage is the man with the highest healing done from this game, along with his teammate actually, Sirius as well. So Senior and Sirius both from Quantum Rage sitting over there with the highest healing done. But boy, oh boy, this this definitely does make day number 2's highlight, like one of the best highlights, probably the way he was able to clutch this game for DEW.
Yeah, indeed, man. As you do have the match rankings in front of us, and of course, High Voltage, they were dominating no matter what. They had the high ground to play with, and they played that to perfection too. Just in the end, when you need to leave that high ground and come and travel down the entire slope, that's when things do crumble down, and that's what exactly happened. The downslope area is, of course, going to be the most exposed whatsoever, and that's where the player off DEW took a complete advantage of that fact, and Doc was able to get 2 knockouts easily. And then another player from the side of HV, some sort of, he did manage to sneak in a res, but didn't really matter in the end. Doc just easily 1v2'd them. He just one-clipped them in the end. And yeah, that's how they got the chicken dinner. But still, High Voltage, of course, just because they had more elimination points compared to the players at DEW, so they're going to be taking the first spot in the match rankings. And a decent amount of teams had quite an okay-ish game, I would say. Even I8, they were able to show themselves up, and I'm quite happy for that team.
Oh, yes. Definitely. I mean, they were right there, and 2 of the players were able to, get themselves in a decent position where, if nothing else, they were at least part of the top 5 teams, my apologies, over there itself, which is something we wanted to be able to see from the side of course, Agonxi8, and they did so perfectly as well from the game. And we were talking about it consistently as well when it came down to the rotation that Agonxi8 were showcasing, and it was looking pretty good, right? On the back front, though, Elementrix, another team that I would want to bring up, Elementrix. Now, I honestly thought they were the X factor in this entire saga and fight that was taking place. But, yeah, they crumbled down pretty quick.
They indeed did, man. And at the start, we instantly just saw this complete squad wipe coming in from the side of T2K that did some light work on the players of Reggie's side. But then later on, instantly got approached in third party by I8C, where I8C did some light work on the players of T2K. So it was just a complete back and forth. But one thing I can say for sure in that previous game, it was an action-packed game. And that's what we like to see, action all across the board. We're seeing a lot of squad wipes right off the bat. And then in the final moments, what can I say? How can I describe this entire situation? Elementrix and the fight between the players of DEW, in which DEW were somehow able to flip the odds and flip the tables against the players of Elementrix. And in the end, Doc just clutches it out. An insane clutch from the side of Doc. Indeed a warrior.
Absolutely, with 3 bullets remaining. Getting that clutch with, like you perfectly said, with 1 mag. Yeah, that is ridiculous, mate. That's ludicrous, is what the Warriors did right there. And that's all thanks to Doc. But with that, moving on to the overall ranking itself, the storyboard clearly indicating that Godlike Stalwart are still leading the charge with 99 points to their name. 4 point shy is going to be Skylightz Gaming with, again, 2 perfect chicken dinner games that they've been able to accumulate yesterday, sitting at second position. But moving out from here towards the second page. Now, this is where we want to be able to see, or wanted to be able to see, changes. And, well, changes are being brought on long. Elementrix pushing on 2 positions with the 11th position. Same is the case for Quantum Rage as well, as they find themselves on the 14th with 1 position jump for themselves. But in all of this, Magnus Esports, look at the difference right there. I mean, placement points sitting at 5 only. 14 eliminations is definitely good. I mean, compare that to Elementrix right there, right? It is definitely something that Magnus Esports need to understand. And how exactly are they going to be able to capitalize upon that? Well, I'm not entirely sure, because they do get spotted out real early. And then the entirety of Magnus Esports just falters down so quickly and early. It just doesn't make sense to what I saw from them in PMPL Pakistan region.
Yeah, I mean, I would say I8 are definitely on the stepping stone right now. They're definitely doing good. They're definitely having those baby steps for themselves. They have been able to, or they have managed to climb on the latter half of the board.
Absolutely, mate. But now, as we move on ahead with the show itself, 2 games done, we move on towards match number 9, or game number 3 of the day, where it is going to be the map of Erangel that we'll be focusing on once again. And this time around, we're going to be joined in with Fixes once more to, of course, take us through the game. And again, Fixes, just in one word or one sentence, if you were to, just recap what you saw in that final game, or the final moment of the Miramar game, where Doc just, annihilated the competition. That was ridiculous.
Call it annihilation, abomination, obliteration, whatever. Synonyms fall short of what Doc did over there. But, we're going to talk more about it. I still have a few pointers to, give. But I've still not opened up on my accounts of prediction. Necro's already gotten 2 correct. Lakshay, you almost had it. You changed a few things here and there, but this time again, I'm gonna put you under the bus.
Yep.
Pick a choice, please.
All right. So I'm loving the fact as to what is being showcased from the side of Agonxi8. I want to be able to see what they do in this Erangel game, but I'm not going to be choosing them for my prediction. I really want to be able to see if they can deliver the same kind of consistent approach that they are doing in the previous games. and so I'm gonna go with IHC for this Erangel game.
Alright, so you're gonna go with IHC. You think that, they've lost a lot of spots and this is their game to redeem. I kinda agree with you, but I think I'd want to play it a little bit safe. I'm gonna go with Godlike Stalwart on this one, because I feel they've been looking really strong.
Perfect.
They've been having a really good game of Erangel, the first one, the amazing control that they took. But that aside, we've given our predictions. At this point, I have so much to talk about. Final fight. Nothing really taken away from Doc in that situation, but Malik, I think he needs to get his eyes checked really bad, because for a moment, I don't know if it was just the mobile screens that, of course, it's too tiny for us. We've got those huge TV screens that, but I really felt, you could have seen that those pixels out there when you're just jiggling up and down. There was that easily visible. And they did try to nade those areas around, and it's quite obvious that you should not be over there. And there was still that moment where it was not just a 1v1 battle that high voltage were engaged in, right? In those final moments, it was a 1v2, and still Doc just managed to crouch toggle and pick both of them up. And this is where I think high voltage, their nerves just crashed, right? The camp completely collapsed, and they did not know how to retaliate. It was all about the momentum game. The moment he got that second knock, he knew this was in the back for him. And that was a really smart move, just trying to slither his way towards the other side and find that right opportunistic moment to strike, because he was the one who aggressed them, not the other way around. But what's past, let bygones be bygones, as we enter into the next game, and that's going to be Erangel as the flight path trajectory all the way from Gatka towards Stalwart. That's where it is headed to. And the Warriors have proven themselves to be the Warriors. It's just give them the slot already. If the PUBG gods are watching them, especially after what Dog did. And, you know, a nice sweet revenge, because, you know, it would have been such an easy game for DEW had High Voltage not, you know, taken them down from the skies. But I think, you know, Dog did have the final laugh, and High Voltage, they're clearly going to have nightmares tonight of what really went wrong over there. I mean, they could have done 146 different things, and they chose to just do what they did and threw that chicken out of the window. I mean, I would have loved to grab that, but regardless, let's just move on ahead, as I'm kind of curious as to where the flight path, you know, the circle is going to form, because I really want to see an eastern one this time around. I'm kind of down with those northern hybrid circles. I'm kind of down with, you know, the southern circles. I want something happening around the east, and it is going to cause so much chaos, because, you know, teams, they will have to traverse. But there you go, another northern hybrid circle is what we get to see. But I'm kind of liking the further iterations of the zones this time around. I mean, it's so difficult to predict, especially once that fifth circle hits. It's you know, it's so difficult to say where it is gonna be. Skylightz Gaming, they're gonna definitely benefit from this one, because, you know, their zone predictions have been so on point, Blotter.
Oh yes, oh definitely. In fact, now that you bring that up, from yesterday's game itself, the Miramar game that they got a chicken dinner from, the zone was moving down south. They automatically realized that this zone is not going up front, or my apologies, towards the northern side. They made a rotation from the north towards the eastern side and got that perfect spot where they were on top of the mountains and annihilated the competition easily, no problem at all, because they had all the information. And that they are doing consistently, being able to read what the zone is going to be doing, and thus they find themselves in a really good spot. And that is something that, well, again, I'm sure a few people are going to be a little envious about as to how exactly does Skylightz do it, but they are able to consistently bring that for themselves. On the other front, as we look towards this zone itself, now T2K once again have been provided with a really good opportunity to get a really good game in their favor, right? I mean, the way that they are sitting right now on that zone, it is looking absolutely pristine. At the same point in time, it's going to be a VSS coming in from the side of Godlike Stalwart action. Yeah. Been a long time since I actually saw some VSS action, and very quick scoping right there, as he is going to be able to confirm that first elimination, the first blood situation of this game.
You know, to be honest, we've seen, you know, we've considered a VSS to be one of those starters weapon, right? If nothing, a VSS, that's just going to do. And that is exactly what happened. Now, considering how the flight path trajectory went on, Godlike Stalwart, you know, it would have been a tough time for them to try and traverse around. Ideally, the first thought in mind would have been to try and take a vehicle. That is exactly what they did. But in the meanwhile, they did spot out that player of MABETEX, and Action showed no mercy. Quite typical of him. Nothing really out of ordinary, and Action is quite happy. And Godlike Stalwart, I think it is going to be so imperative for them to take that eastern control, like they did in that first game of Erangel, right? If they do that, and if this goes unchecked, then this could be a second one coming as well. And that is something that Skylightz really needs to watch out for. But that being said, you know, you still have a lot of teams on that eastern side. And maybe, you know, I would love to see a Stalber iteration of a circle this time, because Quantum Rage, right at where Stalber is, and they've been changing a lot of things around. This time they decided, you know, Yasnaya might be too much, and Action is just all fired up, you know, just doing his aim drills over there, and doesn't really care. And you know, people have there was a time when VSS was actually in the meta. That is some 2 years ago, but later on people just realized that it's better to move on to better and more deadlier weapons, and that is what they did. But you know, talking about this particular circle, right? Again, it's gonna be in easy movement for High Voltage. You know, they can do two things up, they can switch things up and down. Also, they've got that Rozok control, such a vital spot, especially when you have circles like this, you know, play around a 2-2 split. But you know, the past kind of says that they kind of prefer to keep things around the Water City also. So they can have 2 players stationed at Water City, 2 players at Rozok. But this time, I'm kind of curious to see if they're going to go for something different, if they can get over the ghosts of their past of what just happened to them in Miramar.
Oh, well, with that, we've got Skylightz Gaming against the players of VENOM Legends right now in a very, very close rotation is what was being showcased, where Mr. Boro, always lonesome, was in close proximity, but sadly his teammate was not there to be able to, of course, take on those shots against the rotating team of VENOM Legends. Now, talking about VENOM Legends as well, is another team to bring up in terms of how their performance from yesterday has also pushed the envelope a little, is what I've seen in terms of the games that we have already been a part of, the 2 games that we've been part of, wherein the rotations have been kind of on point, but more so on the fact is that for VENOM Legends, they stick together as a team, and that is something which I'm liking. Right now, they've got an early rotation going towards the northern side of the zone altogether itself, where we saw T2K towards Savarni, and that's a really good decision-making coming in from VENOM Legends, but let's see how effective is that going to be. And as, of course, Fixes was just mentioning, the 2-man split from high voltage can be seen. At the same time, we've got VENOM Legends working towards a 2-man split. Same is the case for Skylightz Gaming as well. And all these 3 teams, in fact 4, let me say, because T2K is also going to be around in the same proximity as well. They've got themselves in a really good spot where, as far as the zone is concerned. All the other teams are still lingering around and still a little scattered, and haven't really made their presence into the zone itself. But definitely these 4 teams are looking very crisp, at least in these early moments of the game. On the other front, another thing that I do want to talk about compared to how big a stark difference can be seen or could be anticipated is going to be Agonxi8. A team that always went towards military base, have changed that completely and have now started going towards Giorgio and in fact towards all the way up north to Zarki as well. Now that we'll have to come back to because VENOM Legends Ripson being very, very quiet. T2K's Legend, did he not spot that vehicle right there? I guess he did not. But nevertheless, it's going to be absolutely fine because he's going to be able to run away. He did, right? Yeah, as soon as he was like parking, he was able to spot it out, I think. But yeah, that could have been a close one had he not been a little too over cautious about that one. But thankfully he was. Thus, we're still going to be looking at 63 players alive.
What an interesting choice of loadout coming in from Ripson, you know, just going for that close quarter combat, you know, loadout, has that Uzi and the DBS to play around with. Wants to, you know, be the entry for his team. But, you know, I really, while you were discussing, I really liked the positioning of Skylightz Gaming and how quick they were to go into the splits, right? They've got 2 player stations still at Yasnaya, but they still have, you know, a Nima along with Mr. Boro heading a little northwest, just in order to have that little contingency plan alive, because if the zone shifts over there, you know what follows, right? But for VENOM Legends, I think the best way to describe them could be them just being Quantum Rage of Nepal, right? They're one of those teams that kind of believes in those rotations. Fighting hasn't really been their strongest suit, but as long as they keep racking up those points, I mean, who are we to complain? Because the first game of Erangel, if you remember, they still somehow managed to get that top 3. Can't really say they could have done better, especially how they were just, you know, pincered down on that spot. But I'm pretty sure it is a substantial improvement from how they performed yesterday. So as long as, you know, your graphs are going up, I think we're still going to be satisfied. But T2K, again, this is one of also the teams that has been playing well recently. But taking a look at this circle, kind of a concentric shift, nothing really out of ordinary in this one. Team Magnus still having the center of the zone and right at the heart of the circle, perhaps. But that is where the trouble arises, right? Because we kind of see a difference in the style of play in this particular region, right? You take the center, you think that you might be doing good, but then suddenly you're just being pressed on by teams from multiple directions, and before you even realize, you are done and out of the lobby. So Magnus will have to ensure that they have some safe covers to stay alive for as much as possible. But another thing that we have really been privy to, Lakshya, in this particular tournament so far is how ridiculous those 5th and 6th circle shifts have been.
Absolutely, definitely, and that is something that cannot be taken lightly, because that is what changes the pace of the game, and that is perhaps the reason why we see DRS as well as Godlike Stalwart working towards a late rotation, because they want to be able to still wait till the 3rd zone, and then after that the curve balls are going to be thrown on. Now, along with all of that, we do have, of course, Skylightz Gaming's Mr. Boro, who was almost about to get sprayed on. His vehicle definitely has been damaged with the spray coming in from Rig right here from T2K. But thankfully, no damage was brought on to Mr. Boro himself. So he's looking absolutely fine for now. But at the same point of time, his position has been spotted out by T2K. And the two-man split that we spoke about from the side of Skylightz Gaming, now they are going to be in a little bit of a tricky position as their position has been caught on from T2K. But T2K, what are they going to be doing with the information that they have? Because they have a two-man split for themselves as well. As on the other front, we've got IHC on our screens. Godless, who is trying to scope out any team and opponent that he possibly can. And with that, it seems like his crosses are going to be working towards high voltage Ziggle right now. And as of yet, of course, trigger discipline is what we are going to be looking at from the players of IHC, which is definitely a good thing. That is what you want to be able to do right now. Because talking about IHC themselves, they've made an entry from the northwestern side of the zone. For now, they're looking okay, but they are pretty spread out. And that spread out approach coming in from IHC, if they're not careful, can go against them. But for now, it is looking perfect because apart from high voltage, they don't have any other team to worry about. Moving away from them towards the team that is pretty much in the center. That Fixes also mentioned perfectly. I pointed it out in the previous game as well. Magnus Esports. A big downfall is being showcased from their side, and a very good point that Fixes raised is the fact that they are still working towards the PMPL Pakistan lobby, which is go into the center and then try and work your way around it, which again, consistently for Magnus Esports, sadly, is not working out.
Oh yeah, I mean, hasn't really been, especially, I think it's all about the nerves that they're going through, right? And kind of happens to the best at the best of the events. I mean, we've seen teams struggle and crumble down to that, but that is how legends are made, right? You've got to get over those jitters and rise and shine. I think Team Magnus, they have to do it today, because you know, if not today, then there's not going to be left much to win for tomorrow and the day after. Of course, it's a 4-day event, and one day has already passed. We're just you know, coming almost to that halfway marker of the second day. But a beautiful display. But you know, just keeping everything aside, this circle again, we've been talking about those shifts, taking that eastern one. Now, Team Skylightz Gaming is such prime position right now. This is what I was talking about. Benefiting them massively, you know, those early shifts that they make. But at the same time, Stalwart, look at them. Now that they've started to rotate in, DRS are definitely going to be a thorn in their paths of trying to secure that eastern control that I was talking about. But look at that plethora of teams, you know, the splash of colors just migrating from that western side. And that is where FT2K, they play their cards right along with Team VENOM Legends, who seem to have been a little bit of a kerfuffle right now. If they play their cards right, then they could rack a few eliminations to their name.
Absolutely, but with that, it seems like VENOM Legends are definitely being pounced on upon from the players of T2K with the two-man split that was still being favored from the side of VENOM Legends. It seems like that is an ill-fated decision at this late into the game, because T2K, with all 4 players, have pushed on ahead, and that in turn is going to be leaving the players of VENOM Legends with just a 2-man army, where indeed T2K are going to be able to capitalize on easy 2 elimination points for themselves. So a perfect rotation being showcased on the side of T2K, but they've still got a lot more work to do, because as you just mentioned, Fixes, there are so many other teams that are still making a rotation from the western side of the zone itself. Along with that, Agonxi8 are going to be in close proximity against the players of Regicide, where one of their players, Uzum, has been brought down. But thankfully, of course, the teammate is going to be right around to be able to give that cover, to be able to give that revival. At the same point now for Agonxi8 as well, they are pretty much towards Siverny, towards the northern side of the edge of the zone itself. They're going to have to get that revival done and quickly make a decision as to where and how exactly are they going to be rotating, because now this zone is getting well, it's getting really busy. There are so many teams, and there aren't enough compounds and areas for teams to find the safety net for themselves, which in turn is going to be perhaps a thorn that I8 are going to have to face. We'll come back to that. We'll see if that'll be the case or not. But on the other front, we do have T2K, who have been able to find themselves a perfect warehouse with again a 2-man split is what this team is working towards. So let's see, how are they going to be able to capitalize upon that position towards the northern side of the zone?
Oh, it's going to be really interesting to see what is going to happen in this particular situation. Team Elementrix, I mean, they've had their good days, but Orange, a little bit of a reluctancy, if you remember in that previous fight in Miramar against DW, having secured that first knock, kind of backed off to go in for the second. Clearly showed that he was indecisive in that moment. But again, you know, we have been talking about the circle.
Dude,
really
what is the
tennis.
zone?
VENOM East now goes down all the way towards that western side. Now, so many of these teams have to get in.
Come
and
on.
now it is going to favor teams like I8C. Even the lads of High Voltage, they also have really good control over the lobby. And it is going to be an absolute bloodbath with DRS just opening up on the players of Godlike Stalwart, who were clearly out of options. What they really anticipated did not come true. The res might definitely come in, but DRS, they will have to make an important call. They have to get inside the circle, and now they have gone in for a quicker one, which kind of is concerning for me, because this is the exact same time when the other teams are also rotating in. So might meet a few on the way, and that could cause trouble.
Yes. They've definitely been baited for this early rotation right here. But let's see if at all there'll be any other team in their path for the side of rotating team of DRS. But right now on our screens, it's going to be High Voltage. As Assassin goes down, Malik is going to be finding himself pretty stalemate situation that he's in with the smoke, of course. But at the same time, there we have it. He was actually cooking the nade, and that in turn is going to be providing a little bit of damage maybe to the players of Elementrix. With the two-man split is what Elementrix is working towards. At the same point, we do have our first team to get eliminated from this lobby. That's going to be T2K Esports. But Elementrix, with the two-man split, they have absolute understanding of High Voltage position. And just like that, Yeta Uta with a UMP is going to be able to bring down not one, but now he's working towards the second elimination as well, as Jiggle has already been knocked down. Thus remaining are only going to be two players from the side of High Voltage. But this entire fight is taking place out in the open. That means Elementrix, if they're not careful enough, can very well be third-partied in this entire spray and fray. But let's see if that'll be the case or not, because from the backlines we can see the team in purple. That's going to be I8. But for now, I8 have made no decision to be a part of this fight as of yet. No third parties being showcased from their side. On the other front, for High Voltage, it seems like they have been able to convert this push from the side of Elementrix into their favor, and helping them out from far away distance is going to be Magnus as well. Wherein Yeta Uta, finally along with his teammate Orange, is going to be trying to capitalize with High Voltage final player remaining. Yeta Uta, the final player remaining from the side of Elementrix. A 1v1 situation between these two teams. Can Magnus bring in a third party once again and get these two teams eliminated from this point itself? Where indeed Yeta Uta also does go down. Alright, my apologies. It was one final player finally now remaining from Elementrix. That's going to be Vishal and Praveen. Still, look at that. His helmet is looking very good. His vest is looking absolutely pristine, and he is very much in control of this fight and the spray. And that in turn will be the end of Elementrix, where High Voltage final player Praveen is going to be able to get that knock and a point for himself. But sadly, now he's out in the open all alone. So he's going to have to turn into a very slow snail's pace approach into this game if he wants more points from this game.
Oh yeah, I mean T2K, they have been prolific right from the very start till this point. You know, that fight where they kind of picked off the players of VENOM Legends, two of them. But look at Godlike Stalwart. They know this is going to be a desperate one. Laser somehow holding on to his fort, has managed to take down Scry, has managed to get another one, but Top makes it in time and saves his team from getting perished over here. Just instantly wants to smoke it off, but Skylightz Gaming right in the nearby vicinity. They've heard that Godlike Stalwart, they are wounded, but I think they're going to decide to go against it, rather try and get inside the circle, as High Voltage and I8C are in good control. High Voltage not having the numbers though, but DRS being shot from afar. Once that knock just cracks open his skull over here, as DRS Gaming need to recuperate ASAP. As Skylightz Gaming, at this point, they're looking forward to get inside the zone. And it has all been, you know, about the circle just playing with the minds of these players. You know, it's so difficult to be an IGL at this situation, trying to predict the circle. Now, we know the initial renditions of the circles have been towards that northern side. That's fine. But what happens after the fourth and the fifth shift? That is just absolutely disgusting for all these teams. I mean, as viewers, we enjoy so much chaos, but you know, imagine being in the socks of these players right now.
Exactly, in the lobby. And
how do they get in at this point, you know, they've got to deal with i8. They've got to deal with Skylightz Gaming. They've got to deal with TUF. And T2K, they finally meet their makers. They have been eliminated from this game as Magnus. Somehow, they have a really good spot to defend.
Absolutely. Magnus were able to make a rotation as soon as the zone shifted more towards the western side. And that indeed has resulted in them finding themselves a decent position as of now. But let's see if at all the other teams are going to be allowing this play to be made from the side of Magnus Esports or not. On the other front, on our screen, there's going to be DRS Gaming, where we do have Delta trying to capitalize on the position and of course information that he has against Magnus Esports. But Magnus Esports themselves have a few vehicles and a lot of smoke. That's the only thing that is helping them for now. And on the backlines, we have another fight taking place in Bruin against the players of Skylightz Gaming and Godlike Stalwart, where Godlike Stalwart, we saw them push on against VENOM Legends compound, but now it is going to be a very difficult conversion for them as we are back with the first fight itself. It is going to be DRS Gaming's perfect spray that is going to be resulting in this fight in a little bit of an equal playing field, where both the teams have lost out on one of their players, knocked out on one of their players. But along with that, it is going to be Skylightz Gaming who will be eliminated right here thanks to Godlike Stalwart with 9 defeat points. Godlike Stalwart is left with just a one-man army. That's going to be Pika.
I'm sorry to really cut you off, but Pika just pulled a squad wipe on Skylightz Gaming.
Yes, yes,
I mean,
he did.
I'd love to see that again.
And Skylightz Gaming invited that. That's what I'm like thinking about. Skylightz Gaming invited that. Little did they know. A one-man approach from Pika is going to be their end.
I mean, Pika's really stepped up
Ouch moments
massively as a
indeed,
player. Not gonna lie, I mean, I've seen this player evolve, because whenever you talk about Godlike Stalwart, it was always about action and top being the doer. But lately, Scry and Pika have been stepping up a lot. You know, gone are the days where they used to rely on those bolt action. But for now, DRS really not showing that give up attitude. Still, somehow, just through that smoke from the edges, finding those openings from Team Magnus. Now, that is not ideally what Team Magnus are really famous for. They really get close, up close and personal against the enemies. Drolin somehow finds some respite, getting that knock on Delta, hence revealing his spot, but Zen not providing cover fire, but he does now. It's too late. Killer not really at the best of HP as Zen is fighting with life and death, trying to get all these elimination points as quickly as possible, trying to secure Team Magnus, trying to push them just a little bit forward. And just when we were thinking that yes, Team Magnus, they are actually doing pretty good, they did not see DRS coming from miles afar as Gante and Killer not at the best of HPs. Killer has to be the bait when Gante needs to take that trade. Zen on real low HP, Prone's in down, but Zen needs to patch himself up, shows himself out, and he clutches it.
Oh no!
With just a sliver of HP. DRS Gaming, they are eliminated from this game. What on earth are we witnessing? It is day number 2, but we are witnessing clutches every single game happening, and my heart is pounding with joy and laughter as now IHC still have 4 of their players alive. They have slipped a lot of points from that overall standings, and this is maybe their game to redeem themselves.
Absolutely, looks very much likely to be the case with all 4 players looking pretty good, along with, of course, 11 elimination points, defeat points that IHC Esports have already been able to rack up. But they also need to be careful because 4 teams is what they're going to have to go through before they can get this chicken dinner for themselves. They've got a little bit of an idea as to where Quantum Rage's players are, but Magnus Esports' final player Zen is not going to falter down before he takes another fight against the player of IHC, which in turn is going to result with IHC left with only a 3-man army. In all of this, Godlike Stalwart speaker is still here. He's still very much active in this entire lobby, and 4 teams remaining. A 1-man army coming in from, of course, Godlike Stalwart. On the other front, for high voltage, we saw Prabeen, the final man remaining. 2 players from the side of Quantum Rage and a 3-man squad from IHC. Make that 2 perhaps because the spray was so on point from Pika, but IC was just in the nick of time able to move away from that crosshair spotting, which in turn should at least give IHC a positional awareness of where Pika is, because nobody seems to know where he's at.
I mean, they do have that idea, you know, considering that smoke has been laid out. But, you know, I love what Pika is still doing, right? He needs to clear some angles because he knows for sure that he cannot mess up with IHC at this point. and he has a little bit of a ridge to play around with. But what he can do and secure more points is try and deal with Quantum Rage that are right in front of him. And now IHC has complete control over this game. I mean, this is pretty much theirs to lose. But Pika, he's already, you know, dug in so much deeper, has his claws fanged in. And, you know, that that squad wipe all by his lonesome on Skylightz Gaming. I mean, he must already been gloating in joy. But he knows now the path is treacherous, filled with all sort of difficulties at this point. Because now he not only has to get inside the zone, but has to deal with 3 squads. And the most devastating one of them has to be IHC. With that position advantage and added up with that numbers that they have, it certainly looks nigh impossible for them. But left at Pika, quite unfazed, still dishing out a lot of damage. And I see as Demo just sprays in at his direction, those low ridges, saving him from the cusps of getting eliminated. Demo with that grenade just could put the final nail in the coffin. But no, he lives to fight yet another day.
Well, and with that, Quantum Rage Sirius is also trying his level best to be able to spray on upon Pika, but it is going to be Pika who was able to bring down another player from IHC, but sadly he himself will be eliminated. Demo is the man who needs a revival from the side of IHC, wherein for Godless and IC, the only thing that they've got in front of them is to be able to eliminate Quantum Rage. They're bringing in a lot of utilities right here, but those utilities are not providing them with the amount of damage they need to dish out. Goku finally does get a little bit of damage, but high voltage is Prabeen. His position is so spot on. IHC's IC has absolutely no idea. He's of course got a smoke wall that is helping him out for now, but Prabeen just needs to move ahead a little, and that could actually bring down IHC's IC as well. Where Quantum Rage again, I mean, they are being surrounded by the players of IHC, where Godless going to be, well, switching on the God mode basically. Going to be moving in with his buggy to try and, of course, get as much information as he possibly can. Exactly right. That's how he wants to finish this game.
Not quite a viable
More
strat,
opponents.
to be honest. I mean, sorry, Laksha, just to, you know,
Oh, yeah.
pitch in. But, you know, I like this. This is something that we used to see, like, let's say a couple of months ago, where teams do have that advantage. They have that luxury to, you know, try and flush out the enemies. Just drive past the buggy. Somebody, you know, some snake might just slither out of his cover, and that is where the other players would want to take him down. Really well thought by IHC. But, you know, Prabeen could really prove to be a thorn, and indeed he's trying to go for it. Has managed to secure a knock, but Stowe out in the open. Godless is going to show him no mercy. But now we're in a very tough spot. You know, it could just be anybody's game. Quantum Rage really have to just amp it up. But IHC have those lovely angles, and Demo on that flank really proving instrumental for his squad. Getting that knock onto it serious. It all comes down to Goku, and he needs to go to his Super Saiyan mode right now, as Godless just charging him on him at one direction. You've got Demo trying to obstruct him, and there you have it. IHC come out as the conquerors of this game, as they have managed to get another chicken dinner in the bag. Will certainly get a lot of valuable points and push themselves up in the point standings. And where do they go? Right at #2, right at where they started this day. But Godlike Stalwart seem to have been, you know, trying to just push on that lead that they have built up. Now, if this keeps on happening, if Godlike Stalwart have a decent amount of lead by the end of this evening, tomorrow, we are gonna see them going all out, just unleashed. But for now, IHC, they are the victors. They're not the ones to back out, and IHC have been playing quite a very stable game, you know, not really, not just meddling around others' affairs, playing what they're supposed to do, playing how they're supposed to. There's zones, the circles that had been formed, but this match was filled with clutches, right? Right off the start, we could see just Pika going all out. Then again, you know, coming in from Magnus, Zen just pulling it off. Back to back, things are happening left, right. We're enjoying all this fun, and this is gonna keep carrying on. But for now, we're gonna go in for a short little break. We'll be right back. You don't go anywhere. What a day has it been so far. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, you are watching the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asian Championship Fall Split 2022. Of course, brought to you by Oppo, who are our sponsors for this event. But what a wholesome match has it been. And let's take a quick look at who the MVP was. I don't think we're going to have a lot of surprises over here. Has to be Godless this time. Finally, watching this man come up the MVP charts makes me happy. Back to the reminiscent of the good old days. Now IHC does have demo, the pressure relief, but Godless when things mattered. Quite clinical, 723 points of damage, 8 eliminations for this lad. And IHC, what a way to bounce back and reclaim that second spot.
Absolutely, but again, I mean, it was definitely Godlike Stalwart speaker who could have been a nail in the thorn. At the same point of time, another player, Zen, I believe it was, from Magnus Esports, who also got so very close to bringing down the numbers of IHC. He actually was able to do though, but again, it was not an easy conversion for IHC Esports, that's for sure. As we move towards the players to focus after the MVP, we do have IC right there with 3 eliminations of his own, but 1114 damage that he was able to dish out right here. And then comes in Pika with 3 eliminations. Of course, before him is Zen with 4 eliminations of his own from Magnus Esports. But then comes in Pika. A very, very important play that was made was from Godlike Stalwart Pika in the final moments of the game.
Oh yeah, I mean, especially it all begun with that fight against Skylightz Gaming, just clutching the whole squad all by his lonesome, and then still just staying alive, getting those crucial points for his team. And even DRS, as a matter of fact, the way they had picked that fight up against Team Magnus, really thought that they will kind of pull it off, but Zen just came out of the syllabus. But IHC, really good play. I mean, nothing much to say because the way they just took over the circle. Initially, I think one thing we are witnessing from Mongolians, they're just not going all out, because previously, if you remember, when IHC were formerly known as Zeus, how they used to play, they just used to search for bodies left, right, and center.
Right.
Now
yep.
it is much more controlled, right? Now it is all about just picking up the perfect spots that you have to hold and wait for that right opportunity, because I think Zeus back then had to deal with the brunt of it, right? There was one entire edition where they failed to even qualify for the majors, so that was sort of that wake up call for them, and they had to completely revamp their style of play. They still have those zincs of those aggression though, but now it's so much more methodical, so much more well balanced with how they're approaching something like Godlike Stalwart has been doing for quite some time. And clearly working out. 15 eliminations, 30 points is what they've secured. But Godlike Stalwart, like I said, they are constantly pushing themselves up the board. But Quantum Rage has to be one of those teams that has been really impressing me lately, because of where they started off yesterday and where they headed off right now. That consistency that was lacking at day number 1, which eventually came out at the final game, is finally starting to show up, and they're living up to their name and standards.
Absolutely, and that is definitely a kudos approach for Quantum Rage itself to be able to, from just one day's gameplay itself, completely change the way you're going to be approaching the lobby. And of course, along with that, we do clearly see how they're able to get those numbers up for themselves. But right now, let's move on ahead towards the zone analysis for the players of IHC Esports itself. Now, one more thing I'd like to add on. Well, all right, Fixes, how about you take us through this, and then we'll perhaps talk a little bit more about Zeus and what is now known as IHC.
Alright, I mean, of course, it all began, they pretty much not changed the drop location, just heading from Giorgio. They decided to keep things simple because, it was still kind of undecided as to where the circle is going to head out, right? And we kind of witnessing this pattern with the Mongolian teams is that they kind of like playing around the edges because they understand for a fact that we constantly see those curveballs hitting in, and it is always better to try and rotate in from the edges rather than try to take the center and then try to come out, because the moment you take the center and try to do that, there must be so many teams around you that are not going to let you do that. Now this is where things really went into IHC's favor, this circle shift towards that western side, because had it gone towards that east, DRS, they could have benefited massively, or maybe even the likes of Skylightz Gaming. But this is where IHC realized they did not have a lot of threat to deal with. It was Team Magnus down below, but they already were on a collision course with Team DRS the moment they decided to fight. So that part was pretty much cleared. Now all they had to do was just respect the circle. And Godlike Stalwart, they fought their way in from that eastern side because Skylightz Gaming, they were one of the biggest threats over there. Pika dealt with them. The others kind of really fell apart. High Voltage, Quantum Rage, they kind of, this little change in their drop location for Quantum Rage is actually really helping them out, because for one, they're not really having that early scare of Skylightz Gaming trying to take them down or deal early casualties. They're dropping off at Stalber, easily getting their loot, and then they're kind of moving on with the rotation, which is kind of helping them considering how many of those northern circles that we are getting to witness. So Quantum Rage really getting all those games on point. Then we always know that this is one of those teams that never really focuses on getting those chicken dinners all the time. They are kind of those teams that, gets 4-5 finishes, a second and third spot, and that has been all but enough for this team. And they all again did that. And High Voltage, I was kind of surprised that they made it so far, especially after collapsing that bad in that previous game. And this is going to give them a little bit of a respite. Nonetheless, IHC then just had that high ground control, just took over the game. Pretty easy, man, and just IHC things were done, and yeah, they got the chicken dinner.
Absolutely, but again, I mean, for High Voltage, it was Prabeen to thank, right? Because he all by his lonesome was able to get the team all the way up to the final moments of the game itself. But along with that, talking about moments, let's have a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments, where chaotic fights definitely ensued on the entirety of this game, and that was all thanks to the way the players of this lobby played. Right off the bat, in the first 2 minutes itself, we saw action from Godlike Stalwart take on shots against MABETEX. Now, MABETEX is one team that I'm hoping that by the end of today, they come online and they start showcasing this sort of performance that we anticipate from them, but is sadly missing as of now.
Yeah, I think so far, today has just been a Mongolian domination day, right? 3 matches, 3 chicken dinners, amazing moments being created. And this sort of kind of is going to be a little concerning for the Nepali teams, because they're kind of getting in really close, but it's still far away. But I think the Pakistanis have certainly redeemed themselves a lot, because I'm kind of happy with how i8 has also been progressing, along with how Quantum Rage, or maybe let's say Regicide, they've been playing. This game was also really good for Team Magnus. No matter, they kind of really messed up with in that fight against DRS, at least courtesy to Zen. Did manage to pull that one off, but this game again, was clearly, one IHC domination one. VENOM Legends, however, they kind of have to watch out for those moments where they really have to go in for those fights and really not shy away from them.
Absolutely, mate. With that, we are going to be moving on ahead with game number 4 of the day, which is going to be match number 10 in total of this 4-day affair. And now we're going to be jumping on to the map of Sanhok, where we are going to be joined in with Necro once again to take us through this game, as well as, of course, the anticipations. Mate, what are your anticipations for Sanhok on day number 2 now?
I mean,
again, one of those slow-poked games are we expecting?
I think so, yeah. We're probably going to see a lot much more slower paced, even inside the Sanhok. But again, I'm quite surprised with how Miramar went, though. It was a complete action-packed game. And what? My prediction's only 1? Hey, I got 2 right, man. This is not fair. Even DW was a right prediction. It should be 2.
We'll talk about
Production,
that.
You guys are rigging me out, man. It's not fair.
We'll talk about that with production, but right now, on stream, Necro, it is time for us to, of course, move on ahead from that to the upcoming game's prediction itself, which is, of course, Sanhok. So let's talk a little bit more about that Sanhok game, which is the upcoming game number 4 of the day. And what team are you thinking about for this chicken dinner?
My team, honestly, I'm really confused between Elementrix and High Voltage, and I don't exactly know which one to pick for. It's sort of a gamble I'm taking on this one, and I'm gonna go with High Voltage. I'm picking High Voltage. What about you?
All right. Again, I mean, I'm definitely going to be back in that approach from you, because if you talk about Elementrix on the map of Miramar, they were looking so confident and comfortable where they were sitting on, right? And then it was just stolen away from them in a matter of seconds. We spoke about that. So perhaps High Voltage's strategic play is going to be a good pick. I am going to be going... No, I'm not throwing anybody under the bus. It's just what I've seen, right? What's been showcased in today's games. But for the Sanhok, I have an inclination towards T2K. I would love to be able to see them get a chicken dinner for themselves. Are they going to be allowed to do so or not? Only time can tell, because again, the zone has been crucial, critical factor for these teams not being able to get the game in their favor. But T2K is going to be my pick for this one.
Okay, T2K, honestly, I would say a pretty solid pick, but considering how T2K have been performing inside the map of Sanhok, I would say they have got those placement points and they have got those elimination points. But if you ask me how well were they doing inside the chicken dinner sort of compartment, I would say T2K were really struggling when it comes to getting those chicken dinner inside Sanhok. And that's the only map that has been nightmare for a lot of teams. And Sanhok usually is one of those maps that brings in sort of a variety, that gives a chance for other teams to try and get a chicken dinner for themselves and to try and showcase and to try and pretty much just have a momentum for the rest of the tournament. Now, if this Sanhok is being capitalized by any of these Pakistani teams, this can be really great for them because this can also be a momentum catcher.
Oh, it definitely should be and has to be. I mean, for the likes of TUF for one, I would love for them to be able to, of course, get a really good game of Sanhok from this one. But with that, the flight path going to be on our screens. It is, of course, starting all the way from down south towards the eastern side of the map. From docks, it is going to be taking us all the way towards Cow of the northern side of this map. Now, again, we know it is a pretty small map, so no problem at all for teams to be able to transverse across the entirety of it. But just a matter of minute or two before we find out where the zone itself is going to be taken itself to. What do you think about Camp Alpha Zone, Necro? Do you have any thing to add on to Camp Alpha Zones?
I mean, Camp Alpha Zones are pretty much like military circles when it comes to Erangel, or I'm comparing the difficulty level, okay? Because if you do take a look at the entry paths, you only have two bridges, which is on the bottom left and then which is on the right side. The rest of it is completely water lines. Now, you can try and gamble, and if you're quick enough on your feet and if you're able to make it on inside the top left island, which is, of course, the Camp Alpha Island, then yeah, you're going to find yourself in the lucky shoes. But if you are going to be one of those teams that is opting out for a late rotation, then just cross your fingers and hope for the best. That's all you can do. Later rotations in these type of zones will never work out, but luckily enough for these teams, that's not going to be the zone. So, Blotter, your pick can definitely do really good inside the circle.
Ooh, I am looking at T2K. They've got a two-man split going on right now, but around them, again, towards the northern side, they're looking very comfortable. They've got no team to worry about, but around them, they've got Paradise Resort, where indeed it is going to be Magnus Esports. Right below T2K's two-man split, we do have Skylightz Gaming as well. Yeah, these are tough teams to of course, not take lightly. That is for sure. VENOM Legends are another team that has been slowly but surely picking up their pace in terms of how they're performing on day number 2. But that's what we've got going on in the zone itself, towards the center of the zone itself. As we move away from the zone, outside the zone, we've got towards the southern side, Quantum Rage, IHC, who've got a very big split coming in from their side towards the docks and the Kampong. At the same point, for DRS, also a very late rotation perhaps is what we can anticipate from them from this game, as they are sticking towards the southern edges of this map as of yet. We'll see how exactly is the rotation going to be brought on from the real soldiers for this game. At the same point of time, though, I'd love to draw your attention towards MABETEX. Now, MABETEX is one team that we know, again, I mean, Wally, Baron, I mean, these are players who are very well versed. The skill level is definitely on top, right? But where do you think are they slacking, or where do you think is is it missing for their game performance to not be on target, not be on point?
I just feel like they're missing the main piece of the puzzle here, Demo. Demo used to put so much in this squad, and this squad used to revolve around Demo so much in general. Demo always used to be that entry fragger. His firepower is just immaculate, and that's what the players of MABETEX or Seal used to rely on back in the day. But just because now Demo is taken away from this entire roster, it seems like the entire team is just falling apart. But personally, I think so this team just needs a little bit more time to try and just really get used to the fact that, okay, Demo is not over here, because it's definitely been quite a big of a shocker for them. And again, as you said, nothing taken away from them. They're a really well-known team. They have been playing with each other for a really long time. And these 4 players have a lot of experience in the bag as well. And of course, they're from one of the most dominating regions in the entire South Asia, of course, the Mongolian region. So what do you expect? Just greatness from this team. But so far, inside this entire PMPL that we've been witnessing, the struggle has been insane. And that's what I was talking about with even Johnny when we were casting the PMPL Fault Split. I was like, what exactly is going on with MABETEX? I don't understand. This team is so experienced. Every single player in this team used to be so dangerous in the past. And now what has happened? MABETEX is just completely deactivated. It's inside the lobby. I don't exactly know what's going on, but hopefully, you know, in the back lines, they are trying to figure it out.
I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are. And I hope that they are going to be able to showcase that exact same sort of a play style by the end of today as well. Because Fixes did mention today is, of course, day number 2. We are now with the game number 4. So we've already kind of crossed the halfway marker for today. And that in turn also is going to be a cause for concern perhaps for the teams that are underperforming, because now they don't have that many games remaining for themselves, right? They've got tomorrow, day after, 6 games per day, so 12 games in total is what they're looking for in the next 2 days. But right now for today, if you exclude this one, there are only 2 more games. So yeah, I mean 12-14 games is by number quite a lot, but the stark difference that is being showcased on the storyboard itself in terms of the points that have been accumulated, especially by the teams that are in the top 6 to the top 5, it is turning into a tough cookie to crack for the teams that are underperforming. But again, enough said for that, because we do keep our fingers crossed, or I definitely do, and hope that they are going to be able to change the pace itself, like we are seeing, right? I mean, Quantum Rage, VENOM Legends, you've got IHC, of course, Godlike Stalwart has always been on top of their performance league. So we are seeing changes that are being brought in from these teams compared to how they performed on day 1.
I feel like, okay, I know I'm just going to be completely changing the conversation here, but I'm really just, my head's just really stuck on that MABETEX conversation and Seal conversation and entire demo leaving this scene. But I feel like another team that can be taken as an example has to be i8, right? You can completely agree with me on this. Crypto, not inside the roster anymore. i8 is definitely struggling. Crypto? And with the way i8 used to play in the past inside the SA lobbies, they used to dominate. Let's be honest. They used to be somewhere in the top 3, but that's not the case right now. i8 is definitely on their struggling phase. Hopefully they are able to recover, but just because crypto is not inside the roster, they are taking a little bit more time to try and adjust towards the lobby, try and know how they want to play things out. I mean, of course, crypto is now in Unicorns 11. He's having a great time over there, but yeah, i8, they're definitely having quite a big punch in the gut so far.
Indeed, I would definitely second that, because as soon as you brought in the 2 names, automatically, yes, if we are to talk about it realistically, it does make a lot of sense, right? I mean, you talk about how MABETEX back in the day, as you perfectly pointed out, based on how Demo was the one who was pushing on forth, and that in turn made the entire teammates of Demo from previously known as Seal push on along with him and give him that support and cover to be able to then get those points. Same was the case for Crypto from the side of i8, where indeed it was Crypto who was almost on top of that kill leaders list. He was almost on top of getting the highest dragon game from the side of the team of i8. So it definitely does make sense. But again, let's just hope that it's not the downfall of these teams, and definitely would love to be able to see by the end of the day or the start of tomorrow a showcase of that prowess from both of these teams. But with that, moving away from the podcast hours to the game itself, we do have a little bit of change taking place. Initially, when the game started off, every team and the players were scattered all across, but now slowly and steadily, so many of them have made their way into the zone itself, into the center, and we are going to be looking at the zone constricting itself as well. And towards the center, where we were talking about a 2-man split coming in from T2K, very close in proximity, was Magnus Esports, TUF, Skylightz Gaming. Now they're getting that much more closer. So perhaps now in the next minute or 2, we are going to be looking at a first blood situation that could be drawn in between these teams. But talking about these teams, well, it is turning into a little bit of a stalemate fight right here, because they are in the center. They don't have to worry about much. And right, they've got a decent amount of loot as well. And so it is going to be a slow poke game on the map of Sanhok once again.
Yeah, I mean, I told you, man, it's going to be a slow game. Today and tomorrow is going to be a little bit of slower day, you know, but still, as I said, I was quite surprised with how the Miramar went. It was quite a quick game, and it was just an action-packed game. You had to start for a couple of minutes. We didn't really see a lot of fights, but then later on, as the fight started, they were just not stopping. It was a complete obliteration of all the other teams.
Squad wipes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Squad wipes. We didn't even see a lot of individual casualties until the later phase of the game. But right now, MABETEX, definitely do have a little bit of split going up for themselves. It's a 3-1 split where Apex is sort of separated out. They do have some sort of hill cover right now. And the only team that's the closest is Quantum Rage, who are right inside the quarry. I don't think Quantum Rage have a lot of confidence. They're trying to approach a fight themselves. They have been able to survive till the late game situations, don't get me wrong. But when it comes to the gunfights, Quantum Rage is definitely lacking.
Well, they take it slow, that's for sure. They take it, they like to, in fact, play that sort of safe approach to the game itself, which is what I've seen from them in the PMPL Pakistan region itself. But right now, they are, compared to how they were doing yesterday, definitely understanding what they were doing wrong and have capitalized on those mistakes at least. But again, for now, talking about the team that we started the entire conversation with, MABETEX, they have a decent control as of now in the zone, majorly focusing towards the southern side of the zone, but they have a decent compound as well as, of course, a decent amount of loot. With that, the second airdrop, the LMG going to be dropped on. But will any team be interested in taking this to themselves or not? Oh, another team actually that I would love to bring up and talk about is going to be T20 QWERTY, a team that I would love to be able to say a bit more proactive play from, but has definitely not been the case yet.
And from what I've heard, even they themselves are having their own issues, right? There's just a lot of things that do go on behind the scenes too. So yeah, as I said, even these players, they have their own real life, and there are a lot of things that do happen behind the scenes that you guys don't exactly know. So just even if they're not doing great inside the game, don't just straight up go out and judge them and call them a bad player. You never know what's going on in their real life.
True.
So just don't hate on them, man. Just show them love, support. So hopefully next time they can try and come back even stronger. But right now, as we have Godlike Stalwart on top of this hill, of course, this is their hill that they always like to try and contest, and that's what they've exactly done. Pretty much just textbook strat at this point in time for them. Elementrix 2 is going to start to close in from the back lines. High voltage, they have been quite quick in their feet. They have found themselves in quite a decent spot inside the circle. The next circle is definitely going to be quite crucial for a lot of teams. If it's going to move away and completely take a hard shift, just like the previous game, what exactly happened in Erangel, I was just sitting back, relaxing, having a sip of my coffee, and just watching the zone take those curveball shifts one after the other, and I was having a little smirk on my face, I'm not going to lie.
Seriously, you know, because you're not part of the lobby, you definitely ought to have a little bit of smirk, because PUBG guys, they're just tossing around the teams and the players like, oh, so you thought it's going to be Yasnaya? Well, hold on, mates, not that easy, all right? And we move to the west of Yasnaya, and teams finally start moving towards that side, and automatically, once again, PUBG gods are like, oh, this was a little too easy. How about we go to high voltage Praveen, who's all by his lonesome? How about that?
They were just pulling out pranks.
The zone does have some parabolic shifts going on throughout the entire 4-day affair that we are part of.
Yeah, I mean, the zone was just like, yeah, you thought it was a prank, little bro. But yeah, the zone.
It definitely was. But that's what it's doing. That's what it's adapting itself to, apparently, is at least what we are witnessing from the PUBG gods. But on our screens, again, we are reaching the 12-13 minute marker, as we are yet to see any teams cope and spot out their opponents or bring in a first blood situation, or if nothing else, just bring in a spray. T20 QWERTY on our screens, but in close proximity against the players of DEW, where DEW is getting spotted on upon, and it's going to be none other than T20 QWERTY's Khan, who was able to bring him down, and just like that, the first blood situation that I just spoke about, has been delivered to us thanks to T20 QWERTY's approach right here towards the northern side of this map.
Exactly. I mean, T20 QWERTY right now, as you said, they have an okayish positioning, and they can try and just hold on to it for as long as they want, as long as if they have the circle in their court. But if the circle moves away, then definitely they will need to find themselves in a better spot. As I said, the next circle is going to be quite a critical one too, so you can never underestimate the zone inside the map of Sanhok. But right now, it's the players of DEW getting picked off, as Sneaks is going to be the casualty, and he's going to be the first man who falls down. East positions compromised as well, as he is giving away those footsteps, and he's catching some bullets on himself. Khan, East is way too close, and it seems like Khan is completely unaware of the fact that East is on the right side, but it's okay. The cover is going to be there, but no, both of them just whiffed their shots on East, and East is able to single-handedly take down 2 players in the front. T20 QWERTY, what a big blunder.
Oh, what a big blunder indeed, mate, right there. It seemed very much in control of Khan, how he was approaching things, how he was able to bring down players of DEW one by one. But then it all went south because East joined in. And that in turn resulted in T20 QWERTY not able to get the points that they thought could have been theirs. The elimination points that were right in front of Khan have now resulted in, of course, going in favor of DEW, where T20 QWERTY are left with only 2-man army, 420 Boy and Gravity. Another big trouble that they are going to be faced off with is that now they need to work towards the zone. Gravity all by his lonesome up front. From the backlines, of course, 420 Boy is there to provide that cover fire, that quintessential cover fire, but at the same point, the information has not yet been retained from the players of T20 QWERTY, 420 Boy, even though he is at the backlines on the other side of the map altogether itself. We do have Godlike Stalwart taking their perfect opportunistic pick against the players of Regicide, and Regicide knock lost down to almost 30% HP. He will definitely go down with the sprays coming in from Scry, and that in turn is going to be opening up the defeat points for Godlike Stalwart as well. But the things are not yet done because the compound is what Stalwart are going to want to just steal away from Regicide players with that perfect nade to the face of Nocto. It could very well be the end and demise of him and perhaps the entirety of the team of Regicide as well, as they're left with just one final player. That's going to be Bars, I think.
Yeah, Godlike Stalwart just make quick work of Regicide. And they're always just getting outplayed and outgunned by every single team inside the lobby. Regicide, they have been struggling with their 4-on-4s. They have been struggling with some head-on collision fights. And that's something now they will need to try and go back in their drawing rooms and try and figure it out, how they can try to position themselves better inside a fight. Just the situational awareness seems so lacking in those. Right now, TUF2, as they lost out on South, and T2K is just closing up on that compound. Now, TUF is definitely completely aware of the fact that they have a lot of contenders approaching them, and one of those is T2K. T2K, as they've already found the opening, of course, they're going to get the flush in through, but TUF, they have 2 players still up and alive. Now, it's a 2-on-4 situation inside this compound, in which T2K clearly know they have the man advantage, and now all they're trying to do is just find another big opening inside that house. Information's there. T2K really looking to capitalize. Thor inside the corner. With that sort of a nade, Thor should be giving his position away too. But what nice catch from the side of Thor. The nade's going to land perfectly right onto Jane's feet, and Jane's going to get blown up. Out in the open. Thor really wants to go for the confirmation, but has no clue that Legend's on the other side, and Legend might just catch him slip by. Thor! That's the biggest mistake you can make. And as I said, the situational awareness just completely lacking from the side of Tough. Oh boy, they really do need to check their surroundings.
Well, with the amount of odd tree queues that are coming in from the side of T2K, of course, it was really tough for TUF to be able to, of course, understand what's happening around them, and surrounding them was T2K one by one from one angle to the other. Legend, along with, of course, Sandesh and their teammates, just completely pounced down upon, and the opportunity is definitely theirs for the taking as they get 4 defeat points converted. Along with that, T2K Jane is also going to be given that revival. Thus, we are left with 13 teams remaining, 47 players in total. T2K have made a really good push through this compound because now they find themselves pretty much smack in the center of the zone. But talking about the zone itself, another 10 seconds and the zone is going to be moving once again. On the other front, we do have Skylightz Gaming keeping a very close eye towards the team of Agonxi8. But let's see if Skylightz Gaming were able to scope them out or not. Of course, I8 are also being very subtle in terms of their movement. They're not making a lot of noise. They're not wanting to over-aggress. And with that, the zone does move and takes another shift away from the players of Agonxi8 as well as Skylightz Gaming for now.
Yeah, even I'd see they find themselves in quite a tough spot now. Making a rotation inside this sort of a circle is definitely going to be really tough. Even Skylightz Gaming, they'll need to try and navigate their way inside the circle. Elementrix, they have a really good spot for themselves. High voltage, they have a nice 2-2 split going on. But there are a lot of teams still out in the blue, including DEW, and that can be the biggest threat for the entire area on the left side. Even Godlike Stalwart with a 2-man squad, they can also possess a lot of threat inside the lobby. How they can try and neutralize that, it's up to the players of high voltage because their backlines are definitely not cleared. They do have a couple of cavalry, though, around them, too. If someone's going to try to charge inside Paradise Resort, Magnus will probably try to take care of them, or Magnus themselves will get eliminated. But as we have a lot of fights just progressing on, even Skylightz Gaming now getting picked off. As I said, they need to make it inside the circle, and that's what the players of IAT are capitalizing on.
Absolutely. The late rotation coming in from the side of Agonxi8 has definitely working out in their favor, because Skylightz Gaming were up front to get into the proximity of the zone itself. But sadly, it was i8 from the backlines completely pouncing upon the opportunity to bring down the players and numbers of Skylightz Gaming. Thus, they are left with just a one-man army. That's going to be AJ. On the other side of the map altogether itself, we do have DEW's Doc taking on shots against the players of VENOM Legends as well, as they are going to be making an entry into the zone from the northwestern side, where it is right in front of Paradise Resort. So Magnus can very well capitalize in that fight against VENOM Legends and Doc as a third-party approach. But if Magnus is not careful, they themselves could lose out on numbers, because right behind them is going to be T20 Cody's approach. But on our screens, we can clearly see it is going to be DRS Gaming's Rules OG, who seems to have spotted down the players of IHC. And IHC, all of the players are in this small little shack. If they're not careful of those angles, it is going to be the end of IHC right here. But let's see what all other teams are going to be able to bring themselves into this fight as a third party against DRS and IHC.
Yeah, just precise from the side of Rules. Was able to find the opening. IHC, now they're falling down themselves. Godless getting confirmed. Not a good news for the side of IHC. As I said, making a rotation inside this type of a circle is definitely going to be a big of a challenge. And that's what the players of IHC are now currently facing, as DRS were the guardian angels of that entire edge. And they're doing a great job in guarding that too. But IHC somehow have managed to creep inside the circle. And they also do have a little bit of shack to play around with. The next circle is going to be quite a critical one too. And where is it going to shift towards? Everyone is exactly wondering the same thing. i8. Oh, IQ tried to sneak in, but couldn't. And that's why he got picked off instantly by the players of T2K. Still, though, a nice try. The circle's going to center on up, a little bit tilted on the bottom left side. High Voltage find themselves in a prime spot.
Once again, High Voltage have a really good positioning in the zone as we move back towards the fight between DRS and IHC. DRS Gaming do have one defeat point converted, but this is turning into quite a extended fight between DRS, as they are taking actually two individual fights. One fight against IHC, another one against the players of MABETEX themselves. As MABETEX player was eliminated, DRS Gaming have been able to get 2 elimination points as of yet. But once again, like I was just about to mention, DRS Gaming, they are part of this fight. A stalemate or an extended fight is what I'll say. Not a stalemate, but all of these Audrey cues, I'm sure, are being heard by the opponents around in the vicinity as well. That is something that DRS needs to be very, very cautious of. IHC numbers are definitely going down. Now the Blues have also caught up to them, and there's the 5th zone Blues, so a lot of damage that the Blues are going to be bringing, and I'm sure DRS is not going to be leaving till the time they get all of those elimination points for themselves against IHC.
But again, the problem is, even though the players of High Voltage have a really good spot for themselves, the backlines are still not clear. Look at DRS just breaching inside the compound where Elementrix have found themselves in, but unfortunately, the Wall of Death is definitely doing a lot of damage. Elementrix now down to a 3-man squad. DRS, all the 4 players just safe and sound inside the house. Elementrix trying to sneak in some nades, hoping that maybe these nades will be able to deal some amount of damage, but that's not the case so far. The nades are definitely there. They are landing on the mark, but not exactly on top of the players. Elementrix still just looking for the opening, as they are in a big disadvantage inside this fight. It's a 3-on-4 situation. On somewhere else, there are, of course, a lot of fights happening. It's the map of Sanhok. What else do you expect? A lot of third parties are indeed happening. But Elementrix, this fight against the players of DRS, at least for now, it's down to a stalemate. The smokes are being tossed in from the side of DRS just to try and get themselves in a better spot, because they don't just want to stay inside the one single house. They want to try and get better positioning over the players of Elementrix. Elementrix, the circle is definitely closer. If they want, they can try and capitalize on it, but they know the backlines cannot be left unchecked. Or the backlines cannot be left unchecked.
Indeed. And that too, especially when you've got a team like DRS right in front of you, you want to be able to, of course, bring down their numbers. And for DRS, of course, the momentum is working in their favor. They've already got 5 to 6 defeat points, if I'm not mistaken. And Elementrix, they still need to start getting that. And with that, a perfect push coming in from the side of DRS to get into the zone away from the Blues has resulted in Elementrix getting not one, but two of the players of DRS knocked. But this is the moment that Bishal, Yetauta need to be able to capitalize upon. This is the moment that these nades need to be brought to perfection to be able to bring down the numbers of DRS and get the points converted for Elementrix. And that is exactly what they're going to be able to do. DRS, they are unaware as to how critical this fight was for them, and it seems like they made an early aggressive rush, which in turn has resulted in going very, very south from them as DRS lose out on their numbers one by one. 7 teams do remain. One final player from DRS is still alive, if I'm not mistaken, back in the compound itself.
And it's crazy how I said I was confused between High Voltage and Elementrix, and both these teams have made it to the late game situation. T2K right now is controlling the entire circle for the players of High Voltage to try and steal it away. It's definitely going to be quite tough of a task, but it's not impossible. Again, if High Voltage is able to find those openings with the utilities, that can prove really big. T2K with 14 elimination points. This is not really big. T2K with 14 elimination points. This is not a joke. It's monstrous of a game for the side of T2K, and they really do want to put the cherry on top of the cake too. Just steal the chicken dinner away from the side of High Voltage. High Voltage, they have been positioning themselves in the prime spot for a long time, but this time the circle has shifted away from them. And High Voltage, they need to steal it away from them. How can they make it happen? High Voltage, they have a man disadvantage too that they're trying to work off of with. Just tossing in some utilities, hoping that maybe these utilities will find some sort of connection, but they're just not able to.
Indeed, the one X factor that I am looking at from the side of High Voltage is Prabeen. Right in front, we do have, of course, Assassin along with his teammate Jiggle going to be trying to bring in as much attention of T2K as they can. But Prabeen was the one who was creating a flank angle, and now it seems like that has been taken away as Assassin also goes down. T2K are in contention. They are in control. Jiggle, the only player surviving and remaining for the side of High Voltage to be able to bring in any damage or destruction. But that too is not going to be enough because 4 players of T2K are remaining. And with a DBS approach from Reg, that is done. That is dusted. T2K have gotten this game in the bag. Of course, we still are looking at 4 teams remaining, as we do have Elementrix getting eliminated. But all the other teams, they are working towards a pretty passive approach to the fight, which is absolutely fine. And right now, it is a fight between Gyantere from DRS and Volley from MABETEX as to who will get that second position. And I do believe Stalwart's Cry is also alive right now.
Yeah, I think Sagante will be able to get the...
My apologies. Right?
Yeah, I think Sagante will be able to get the second spot over here. He has 2 more first aids to go. And yeah, Demo from the side of IT is still up and alive. I want to see how many meds Demo has right now, because now Gante is on his final first aid. If Demo is able to out-heal him, he just picks 3 from the ground. Okay, Demo has secured the second spot. Gante, just before going, has secured 1 elimination point. So that's going to be a little icing on the cake. But yeah, T2K, no matter what, they have secured the chicken dinner. And of course, the smiles on the face just say it all. T2K, they're really happy to secure this one. They know how important this chicken dinner was for them. And T2K, they have done a phenomenal job in that previous game. Good prediction, Blotter.
They definitely have. I mean, 17 elimination chicken dinner is what this team got. Yeah, that's definitely a pat on the back for sure that these players are going to be doing to each other, because that is a pristine approach to the game right here of Sanhok. And again, I mean, this is just them perhaps getting warmed up as this is just day number 2. We still do have 2 more games remaining for the day, and it is still very early to even say as to what's going to happen by the end. When it comes down to the map of Sanhok, it was definitely a slow-paced approach from so many of these teams, but in the end, it turned out to be quite an adventurous one for the likes of High Voltage, for T2K, as they had so many fights that they had to go through before they could get closer or confirm that chicken dinner for themselves.
And exactly, as I said, Sanhok brings in the variety, and that's what we saw. T2K, that was their first chicken dinner, and this might just be the momentum catcher too. So this chicken dinner means a lot, and it was not just any chicken dinner, 17 elimination points. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have the talks going on forward right after this short break.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League. This is the South Asia Championship that we are a part of. Again, fourth game comes to an end on the map of Sanhok, and indeed it was another one of those biting moments between, of course, High Voltage and T2K as to who would have gotten the chicken dinner, but T2K definitely got it. And that too, of course, converted that into, I believe, the highest fragging chicken dinner, if I'm not mistaken, Necro.
Yeah, 17 elimination points. It's not a joke, ladies and gentlemen. Pretty much 32 points in total. Incredible performance from the side of T2K. And it's crazy how I said T2K and Sanhok's relationship hasn't been looking that great. And as I say that, that's when T2K decided to win. Okay, that's great, you know? Gotta love it all the time. But Rig is going to be the MVP of that previous game with 7 elimination points and damage dealt of 1,073 with 2 headshots and, of course, 5 knockouts with the survival time of 25-14. I mean, Rig is the assaulter of this team and makes with how he's been playing. Rig is like, I would say, Rig is really good at playing some sort of a flex role, and he does a fantastic job in doing that.
Definitely does. And again, I mean, I at times look at him like the DPS man because he is roaming around with DPS quite a lot in the game. But moving away from him to his teammates, Sandesh, of course, also finding himself in the players to focus upon from this game, where he was able to get 5 eliminations for his team, along with, of course, 878 damage that was dished out from Sandesh. So T2K, definitely a very good game is what it turned out to be for their side. But moving away from them towards DRS, where, of course, Gyante did get 5 eliminations. In fact, the final one he was able to get against the players of T2K as well. That resulted in, of course, DRS walking away with 6 eliminations from this game, 6 defeat points.
I mean, it's crazy the fact that Rig is actually like the support player, but I still feel like Rig does such a great job in playing a flexible role inside the squad. When some of his star players aren't really able to step up to the occasion, Rig will always do so. If you go ahead and look at the fall split of course PMPL South Asia, how Rig is being played, he's always been up there. Whenever T2K wins a game, Rig will be there, either in damage numbers or either in the elimination bracket. And Rig right now too, even as soon as T2K won, Rig is there in the highest elimination bracket. Sandesh is right below him, underneath him, and Sandesh is the assaulter of the entire squad. He has been doing a phenomenal job. Of course, Sandesh has been inside the scene for a really long time, but Rig this time just steals all the limelight onto himself.
True.
But Sandesh with the highest assist, and Demo, yeah, there you go. As I said, IT got the second spot, and Demo with the highest healing done. In the end, Demo found a death crate, picked up 3 first aids, and secured a second spot for his team, or else it would have been really close between the second and the third team, which was, if I'm not wrong, DRS.
Right, absolutely. That is what it could have turned out to be. But right now, as we do, of course, move towards the match ranking itself, we've got T2K Esports walking away with a perfect, brilliant chicken dinner for themselves, with, of course, 32 points total added on to themselves. As we did see, they have jumped to the 6th position in the overall rank. And moving away from there, from them, we do have the Real Soldiers DRS, with, of course, the 2nd position as they were able to get for themselves from this game. Moving out from that side, we, of course, did also have MABETEX, where we saw Wally working towards that perfect first aid approach in the map of Sanhok. But overall, definitely it was focused on high voltage, and the way the team of T2K, both of these teams, the way they were making those rotations, the way they were taking on fights to get into the center and closer to the zone itself.
I mean, speak of the center of the map, man, one thing I can say for sure, a lot of teams got screwed once again because of the zone. As soon as the zone shifted on the left side, high voltage found themselves in the prime spot. Even T2K somewhat needed to make it inside the circle. They were barely on the edge, but they needed to find a good spot. And luckily enough, in the end, Circle decided to favor the players of T2K. Now, they had a fantastic split. Of course, they were spread out pretty well, and they had the majority of the control of Circle too in the end. So high voltage, to overtake all of that, they really needed to rely heavily on the utilities, which they did so. But unfortunately, those utilities were just not able to find that sweet spot. They were not able to land on this perfect mark. But yeah, in the end, Elementrix and DRS fight, this was a complete scrappy fight, if you ask me, because DRS was also getting third party from the side of T2K, and as soon as they tried to make a rotation inside the circle out in the open, T2K were able to get some free picks on players of DRS, in which sort of helped out the players of Elementrix, and that's how they pretty much were able to wipe out the entire existence of DRS and T2K. Yeah, what else can I say?
Wow.
And T2K, as you see on the damage graph too, of course, the biggest bar in the entire damage graph, and then you have DRS with the second highest damage dealt.
Gee, almost 1,000 damage point difference right there between the first and the second team right here on this damage graph. That clearly does indicate the amount of destruction that T2K was a part of in this map of Sanhok. But at the same point of time, again, moving away from there towards the latter half itself when it comes to the damage graph, since these two teams had so much of fight to be a part of. Same, of course, was high voltage as well. The others, they definitely were taking on fights, but sadly were just not able to get the numbers for themselves. As we saw, the first fight itself, it was T20 QWERTY against the players of DEW. But moving on to the overall ranking, which is the storyboard, we are looking at Godlike Stalwart on the top with 124 points. 5-point lead is what they have against IHC Esports as of now.
Interesting. So High Voltage and Skylightz Gaming are pretty much tied up, 99 points. Again, not a lot of difference in the overall rankings too. If you take a look at the second and the first spot, really close to each other. Now, if you do want to breach inside the top 5, the margin's not that much. Even Agonxi8 can definitely do that if they have the upcoming game in their pockets. But to do so, they can pull it off. But are they going to be able to maintain it with the consistency? That's the biggest question at this point. Everyone's going to have, even the chat. With that being said, let's take a look at the schedule once again, as we have, of course, match 11 coming up, and that's going to be played on the map of Erangel, and Blotter is going to be taking leave. So Blotter, it was fantastic casting alongside with you, but Fixes is going to be joining me back once again. My panda bro is back in the building. How you doing, baby?
Well, I mean, finally, just when I was just wondering it's going to be a Mongolian evening so far, the Nepalis do strike back. And yeah, of course, I'm doing great. I was just sipping on my Red Bull and watching this beautiful game of Sanhok, which apparently has a really different pace, especially when you're talking about the SA Championship, where, of course, it has a lot to do with how the circles have really been panning out. But now we do know what comes next. And I don't like that zero right by my name, but Necro, which I'm gonna ask you this. You've got to take that first call so that I get the second.
Man, I'm not gonna lie, making the first call is always tough. But, you know, I had this going in the back of my head. I'm gonna go with Skylightz Gaming. I think so. They really do have this upcoming game in their back. Even though they have gone, what, like 2 chicken dinners already? I think so Skylightz Gaming can get a third one.
I think considering the first 3 games just went to the Mongolians, and then the Nepalis are getting one this time, I think I want to go with High Voltage this time around. And one of the reasons why is if you look at the games that they've played, there were situations where they kind of messed things up, but one thing for sure, these guys are so consistent, man. I mean, if you take a look at all the games that we've seen so far, they've been making it constantly into the top 3, top 4. And I really feel a chicken dinner is long time coming for them. Especially, things have really not have gone haywire for them because, let's be honest, Godlike Stalwart, a few teams have already taken that sizable amount of lead, but they're still in contention. And I feel that if they get a chicken dinner in this particular game, they're definitely going to match up and even up the scores. But so far, Erangel has been clearly dominated by the Mongolian teams. And, well, DE Warriors, they're also doing it. We've seen IHC and everybody. But yeah, like I said again, for me, it's going to be High Voltage. But that brings us to this impasse where we have to discuss about how many of those northern circles have we had yet so far in Erangel? I mean, 5 out of 6?
Yeah, a decent amount. But
a lot.
You got to also remember one thing. At the start of the entire PMPL, we kicked things off with the Southern Circle. So that was a great start, I would say. But Northern Circles definitely are something that really does keep all these teams on their toes, right? They don't exactly know what to expect, where the circle is going to be forming towards, but I really do want to dial back to the conversation that we were having about High Voltage, right? And how consistent they have been. And this is the exact same sort of consistency they even showcased inside the grand finals of the PMPL Fall Split, and even inside the entire league stage. High Voltage, they have been consistent in first week, in the second week, and the third week. And this is what High Voltage have been known for, right? I mean, all the way from the Carnage days, all the way from the Vibes days. I mean, this team has been together for years and years, and makes a lot of sense too. The synergy is going to be quite well. But another team that I'm really worried for over here has to be T20 QWERTY. Now, I was looking at their performances. I was looking at the stats, how they were playing inside the PMPL Pakistan. But over here, they're not able to replicate, not even close, man, with how they played over there. So what do you think? So what might be going wrong for them?
I mean, I think it's, again, the same thing. Exposure to the big stages, right? You've got Gravity, who was absolutely devastating along with Wartrucks in the PMPL Pakistan finals and throughout, even in the league stages. And then suddenly, Gravity is just not that much impactful anymore. I mean, this is where the experience really comes into handy. But, we'll talk about that because I've got a few more pointers as well. But we set sail, and this time it is through shooting range. Quite an even flight path, nothing much to bother all these teams. Even Quantum Rage, they're going to make it towards Stalwart. But yeah, I think you brought up a really interesting point, about i8, if you remember when we were having this discussion, them missing out on Crypto. I think what Crypto really offered extra from what IQ hasn't been able to provide so far was that experience of playing in lobbies as this. Now, nothing taken away from IQ, because I really feel this lad has been stellar considering it's his first time playing over here. Imagine all those fights that i8 have been taking. He still has been getting all those good trades. He's been doing his job. But then again, when you need that reliable player, someone to pat on your back, everybody say, bro, I got this. That is something that, Crypto used to offer. Yeah. And that, getting that in conjunction with, the situation of T20 QWERTY, this is where the, argument really comes in and stands valid that Gravity, Khan 420, well, they've not got enough exposure. In fact, only Khan, the IGL, who's been there for quite some time, he's been there in these lobbies, has played a few games here and there, knows how to deal with the team. So I think it's just a lack of exposure in playing in those lobbies, because the SA teams have been scrimming against each other for quite some time. I mean, they played an entire tournament together, so they know the kind of a style of a play that they're having. And along with that, the style of play is also something that we have to really put into consideration. So many SA teams, just 6 Pakistani teams. It feels as if, the Pakistanis are trying to adjust and adapt to the play style of the lobby, and that has sort of been the Achilles heels for all these lads.
I guess, there definitely are, as you said, to adjust to pretty much like 10 teams that are going to be playing against you, and not just any 10 teams, pretty much some of the best teams in the South Asia. It's definitely going to be quite tough to adjust. But you also need to consider one fact, right? That these players, or at least some of these players, have been inside the scene for a really long time. And even though if the struggle is being seen, and as you mentioned in the past too, right, they have their own PMPL themselves. There's a reason why they got it too, because of course they have the talent for it, and they are trying their best to deliver. But at this point, I just think it is really those nerves, man. You can clearly see the jitters too. If I'm not wrong, you can see with how these teams from the side of PMPL Pakistan, they're really hesitating on taking those fights head on.
Not just that. I mean, I do agree with you on one point, but then again, I have to have a second opinion on this, because why, I'll tell you, a lot of these teams, I'm pretty sure, like you said, they're experienced, but they're experienced in their own home turf, right? Barring i8, who's got a lot of international exposure, then again, you've got few of their players as well, like, let's say, Ghost, right? Now, he was one of those players who used to represent sites and used to play in the MENA region. And apart from that, it's the first tournament for IQ. Uzum has been there. Yes, good enough. But then again, like we discussed about T20 QWERTY, right? A lot of fresh faces coming up. But then when you bring back the conversation down to teams like Magnus, then you've got, the likes of TUF, Regicide. It is their first SA Championship. And we have to consider, no matter, the experience that they carry from their own region, why does not really resonate with what is happening over here in this particular lobby. And that has sort of, been proven to be a denture in their endeavors in trying to get those chickens rolling. And I'm pretty sure, I mean, as time passes, as much as they keep on playing in these particular lobbies, they're going to eventually get better. But for now, considering it's just a 4-day event, I mean, things are looking really south for them.
Indeed they are, man. I mean, you don't really have a lot of games left anymore. As you said, the previous game was just pretty much the halfway mark of this day 2. And if you're not able to make the comeback inside day 2, which I have sort of made a comeback, they're at least on the first half of the board. And that's great news for the side of Pakistani fans, of course. But just that first half position, is it going to be enough? I would say no. You really do need to be inside the top 3. But again, I'd have already made it inside the PMGC, so they have nothing to worry about. Unless if they are looking for a big chunk of prize pool, then you need to be inside the top 3. But even then, I mean, they are still sitting back, relaxing and chilling. but these type of lobbies can really be a great warm-up for a team like I8 to try and get their muscle down, I guess, for the PMGC. So they really do need to try it no matter what. And you can clearly see, I'm not saying that they're not trying. You can clearly see that they are trying their best, but unfortunately, there are a lot of circumstances that are just not going in their way.
And you know, this is where I have to agree with what you just said, right? Considering the fact that you already know that you're qualified, you should just be trying to engage in all those fights. Now, I really feel strongly that I8 are strong in their 4v4s. The way they engage and the way they have their player's position in all those fights is really amazing and such a delight to watch. And something that they have really been struggling with lately. And one of the biggest reasons is pretty, you know, basic, pretty general. We have discussed about this before, is them, you know, changing their drops, right? And that massively completely changes their course, their path of rotation, because ideally I8 is known to rotate from down south. Now again, when you talk about a map like Erangel, them trying to rotate from the northern side, it's so much things to consider about, you know, keep in mind, because we're having so many of those teams going in, and I8 was one of those teams that love to play around the edges. Now they know how the SA lobby works, but then again, when you're completely playing from an opposite direction, it is bound to cause you trouble. And that is one of the primary reasons why they're struggling so much.
I mean, yeah, as you said, they like to, or they have been pretty accustomed to rotating all the way from down south, and now they're playing from a northern side. That is a big change in the rotation, right? And it is understandable too. But as we also said, these are the warm-up lobbies for the PMGC pretty much, so they can try and experiment around as much as possible. And I think so, if they do want to experiment with the drop locations, they can over here, considering they've already made it. But they will also need to try and play it as serious as possible, not just try and mess around inside the lobbies. They really do need to try and take those head-on-head collisions, because this can be the best warm-up before the entire big competition arises. Now, we also had this conversation about the Pakistan region. Now, ladies and gentlemen, just to let you guys know why we're really focusing on the Pakistan region inside these conversations is because so far they have been really struggling inside these games. And what I really wanted to say here, Fixes, was another thing that I've noticed is that every single team, they have these at least one or two experienced player, and then they have those two new coming players. For example, TUF, if I'm not wrong, Joker Sir and Edgar, if I'm not wrong. These two used to be in the R3D, right? In the past.
Yep.
And now they've moved on over to TUF. So these two players are quite experienced, and then you have two new faces coming in.
And TUF, in those initial first week of the PMPL Pakistan, the league stages, they were looking really amazing. And then we kind of had that little downfall where they sort of started fizzling out. Not the best of performance. They really had to fight it for to make it to top 6. A lot of other events unforeseen did occur, but regardless, you know, they're here finally. Now, Sanhok was one of their strongest suits, and you know, just for where they really drop at and how the circles have been forming, they should have been getting those chicken dinners there, but certainly, clearly, that's not working out for them. But never mind. I mean, maybe tomorrow is going to be a sunny day for them. But regardless, I think all they're going to take from this particular event is just going to be experience. And that is all they require right now. You know, take the experience, learn new things, learn about how teams are playing. But what I'm really proud of is how even the Nepali teams have progressed so far. Because honestly, the moment the Mongolians came in to the Asia Championship from being one of the wildcard regions, they were so devastating, man. They were terrific. They were just terrifying to watch. And there was a time when it used to go so one-sided. But now look at the competition. It is just not about Skylightz Gaming, who were back then known as DRS. Just, you know, cannot pulling the baton forward. It is the others also right now. You've got High Voltage. You've even got DRS, a completely revamped new roster that is really, really, you know, giving a run for the money to all these, you know, big names that we have. So, you know, definitely with passing time, the, you know, the kind of talent that you know, all these regions have been producing are really impressive, and I'm really hopeful, you know, things even keep on going better and getting better as time passes.
You know, the biggest shock for me was to recover from was that realizing the fact that Deadeye's guys didn't make it inside the SA Championship. And Deadeye's guys, knowing what sort of a legacy this team has had, or this org has had in general in the past, and them not being able to make it inside the lobbies, that in itself spoke volumes about how much the talent has risen up and how much the teams have now adapted to a newer play style, or whatever the heck's going on inside the lobby, right? Because definitely one thing can be seen for sure, a lot of teams now are more dominant. And speaking about the newcomers, man, I mean, you got to talk about DW. Pack of rookies, 4 players who haven't been seen anywhere closer to this type of an arena, just coming inside over here in the SA Championship, not just SA Championship, even in the PMPL Fall Split, and just dominating the entire scene. None of us expected this, and you always love those fairy tale stories, don't you?
Oh, indeed. I mean, who doesn't, right? That underdog story that RD Warriors have gotten along with them. But, you know, again, I really feel they still have a lot to offer. I mean, as an entire team, they did get the chicken dinner, though. Don't take me wrong. But I think this team can get, you know, back-to-backs or maybe potentially a hat-trick. Because they've got that firepower. All they need to work on is, that experience, their timing of entry inside fight. Because certainly, you know, in certain situations, I feel they take too much on their plate to deal with. And eventually, it just goes all astray. But, you know, finally getting ourselves back into the game, you know, a lot of, you know, talk about the scene, the region, everything. Ladies and gentlemen, it's nothing really different from what we have seen. It's quite a similar circle. This time, however, a little bit more inclined towards the southern side of the map. That is southern sides of Rozhok, where, you know, MABETEX as a team have a really commanding spot over at those school compounds, which gives such a good avenue for Godlike Stalwart to take over the apartments. Now, I really do not know. I mean, we've discussed a lot about MABETEX's downfall and, you know, the loss of demo really hampering their, you know, their intentions of trying to perform well. I mean, they're trying, but maybe it's just not enough.
I mean, again, as I said, these lobbies have improved drastically. And Deadeye's guys not making it inside the SA Championship is a prime example of that. So you really do got to keep up with the pace, man. You gotta grind for hours and hours. I mean, these teams, of course, are, but still, sometimes, man, some teams are just better than you expect them to be. And I think so. MABETEX Esports, demo not being there at the same time. I don't exactly know what other things are really not going well for them because they haven't been getting that much amount of spotlight. But I love the fact that we had a podcast hour and we pretty much just covered majority of the points, majority of the doubts that we had, and not just us. And I'm pretty sure even the chats had overall with why Pakistani region is struggling so much. But right now, getting our heads back inside the game as we have the next circle popping up. It's going to pop a little bit on the right side. Again, it's just dividing those two equal halves once again. We don't exactly know if the next circle is going to be shifting up north or down south, but both these teams now, both these sides now are going to start to get filled up with a lot of teams. That's for sure. You do see a huge wave of vehicles moving inside. I do want to see where DRS is going to position themselves because T20 Quarty has pretty much taken that, taken the area around the right side. So DRS think so they should choose somewhat of mediocre ground, even if the circle does move up north. They shouldn't have that much struggle to try and make it up north over there. T2K, of course, in the prime spot, even R3G, they have a really great spot for themselves.
I think for DRS, they do have that squad house just present right below Hell. So it's still nothing much to worry about. They just need to do some proper scouting and they are good to go. But who I'm really concerned about is the Warriors, right? How do they enter inside the circle? But as we speak, you know, Godlike Stalwart, they've just opened it up against MABETEX, but I don't think they're going to be, you know, trying to really go in for that push because, again, it's just a knock by the time you get the ram in, maybe after a second. But then again, you have to, you know, just wonder if objectively, if it's valid to, you know, try and contest school because, you know, the next moment the circle's going to go a little bit east. But, you know, I'm going to take my chances and just predict it's going to go a little west. And T20 Quarty, you know, this is exactly the kind of a spot that I was talking about that DRS can really, you know, try and capitalize over. T20 Quarty, however, had sent one of their players to have a different angle, and Khan 420 has to bite the dust as he was kind of unaware of this little intervention that Delta had really made over here. But this is still not one of the best of the compounds, but, you know, DRS, considering the fact that they've got nobody on their backlines, they should take it with open arms.
Oh yeah, DRS definitely backlines is some of the biggest threats teams can have, but luckily enough, DRS, they don't have anyone trailing them down right now, so things are looking pretty clear for that side. Again, we're not really seeing a lot of action on the board so far. Of course, teams just trying to get themselves in a better spot inside the circle, and a couple of shots taken while the rotations are being spotted here and there, but nothing critical exactly happening. But T2K, oh, this could have been really bad for the side of Sod, but still, Legends just not able to find those connections. It's understandable. Sod's being pretty quick with that rotation, wants to try and close some distance with his teammates. Again, we're still so deep inside the game, and we haven't seen a lot of actions fixes. We've only seen 2 bodies hit the deck so far, and we're already 15 minutes and 30 seconds in.
Indeed, and I completely understand why. Because, you know, again, all these teams are wary of the fact that the circle's going to take a massive shift. I think they've kind of got conditioned to how, you know, really terrifying this lobby could be. And hence, you know, it's just all about the patience game and just hold on, wait for that final curveball, which did eventually. And this time, I do have my zone prediction right, at least. You know, ideally, people did think it's gonna go east, but you know, the way the patterns have been forming, did go out west. Now, TUF, they're in prime position, you know, to have a real good control over this game, and same can be said for teams like Skylightz and Quantum Rage. I do not know. I mean, is this luck or skills? Because definitely not luck. If Skylightz can just hit that prediction marker of the zone every single time, bang on right. Because yesterday, Necro, if you remember that particular circle, they were around that squad house area. Now they are right at the northern side and have such a prime position right at the epicenter of where the zone is.
I think so. The positioning game from the side of Skylightz Gaming has been really just phenomenal with the way they have positioned themselves. So, again, as I said before too, there was a little bit of mysterious aura going on if the circle is going to be shifting up north or down south, and eventually it did shift up north, tilted a little bit on the left side, and Skylightz Gaming, they were right next to the bridge. They were pretty much guarding the bridge lines too, and as soon as the circle shifted, they were really quick with the rotation, made it inside the circle, and now Skylightz Gaming are pretty much in one of the prime spots, if you ask me. IAT is right underneath them. They have a little bit of control for themselves, but I don't think so IAT are going to try to engage in any sort of fights right now. T2K, they really are trying to stop some teams in their tracks, but those sprays aren't just hitting on the deck yet. Godless, right, really close to that tower, but unfortunately he isn't going to be able to find himself in that safer spot, and Quantum Rage is going to welcome him with the open arms. Alex out in the open. IHC has been caught off guard with that rotation.
I really loved what Rick did over there. You know, more than just trying to spray down those bullets, I loved how he repositioned themselves. Initially got into cover because he anticipated that Godless already is going to be aiming down sights on him. And, you know, to Godless's misfortune, kind of was a little unlucky because he kind of got shot from elsewhere. But for now, I mean, T2K, especially after getting that chicken dinner, and Rig has you know, proven himself to be such an amazing player. Even yesterday we did see him, you know, trying to clutch things around all by his own. But for now, you know, as things stands, everybody's just somehow finding a piece inside the circle, finding some area and some nooks and crannies to hide around, as Godlike Stalwart in a little bit of a pickle, you know, just trying to get in and losing out on their players, while High Voltage, they were trying to, you know, go a little bit up north. And now from the backlines have been spotted out by MABETEX, taking a lot of damage, as Saad spotting out Sneak. As the Warriors, I really loved their entry inside the zone, because I was really speculating where would they go from. They took that longer route, but seems like they've been snuffed out.
Exactly, they indeed have. I mean, Sneaks is being spotted, instantly knocked down too, so that's not a great news for them. TUF themselves are now catching a couple of bullets onto themselves. So the position a lot of teams, or the majority of the teams, have found themselves, and it's not a great one. Elementrix breaching inside this compound. Uta is the only man in the clotheslines, but as soon as Nocto tried to make it in, he got shot in the back, and Uta just completely took the advantage of that fact. Elementrix, at least for now, they're looking okay. Uta inside this compound needs to patch himself up, but the other player is still up top. He should have some sort of a knowing of the fact that there is someone right above him. But the position right now, the players of Elementrix have found themselves in, it's not a great position at all. Ashut and Uta, both of them are just cooking those nades. Nades are going to be quite perfect, and Uta is going to be the quick one.
And I've been, you know, again, this is one of those teams that we've barely even talked about, Team Elementrix. You know, just barring the Sanhok game, I think the presence of mind, the entire storyline that they have going along with them, being one of the pioneers of the PUBG Mobile Pakistan in fact the PUBG Mobile the Nepal region, they have had such a downfall, and to kind of stand back, you know, completely reforming their squad, they've definitely come a long way. And Orange, he must be proud, you know, being one of those members out there. But for now, Yeta Huta is carrying forward the mantle, but Ripson does go down, but the zone just being merciless as the Elementrix are left with just Orange trying to get inside the circle, as Godlike Stalwart having lost out on top. They will have to somehow cut that losses and just make it way inside the zone with the laser from the back lines. Opens it up with that mini 14 and will dish out devastating damage to Godlike Stalwart, because action's being knocked out and there is no chance on earth he is getting back up.
Yeah, the wall of death is closing in, and if you do go for the res, it's just going to be an invitation for your own demise. So Godlike Stalwart, the only wiser option over here is to try and close on in. But in the front are the players of Skylightz Gaming, and High Voltage 2 getting eliminated. Some big names are getting eliminated over here, man. What's going on over here, Fix? Is Caster Curse?
I don't know. He just got obliterated, is all I can say. I think they were a little bit complacent about the fact that they did not anticipate MABETEX. Because everything was going all happy and dandy for, you know, High Voltage, you know, until they made that decision to kind of go around Water City. I can completely understand the intention why they did that, but then again, you know, after going to Water City, all they should have done is, you know, followed DEW's footprints, right? They should have taken that longer rotation from that western side, not gotten through Rozhok, because that is where majority of the teams were just swarming in, and eventually, you know, had to fall down right flat on their faces, just being blown open. But this is one of those games, but where we really have to talk about DRS's rotation. They made such a good one, now have such good control over the entire northern territory, and Agonxi8 are finally, you know, deciding to really not back out from fights. They are holding those risky positions, they are taking those fights if necessity, and maybe the caster curse is actually true.
Indeed it is, man. I think so it is. But yeah, as you brought up, and even I brought up at the mid pack of the game too, I was like, okay, DRS's rotation is definitely looking quite interesting. If they're able to pull it off, they can find themselves in a really good spot, and that's what exactly has happened. DRS pulled it off perfectly. I mean, dropping all the way down south in Milta and making that rotation up north, it's not easy, and that's what the players of DRS have pulled it off to perfection. That rotation worked out perfectly. Quantum Rage right now is right in the smack center, but personally, if you ask me, am I a big fan of that position? I would say no. This late inside the game, I would prefer playing on the edges, because if you're going to find yourself in the center, you can definitely be the center of attraction too. Right now, DRS against the players of T2K, and T2K, they stand no chance. They're just getting picked off from a lot of different sides, and DRS, they really do want a little bit of piece of this one. They have managed to find some openings. They are probably going to get the confirmation soon enough. But TUF against the players of DEW, and Joker Sir really does want to find that opening with the utilities. He's trying to lob in a nade in this little corner. Will he though? He probably will. Joker, now he has a fight approaching him, but unfortunately he will crumble down on his knees. DEW, they make it count, but unfortunately they've lost out on 3 players. TUF, on the other hand, they have the man advantage inside the situation. If Sneaks is able to recover his teammates, and if he's able to get the res back upon the fallen comrades, then this can be a complete downhill for the side of TUF. But TUF, they do decide to make the push at the last second, and if I'm not wrong, they've got the confirmation on the last player.
They indeed have, and I mean, at this point, you know, you've put a doubt Sneak's intentions in trying to give a res on his teammate, especially when he has the Grotza to fight it out, and indeed he does, and just obliterates TUF, but just when he was going out in the open, his happiness was quite short-lived as he gets taken down, and now it all comes down to Nurzed, because Sneaks on no earth is gonna survive that one, as Apex just has him cornered over there with MABETEX really in a good situation right now, finally deciding to redeem themselves as the 2 Goliaths from 2 different regions are going to collide. It is Agonxi8 going up against Skylightz Gaming. Mr. Bora, that could have been a really devastating Molotov, but Ghost deciding to go for that revive onto Uzum. I do not particularly know if that's the best decision, but inside the Shroud of Smoke, maybe that's the best thing that they can possibly do, as the Circle of Death kind of shrinks in. Oh, Ghost is trying to bait it along. Uzum needs to trade it, and indeed he does, but Nima also comes with a trade of his own. Skylightz Gaming left to fight for another day.
Oh, that was just way too close for comfort. Nima is still able to stay alive, but oh boy. I'm still trying to wrap my head around how did TUF lose that battle against DUW. Like, I just don't understand the fact that TUF... Yeah, TUF literally had everything aligned, but I also feel like the lack of confidence is clearly seen. If they wanted, both of those players could have charged in at the same time and take out that one single man that was alive in the front, but that was not the case. They were just way too hesitant of doing that. Right now, DRS against the players of Quantum Rage, as I said, the position they have, they're definitely being the center of attraction, that's for sure, but just because they have the compound to play with, it's really tough to find those openings. And as soon as I say that, Rules finds a perfect sneak in with that nade, finds the mark, and one man goes down. Even Sirius is down low. Goku is the only saving grace this team can have. And oh, another nade to seal the deal. And Quantum Rage, that's it.
Ouch. Aye. That is gonna hurt. And correctly so. I mean, like you mentioned, right? Quantum Rage just being hunkered down to that one spot, just being holding it from ages. This was bound to happen. Especially with DRS taking such sublime control over the Northern Territory. Initially, they dealt with the players of T2K, and now they knew exactly what to do with Quantum Rage. And now DRS are playing it right, but look at Wally, quite oblivious of Nima's presence. But look at that, DRS really inching in close to getting another chicken dinner for themselves. The way these lads are playing, Nima, he's made it that far, but I think that's all he can go for, as Delta did try to just take him down, but eventually
he blew himself up.
That nade coming in from the side, just blowing himself up. And there you have it, DRS Gaming bag another one in the bag, and there you have it, 30 points.
15.
And they literally have secured the first position for themselves. What on earth is happening, Necro?
Yeah, I mean, these are the overall rankings for you, man. They are way too fragile and they're way too sensitive. It's easy to take away those spots, but it's tough to maintain them. Now, we'll need to find out if DRS is going to be able to keep that first spot or not in the upcoming games, but all the time, man, my predictions are getting up to that second spot, but they're not able to win that game. I think some fixes, I should get a half point for that, right?
At least you're getting there. You know, I'm not even close. But yeah, I think it's just one of those days where I woke up on the wrong side of the bed. But regardless, I'm so happy for how DRS are really playing. So amped up with energy, especially how those big brain plays, man. I mean, especially understanding the situation. So difficult when you've got all these teams swarming in from the southern side. They realize they do not want to be a part of this. Let's take that northern road. Let's take that risk. Let's take that gamble, and it worked off. And not just that. Even in terms of how prolific they were in taking those fights. Of course, we're gonna talk so much more about DRS's victory, but after this short little break. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, that beautiful map of Noosa and all those new, arcade games just coming in, just making sure that your experience of PUBG Mobile is always spot on. But coming back to the MVP of this game has to be Delta this time. We'd seen so much of Yante that felt like Delta kind of got a little overshadowed, right? Because let's be honest, he's been one of those players we've seen play in the big stages even in the past, and finally has gotten to show his true potential. And this was all about DRS and their really good control, their really good presence of mind in trying and picking up fights, isolating their opponents, and absolutely just bombarding that compound and sending Quantum Rage back to the lobby. But taking a look at the other players, I mean, Oda around that Rozok area did really try whatever he possibly could have done. But when you talk about Delta, you cannot really leave Gyante far behind, can you?
You cannot. I mean, Gyante and Delta, these two players, they have been some of the most instrumental players for this entire squad in general, right? And DRS, I mean, this roster in general, they have had quite a big run from the past. If you do remember all the glorious moment this roster has had, and then later on, of course, they got signed under the banner of DRS. I mean, they have a long story for themselves. But IT2, Alex, they find themselves on the board over here, just stealing that highest healing done limelight. Of course, not something to be proud of that much. But then Zen 2 is going to be there on the second spot. But what I'm really surprised by, even so, I said I8. Somewhere in the middle phase of the game, I said I'd also have a fantastic position for themselves. But as soon as the circle moved up north, I was taking a look at I8 on my map.
Yep.
And I8, they were not as quick as the players of Skylightz Gaming. As soon as Skylightz Gaming realized that the circle has moved away, they moved up instantly. And the same thing could have been done even from the side of I8 if they wanted to, but they didn't do so.
I think it all came down to, they had the eggs in the basket. The circle's going to go down south. It's going to go down there. And it is one of those times, right? We didn't even discuss about that during the cast, where Skylightz Gaming was so spot on with the predictions, right? Having really good games. This time, however, coming in second, Niba till the very end, the way he just clutched it out against I8. And I8, I do not know, if driving away that vehicle, trying to draw attention was the best of the ideas. Or maybe I really felt, the knock player should have done that. And the player with the maximum HP should have just stayed in and could have fired. But regardless, I mean, these are the match rankings right in front of you. MABETEX also finding some ground. Quantum Ridge, pretty much, satisfied with all these position points that they are accumulating for themselves. Team Elementrix, however, finding some ground in this game, at least in terms of those eliminations, 5 coming to their name. And, those were desperate times, man. No matter what they would have done or they could have done, things would have been pretty much same. They rather chose down to, take a fight and walk out. But the Warriors, I really like their rotation as well. But, as we take a look at DRS's rotation, this is where we see how beautiful they were in trying to get inside the circle. Now, initially, they kind of are playing that, that South Asian style of play where you kind of respect that circle's edges, stick around there, anticipate, wait for that hard curveball to hit. Once that radical shift is there, that is where you make the move. Now, this is where they initially got one of those players of T20 QWERTY. The moment the circle kind of shifted there, they instantly just went in from that to take control over that northern area, right? And that is where, they had such prime position inside the game that they seemed unstoppable. Now, first they dealt with T2K, then they realized as the circle further shrunk, it was Team Quantum Rage in the hiding, and all they had to do was just blow them up. Look at them, how beautiful it was. And it was such a delight to watch.
Yeah, it was picture perfect. I mean, if any other teams would have seen that rotation coming through, they would have been like, okay, let's try to contest a fight against T2K and maybe perhaps hope that we're going to win that. But no, instead, DRS made a complete rotation all the way back, went all the way from behind Yasnaya, all the way up north, and then entered from the northern side. I mean, perfectly capitalized, man. This is the definition of picture perfect rotation. And as soon as they had the northern side, they knew there's no one in the back lines. All they need to take care of is the sidelines, and that's what they did so perfectly, because in the front lines there were a lot of teams who were trying to make it in, so they didn't really need to take care of the front lines that much. So DRS pretty much just instantly being on the prime spot, and also the circle was up north. But I mean, overall, man, you can't just ignore the fact that this rotation was just so phenomenal. And then later on, the circle, of course, just centered on up right on top of the players of Quantum Rage, where DRS waited it out a little bit, and then pretty much they knew as the backlines are clear, they can't try and buy as much as time as possible. And that's what exactly happened.
What are the odds that, inside that circle you have that one, concrete compound, and there'd be nobody inside that? And DRS were quick to realize that, and what they did to Quantum Rage was abysmal, but regardless, I think Quantum Rage are still yet to recover from what just happened. It was an artificial red zone formed inside the little compound, just boom, bam, left, right, and center, and they just got decimated. But regardless, I mean, a beautiful game from DRS, understanding the gravity of the situation. As we head on to the OPPO moments and have a glimpse of how another Erangel game did occur in front of us, and how good DRS and the other teams were. In fact, even for Skylightz Gaming, I mean, we did kind of miss out on a few of those really good ones, but that is exactly why we do have these highlights for.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that knock was a insane knockout. Perfect tracking from the side of Godlike Stalwart, and such a far away too. Now again, this fight right here between the players of Skylightz Gaming and of course in the front, that was a little scrappy, but in the end Skylightz Gaming were able to find themselves on the better half of the board, and they were able to take them down. Now, as you do have to schedule, of course, one last game is left, which is going to be of course played on Miramar. Now Miramar being pretty strong suit for a decent amount of teams inside the lobby. Even DRS themselves are pretty solid. There's a chance they might just get a back-to-back. But considering the fact that there are a lot of teams that are quite desperate for this chicken dinner, if you ask me for the predictions, I feel like now this one is going to be way too tough to predict, because this Miramar, man, it's the last map of day 2. And you need to realize how important this was for the comeback.
Indeed it was. But, I think I'm not going to have second thoughts on this one. I'm just going to go with the pattern that we have for us. I think I'm going to go with Skylightz Gaming on this one, because if you put high voltage aside, Skylightz Gaming has been another one of those teams that has had really good games of Miramar, and we have been witnessing those northern circles, and they've been making some really good rotations over here. So for me, it's Skylightz Gaming. What about you, Necro?
Dude, like, there's so many teams I have in my mind right now, but initially, I'm just going to go with initial over here. So initially, Godlike Stalwart came into my mind, so I think so Godlike Stalwart is going to be my pick over here. Yeah, I think so. This has to be, man, because again, Godlike Stalwart, as they have lost out on their throne, they are definitely looking to get it back in their hands, and what better to do it than the last game, right? They always like to close things off with a style, and maybe they will do so once again. But this also leads us to another conversation. Now, of course, the top 3 is looking way too close, as expected, but let's focus on the latter half of the board once again. Now, VENOM Legends entry in the first half of the board so far, looking pretty okay. With how they played inside the league stages of the PMPL Fall split, the performance was definitely quite interesting, I would say, because there used to be that one day where VENOM Legends would perform and get those chicken dinners, then other day they would be completely deactivated. That sort of performance cannot be expected inside the South Asia Championship. You really do need to have the consistency flowing, and considering, as you said, the organization has made a big leap from all the way to Bangladesh region to Nepal region, now having those 4 pack of players where Fragboy has been an experienced one, and he is trying his best to hold things together. But VENOM Legends, I mean, the struggle's being seen, right?
I think one of the primary reasons we've been talking over it and over again has always been their hesitancy, the reluctancy of engaging in fights. Now, one thing for sure they've got themselves figured out is how they really want to attempt this particular circle. Their initial places, the second stops, their third stops have really been good. But then again, when it comes down to the sheer gun potential, that is something that has really been missing, right? Whenever you see a team really charging at that direction, they kind of tend to, take one step back, and they're like, guys, we do not want to be a part of this. They could just actually be retaliating back, or be a little bit more proactive. Just make those preemptive nades, just, try to get those extra aggressive peaks. Now, this is something that really might be risky, but really does pay off, because how far is it going to get? Because right now, for all these teams, I think the qualification to the PMGC is something that they can dream of, and it's still not a long shot yet, because
Yeah.
by the end of tomorrow's games, that is the point where we can say, the chances are done and dusted. Because who would have thought that DRS, at this point could have just gotten on chicken dinner and could have toppled over teams like IHC, Godlike Stalwart, and SG over there. So anything and everything is possible. It is always about having the right mindset. And you never know, maybe this game, VENOM Legends could prove us wrong, could be really surprising. But we head in, chartering into the deserts of Miramar, as now we do have this flight path trajectory a little bit inclined towards that northern side. Sort of gets me thinking that the circle might really go south, but I won't be surprised if it decides to take the northern side.
I mean, the previous Miramar circle was down south, though. If this one's as well down south, then it'll definitely be quite interesting. But yeah, getting our conversation back to VENOM Legends, and the only reason why I really brought this up during the map of Miramar is because they have won. In fact, I think so 1 or 2 chicken dinners in this map exactly previously in the league day. So they definitely do have the potential to pull off a chicken dinner inside this map. But one thing I've noticed all the time is that the only time they're really able to win those 4-on-4 collisions is when the enemy team messes up big time. And that is a big statement I'm making over here, because when you're waiting for the enemy team to mess up inside a 4-on-4 collision, that pretty much means that you're not really that much confident in your own firepower and your own will to try and take them down in a 4-on-4 head collision. So VENOM Legends, yeah, as you brought this up too, you mentioned this, they really do need to work on their firepower, and that's for sure. I mean, Fragboy is there to all the time just bring it up no matter what, but the other players as well, they really do need to sometimes step it up to the occasion. Don't get me wrong, all the 4 players are incredibly skilled, but it's just that sometimes they're not able to find that sweet mark. They're not able to find that activation process for themselves. And hopefully inside this Miramar game, it is going to be that one, because VENOM Legends, they've been pushed down all the way on the 10th spot in the overall rankings after that previous game. Even Agonxi8, they've been pushed on the latter half of the board on the 9th position. So this game is really important for a lot of teams.
Now, the way the circle has really formed around, it's quite interesting. I mean, I wouldn't say it's pretty, it's the same one. It's kind of an uncommon one that has formed, at least if you talk about the kind of iterations of the zone we've seen in this particular tournament. Because ideally, this kind of tends to go somewhere around the Minas Generalis area, or maybe around La Benedita. But this has that little bit of, a space where DRS, I'm kind of keen to see how they rotate around this one. I8, again, we've been talking so much about them. Los Leones being their home ground. And this is one of those games where they can really enjoy their own sweet time, just getting their loot done and try to take over those La Benditas, steep hills, and just play around from there. Just need to watch out for T2K. But I think, T2K is going to have a busy day in the office today, because they've got so many teams just around that northern side. And Team VENOM Legends, you were just talking about them. Now they are in the midst of an action.
Yeah, and you gotta love these early game actions too. I mean, Finisher is all by himself inside this one, and he is going to patch himself up. Does have a UMP too in the close range. Of course, this weapon's going to be quite devastating, so you always got to watch out for that blow. On the other hand, Laser 2 has a UMP with an extended mag in his hand, so 35 bullets. Those are some extra bullets that can definitely help him out in these top of duels. Finisher just cooking up a nade. If he finds an opening with this nade, this can definitely prove out to be quite big, and he exactly does. Actually, it's Strawlin from completely somewhere else who's helping him out right now. Now, how the tables have turned. Ripson's all by himself inside this compound. They thought that this was an isolated man, but no, Magnus's cover fire was really quick. Cavalry arrives, and they do this one perfectly. Instant trades, too. VENOM Legends, not a start they wanted. What just happened, Fixes? We were having a conversation, a full-blown conversation about this team, and this is a sort of start they have. Maybe we cursed them. Yeah, this is like literally a curse, yeah. Damn it.
On the brighter side of things, I think this is exactly how Team Magnus play. This is what they're known for, right? Their trades, their aggression, which was sort of lacking. And, that kind of builds up. And at a point when you kind of cross your threshold, just kind of burst open. And if Team Magnus, take it in a constructive way and build their way up from here, it's still a battle not lost for them, right? They can still try and just walk off with their heads held high. Because finisher and faster, mind you, Necro, you know, had you just seen the games of the Pakistan region, especially the league stages, the way Team Magnus was playing, I mean, you'd be surprised. You know, they were playing like they were from a whole different universe. Now, put them under any circumstance, any adverse situation, they somehow still used to come out swinging and won the games. And it was such a domination from their side, but it's been such a fall. I mean, I really cannot understand the reason why. But, you know, this is exactly how, you know, Magnus plays. Just got a little glimpse of all the viewers that have really missed out on the Pakistani PMPL. But for now, you know, as things stand, VENOM Legends, well, not the kind of a start that they wanted, you know, losing out on 2 of their players. Hopefully would want to try and survive for just a little bit longer. But this particular circle, the way it's formed out, you know, like we've discussed, right? If Magnus get their loot right, they're gonna be in a prime position. Because a lot of teams, let's be honest, what are they trying to do in Miramar? Get their loot done, make that early rotation, just take over the hills, and watch out for every passing team, and then, you know, think about your next course of action.
I mean, they can. Again, that type of play would really require a lot of patience. And hopefully these players do have that much amount of patience too. I mean, yeah, they have started off with a complete bang. Don't get me wrong, getting 2 eliminations already in their hands. So Magnus Esports, yeah, they're off to a rocking start, that's for sure. But hopefully they don't get too complacent. I mean, when you do get too complacent inside the lobbies, you start taking the fights that you normally shouldn't. And that has been the problem with a lot of teams. When you start feeling that moment, you tend to overextend. That's what we call int. And when you do find yourself in that int moment, it's really tough. And when you realize that you've just inted, it's way too late. That happens with me all the time, Fixes.
Yeah, I've been privy to that. I've played the other FPS titles pages. Do not have your hands out of W. I mean, that's the way to go, man, right? It's that
fun.
way. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. At the end of the day, we're just having fun. We're not competitive players. We do not have to think about much. You know, one game gets over, just get back to the lobby and start another one. And yeah, quite understandable why. But you know, sadly these players do not have the luxury of doing the same. So much pressure, not just from their fans, their orgs, and more than that, you know, to themselves. You have to exceed, you have to be a better player from what you were yesterday, is what the goal is, if you want to progress and develop. And yeah, we've seen that, you know, few of the players, you know, the big names that we have been talking about, if they're not there, maybe they did something wrong, didn't they? But right now, getting back to this particular matchup, we have these teams finally starting to set courts inside the circle. A lot of them that were outside are eventually trying to come in, but nobody wants to take around the center, you know, still just get around, you know, left and right. Nobody wants to instantly go off and fight for the center, try to, you know, take down T2K. Because honestly, I mean, we do have the luxury of having the map feed with us. But if the teams know that T2K is split apart, I mean, I like to take them down.
Oh yeah, of course. And this really reminds me of A1NB, of how they played inside the lobbies of the league stages and how they were really dropping down too, right? And A1 usually, they would have 2 players. So they would have 2 players exactly right above Military Island, right on the edge of the coastline, and then 2 players near farm. And then 1952 would drop out really close. And there would be some times where 1952 would try to capitalize. And right off the bat, as soon as the first game started of the league days, A1NB actually got completely squad wiped by the players in 1952, just because of that separate drop location they had. So when you really do have these type of unorthodox separations with your teammates, I personally feel like there's the biggest chance is right then and there to try and capitalize for any other team. But again, if you do have the knowledge of that, you can try to do so. But if you don't, then you're pretty much just running in like headless chickens without having any sort of knowledge, unless if you're able to scout it out perfectly. But getting back to our conversations about the casual players, you know, us casual players, and another big freedom and advantage that we have is if anything goes wrong, just blame it on your teammates. It's the best thing you can do.
He's just bad. He's not pushing with me. You should have
Yeah,
done
he's
that.
bad, man. Just blame it on your teammates, dude.
Yeah.
I'm the best. My team is bad. It's okay.
Yeah. And that's the way to go. I mean, we've all done that. We've been there, done that. And I think we're going to be rigid. We're not going to change. And
Oh yeah, it's fun.
yeah, it's fun as long as we're having that. Even in PUBG Mobile, I mean, I've done that countless times whenever I play with Ocean and Nonch, and I'll be the first point of contact. I'll just go in, get a few knocks, then get finished off, and then Ocean, he's just gonna be trying to make some reels, trying to be in a whole different universe, trying to take down different players with his bolt action. Despite them being, 400 meters apart, still would try to, no-scope them. And, 1 out of 99 times he does connect. And, well, that goes on his story. And for Ranch, I mean, he's the one who is pretty laid back, just pretty chill. And, we kind of bring in the diversity, 3 different styles of play. And we still did not go for a 4th man. That is how adamant we are. But right now, DRS, they've got MABETEX spotted out. I do not know if that's the best idea, but Rules really believing in those stabs. Did dish out decent amount of damage though. But eventually, now MABETEX knows exactly where those shots came in from.
Exactly. I mean, DRS, yeah, definitely did kind of blew their cover away with that one. But the circle too, I mean, so far the game's been quite peaceful. We've only seen 2 bodies hit the deck so far, which of course both of them have been from the side of VENOM Legends. Laser and Ripson have been lost out in that cause over there. And of course, all the thanks to the team that took him out. But what I'm really waiting for over here is how Magnus are now going to try to navigate their way around. Now, if you do see on the map, of course, we can see it on our maps, the center of the circle is just cluttered up with a lot of teams. It's really tough to find yourself a good spot inside the circle at this point in time. The only place where you can find yourself maybe being comfortable, at least for now, can be the edges. And even though those edges are now starting to fill up with a lot of teams, every single team inside lobby is just waiting for the next circle shift, and it will be hitting the deck soon enough. I8 spotting out the rotation of Magnus, but it's not going to be that big of a threat for the side of Magnus. They should be able to get a clean rotation inside the circle. The next circle should be popping up any time. And this is where a lot of teams might just be surprised, or if it just centers on up, they will have a big sigh of relief. And sort of centers on up, but still another shift.
Another shift. That kind of favors T2K at this point. But what I'm really concerned about is the amount of teams, the splash of colors around them. They're kind of getting surrounded. You've got Elementrix, you've got Godlike Stalwart, you've got MABETEX, you've got Magnus. What do you do if you were T2K at this given point? But, this is where Fragboy will find some respite, gets a knock onto its 420 boy. I mean, usually the flank for his team can get even more to take down Voltrox at this point, but Voltrox just goes with the ram in, has no time to patch himself up, but Fragboy just slow tossing that grenade up, making those right calls. But look at Gravity from the far fray, just trying to provide that cover fire. Does indeed buy the time to administer that first aid for Voltrox. And I do not know if, this is the best bet for T20 QWERTY to try and take a fight against a player that has such good rich cover. But Fragboy just gave it away. He wants to calm down. But eventually will just lie in wait for maybe Voltrox to misstep just a little bit.
Did he just toss a Molotov right in front of him? I'm confused. But yeah, Fragboy definitely looking to close things up now. I personally feel like going back to the high ground has to be the most wiser play that he can try to make, but no, even he's being surrounded from the back line, so there's nowhere to go, no escape from that one. You can run, but you can't hide. That's what the players at T20 QWERTY just said to him. So Gangsta is going to be the only man left alive. Gangsta didn't even bother trying to save his teammate over there, who was just completely in a pickle. So Gangsta, the intentions are pretty clear. They're trying to keep his position anonymous for as long as possible and secure those placement points. But as the circle has shifted on up, as you said, T2K, they're right in the smack center, but that can also mean they can be the center of attraction. So if you're T2K at this point in time, I would say don't take a lot of shots. That doesn't mean you cannot be proactive. Yeah, you can definitely try to spread yourself out and get as much as vital information as possible before the next circle shift hits. But if the next circle shift even centers on up on you, then that's a great thing, right?
And at this point, I'm kind of speculating to what would be Skylightz Gaming's next movement, or rather when will it be? Because they kind of stationed at the northwestern side of the map.
Yeah.
They still have MABETEX though. But they can play around the edges. But if they do have that little high ground for themselves, that could, you know, just go south for them. Because then they just get spotted out and will be picked off. But look at IHC, you know, still taking damage from the blue. But they're on a whole different league right now. They're going to pull off that southern rotation. Are they going down from Los Leones, or are they just going to walk through Los Leones? You know, that is what has me confused. But
the
look
circle.
at this circle shift. Aye. Hit so many of them. And everybody would be swarming their way inside the circle. But Team Magnus, they're going to be feeling elated by DRS. They've done it again. Again, that northern area, all by themselves. They've taken good control. But Magnus, I must say, they're in a prime position right now. This has to be their game to lose.
I mean, even Quantum Rage, once again, they found themselves in a really good position. Already given up. When you hear Quantum Rage, who are they? I don't know them anymore.
They'll survive.
But,
maybe till the 3rd or 4th. But Chicken Dinner, I do not know. Second thought.
He lost all the hopes, guys. It's okay though. You know, maybe there's still 1% chance that they might get it. But for now though, as we have the players of High Voltage just unleashing or just unloading the mags, and the players of DEW are there trying to make an escape route from here. And they will be able to do so successfully too. High Voltage, they spot a little glimmer of them trying to fade away from that spot. But High Voltage, they themselves need to make it inside the circle, because the wall of death now is going to start to close in. The main problem over here is that there's way too many teams alive in such small of a circle, and it's looking like a death match.
You know, again, all these teams, it's just a waiting game going on for them. You know, everybody understands. But look at Leo. Skylightz Gaming have an idea that he could just be looming around and just lobs that grenade and just passes away. Or was that a smoke? I really need to process what just happened over here, because AJ has shown intentions of engaging in this fight, as Mr. Boro has started already prepping up that grenade. And you know, it's been some time. You know, we've seen those kill moves being showcased by all these players, as AJ spots out Apex right out in the open. Whiffs his spray. Had that been an M4, could have connected, but you know, we have discussed about players having that little inclination towards Carvel. But look at top, picture perfect precision of that spray does deliver, as Prabeen also on a sliver of HP.
Yeah, Godlike Stalwart definitely having a really big advantage inside this fight. But again, the problem was Cry was the fallen man inside this one. Top goes down again. Top is not a man you want to lose out on, but Godlike Stalwart, they don't have any other option left, because even from the back, the blue zone's closing in. So you cannot, of course, underestimate the play zone at this point in time. You really do gotta respect it. T2K, on the other hand, they're really trying to hold the players off. Godlike Stalwart off at bay. It's not going to be that easy of a task. Even the players of Godlike Stalwart know their backlines are not secured. So there's always going to be that sort of paranoia building up. Now, Action taking shots against Jane. Jane has definitely caught some few bullets, but those haircuts are just not connecting yet. Action out in the open. Nothing he can do at this point in time. He will fall down. It's all down to Pika.
Yeah, indeed. And we've seen what Pika is capable of. He has definitely proven his mettle, but right now, he's gonna try and pull off something even bigger. It's gonna be such an arduous task against the players of T2K, and informed T2K, who've been holding on to the center for quite a long time. Action, no wonder though. They try to thread the needle there, connect a few shots, but look at Skylightz Gaming, real close to T2K, as Rig just breaks open, as there you have it, Jane trying to trade things off, but Nima just coming in clutch for his squad, but barely has any health point to survive over there, as Mr. Boro might just get exploded. Still survives the Rad, the Molotov. Rig is making it all happen, now goes in for the push. Nima getting a little bit respite, has time to patch himself up, as Mr. Boro will clean him up, as Nima just charging in at Rig's direction. Rig has done this in the past, can he do it again? No is gonna be the answer, as T2K, they've been dealt with, and Skylightz Gaming just losing out on one player, still have managed to secure such an important fight, but they have to make a run for the circle.
Yeah, but valiant effort even from the side of T2K. They tried their best. Unfortunately, at the end, the circle just played a really evil game and just shifted completely on the right side. Now the rotations are definitely going to be even more tougher, because the players of I8 try to rotate all the way out in the open. Of course, that was not a possible circumstance no matter what, because they were just locked in the sight lines of the players of Quantum Rage, and they easily picked him off. Quantum Rage right now, they themselves are getting picked off. IHC is the one approaching the compound, and oh, the man's way too close. The threat is going to be there, and it's way too big too. IHC easily dealt with the player of Quantum Rage, and now they have the compound in their hands too. Two more players are in the front, and those two players are quite wounded, and the wounds are going to be quite deep too. Quantum Rage, considering the fact that Elementrix has been looking really shaky, IHC can definitely try to abuse that.
But still, IHC cannot just have a smile on their faces right now, because they've got bigger things to deal with, and one of them is trying to get inside the circle, especially with Goku and Senior just outside of that compound, and sort of, throws you into thinking, where might they be? Because all IHC got were those knocks, and they are well aware of the situation, and they have to make a move inside the circle, and now it's going to be so difficult for them. Finally, Senior breaks out, but I see he's got no choice but to try and make a run for his life, try to get inside the blue, and then maybe shoot back, and then maybe make things worse for Quantum Rage and Senior. This is the nerves, man. I mean, ideally, the professional players are very well adept to at least take a player down. At least, you've got to practice your sprays, and they've done this in the past. They are good. Nothing taken away, but I think it's just boiling down to the fact that they're feeling the heat, but despite that, did manage to get a few knocks here and there, as I8 still have 3 of their players alive. This could be the game where I8 can possibly stage their comeback. Their players have a really good ridge to play around with. Skylightz Gaming right in the open with nowhere to run and hide, with team Magnus Gaming also pushing in at their direction. Ghost realizing a little out of position, gets punished, but instantly runs to cover.
Yeah, the next circle just shifts out in the open in no man's land. I mean, there are the players of DRS right on the edge, but still the center of the circle is not taken by any other team. As you said, Magnus Esports definitely are having the game of their life, but if they are able to survive this entire situation that they're being thrown into right now, in which Faster was knocked out, but he should be able to get back upon his feet. But again, another big task for the players of Magnus is going to be to clear their backlines and also make sure they're making it inside the circle harms-free, in which the players of I8 are going to try to hold them off at bay. I8, both of those players are just inside the circle, or barely on the edge of the circle, and they are going to try to be the Guardian Angels. It's 3 players alive for them: Blade, Ghost, and Uzum. And again, Ghost, of course, is a little damaged, but it's okay. He does have enough amount of time to patch himself up. And look at the players of MABETEX now. They're going to try to make a rotation happen inside the circle. They do realize they cannot keep on wasting a lot of time anymore. They need to make it in as quick as possible. DRS, player in the front. It's going to be a man from the side of Quantum Rage and team that you have given up on. It seems like Quantum Rage definitely are struggling inside this one too, and makes a lot of sense. I mean, they don't have the best of the positions. Goku is all the way in the back, and even he cannot provide the cover fire that is needed. So Quantum Rage, for them to survive this entire wrath of DRS, it's next to impossible.
3 Pakistani teams out of the 5. I think I like their odds until this just kind of blow it all apart. But Team Magnus finally just getting overzealous. They really want to pick this fight up against I8. They know how important this is in their intentions of trying to get inside the circle. But Mafia Ninja creeping in from the backlines could just ruin things for Team Magnus. And, I8 just could walk out with the final laugh. About DRS, they've been spotted from miles afar. Faster does connect those sprays, and could see one of those shots being on the head. But Team Magnus for now being ever patient, as rules just decides, cannot find the body parts of the player, just blow that vehicle up, you're gonna end up with something. And does find on the right side, but Faster coming to aid his teammate, as DRS Gaming just constantly spraying down on the players of Team Magnus, as Rollin also just gets blown over by Gante. As Finisher, look at him, completely in shambles, and goes, what on earth is he doing inside the vehicle? Comes out just to get wiped out. Oh my god, I8. How on earth could you just throw this away, Ghost? What is his relationship with cars?
Yeah, I think so. He tried to play the prop in that one, and he thought, okay, I'm just not going to continue. I mean, that was a complete big blunder. I'm not going to try to cover it up. But yeah, again, I mean, Magnus right now, they're definitely dominating the circle. They have a great spot. DRS need to make it in. The circle has placed the players of Magnus with its presence. Magnus, if they're able to capitalize on this opportunity, I mean, they have had a fantastic start for such a good ending. If they're able to capitalize this is, of course, going to be the icing on top of the cake, and it might just be the legend as well to do so. Sirius is still alive from the side of Quantum Rage, and DRS, they do have a 2-2 split going on. As we did see DRS just unloading their magazines in the front. They were just mowing down lawns. So they have sort of instilled some sort of fear inside the lobby. All they need to do is slowly and steadily inch their way inside the circle, and that's what they're trying to pull off here.
But DRS, man, what a run are they having?
Yeah.
En route to get their back-to-back. Hasn't been done so far in the SA Championship. We've seen two, but not back-to-back, and they are on the right path. Have all 4 of their players alive, and look in what fashion, spotting out Sirius finally. 11 finishers already to their names, and are really hungry for more. Team Magnus, they've gotten this far. Can they just claw in a little bit more deeper? As DRS, very well spread out. Killer Whitey, a little bit of that flank angle, all having stable covers. As finisher, just trying to push in, trying to find some kind of an opening, create that avenue, create that space where they might be able to take the fight. The right player, Zen and finisher for this very moment, but the grenade just comes in right at finisher's face, takes a massive amount of damage, but instantly will retreat as Rules, just being a little reluctant, knows the threat looming in from Quantum Rage, finally decides to push in. Finisher being spotted out as Delta just pushes in from another direction, gets a knock, and will also get the second one as DRS wipe the floor with Magnus as the final player of Quantum Rage survives. Serious against the world in a 1v4 situation, just prone down, living on to his life as it lasts, as the grenade just blows him open. Delta goes down, but finally cleans it up. DRS, they are on fire, and look nigh unstoppable. Another chicken dinner in the making, and they have done it.
Yeah, pretty much just running away with the lead too, man. Fantastic stuff. I mean, 14 elimination points secured from their side to get 29 points in total. As I said, they are definitely running away with the lead. And if I'm not wrong, before this game even started, Godlike Stalwart were on the second spot, and DRS were on the first spot with 137 points. So how much is hurting 137 plus 29? Are you good with maths?
A lot of points. Yeah, I'm
A
good.
lot of points.
Yeah, I mean, practically correct. Not
Yeah,
quite
technically you are.
literally though, but yeah, we're gonna take that. A lot of points because you know, everybody's just gonna be elated and delighted because you know, no matter which region you represent, I think DRS, they command that respect right now. You know, going up against the stalwarts inside the lobby, you know, being the rookies on the block and playing like there's no tomorrow. No, applauses, commends to them.
Yeah.
And we're definitely going to talk more about DRS and how good they have been, but after this short little break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was such an amazing game just to watch because honestly, I was enjoying every bit of it because the way DRS played, I'd love to see their rotation once again. I mean, it's so mesmerizing to watch. You know, this is just not a team that wins by fluke, right? They're really taking the circle in such a beautiful manner. I mean, props to their IGLing, and not just that. Their entry inside those fights, the way they're just, it's all in sync. It's like a symphony that gets played on. And Delta, again, this player, he's pretty much stepping it up. And I think by the end of the show, when we have the MVP leaderboards, I'm pretty sure this man will have a spot for himself.
He should be there, definitely, man. And because DRS, they have really just nailed it down today. And they have been playing so well so far. As you said, he should be there somewhere in the elimination leaders later on. But as you do have Delta right now in the MVP of the previous game, once again with 5 elimination points and 5 knockouts in total. So that's a perfect conversion rate with a survival time of 25.06, but not a lot of damage dealt. So yeah, again, as I said, the conversion rate was perfect from his side. Finisher, 2 from the side of Magnus Esports, who was able to start things off on a great note and also somewhat end things off on a great note too. At least Magnus, they got a decent positioning in the previous game. So Finisher got himself 4 elimination points at 774 damage wrapped up. So again, I mean, do you want to shed some light on exactly what happened with the players of I8? Because yeah, as you said, the last man was just sitting inside the vehicle. So I've seen this type of strategy being replicated a lot in the NA region. Where usually the players just try to sit inside the vehicle and pretty much just take shots from there. But I don't exactly know if that was the same sort of intention coming in from his side too.
You know, I think the intention, like you said, was pretty much understandable, but that was not the right situation, especially when you've got the players of Magnus completely just opening ADS on you. And he could have done so many different things, right, Necro? Instead, just because that does not really give you that precision that you ideally want with that weapon. And Ghost being one of those players who's really very well adept in his close range combat, I would have rather seen him trying to take a face-on combat fight rather than just, you know, sit inside the vehicle. That's not Ghost-like, right, to be honest. But talking about the match summary, pretty much is quite clear. It was a DRS domination all over. However, Doc this time in this game of Miramar did the highest healing, right? Previous one clutched it out, 1 for the reels. But yeah, this game was all about, you know, those circle shifts being really random yet again. The teams having to adjust and adapt, and DRS making sure just remaining on the peripheries of every single circle that formed, and just staying aloof from the fights. And once, you know, they have a good position, they somehow get themselves activated, and then the kill switch gets pressed, and then there's just no stopping them, and it's just nukes dropping left, right, and center.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much, yeah. And then in the end, it was just the last man of Quantum Rage, if I'm not wrong, who was able to survive till the end. But unfortunately, for quite a long time. And as you said, Quantum Rage, this is what they're known for, right? So, yeah, I mean, this is what they're known for, just to keep their heads tucked down. And pretty much somehow they also get the zone in their court. I mean, even the previous game, they ended things on what, like 4th spot, and now they ended things on the 2nd spot. So I would say somewhat of baby steps from their side, which will of course be helping them in the future lines, but I'm not sure how much it's going to help them because the games are running away, the time's running away, the days are running away. You only have 2 more days to go in the future lines. That means you only have what, 12 more games to play around with? That's not a lot of games, man.
You know, but let's be honest. I think the Pakistani teams did fairly well, better than how they performed yesterday. And it was just not one team. Yesterday, it was it felt like it was more about a T20 QWERTY or maybe Regicide or Quantum Rage in that final game. But today, these teams had been consistent, and Regicide and T20 QWERTY were kind of out of equation, right? They barely had their presence felt. Did not see a lot out of them. And sort of broke my heart. Get to see a lot out of Gravity, multiple situations we've seen, you know, their flankers are getting caught off, they're getting those early casualties in those fights, they're not getting those trades, and did not really feel much like, you know, watching QWERTY play. But I8 seem to have sort of redeemed themselves. They're on the right path though, but I still feel they have a lot more to display of what where their real potential lies.
I mean, speak of the real potentials, man. I mean, as you were bringing that stuff up, and I also had a little bit of, behind the scenes talk with Voltrux too, and he himself is struggling with a lot of things, man. And as I said, even I mentioned this before too, what goes on in the game is not the 100%. There's some stuff that also goes on in real life, and you never exactly know what exactly is going on. And majority of the viewers, they just end up hating on these teams that, oh, how do they screw this up? You don't exactly know what's going on in their real life too, right? So, yeah. You always just gotta let it pass by, I guess, because they are definitely struggling with a lot of things so far. But as you do have the damage graph in front of us of the previous game, with DRS with, of course, 14 elimination points and 2611 damage dealt. Then you have Quantum Rage with, of course, only 2 elimination points and 653 damage dealt. With, of course, they secured the 2nd spot. Magnus with a decent performance.
Yep. Finally. A long time coming, right? Just played like the way this was to. And considering how chaotic the situation became, at that western side of the map, and still them trying to make it to the top 3 is still an achievement, which brings us to the overall rankings. DRS Gaming just rocketing their way up top and building quite a sizable amount of lead by the end of day number 2. DRS Gaming at 166, where Godlike Stalwart not on their tails anymore, need to get to that slipstream at 132. But then again, all the other teams, Skylightz Gaming, IHC, not really far away, right on their tails, as T2K, High Voltage. I think, High Voltage, despite being really consistent today, did not really rack up as many points as they, should have. And the Warriors, that inconsistency still remains, right? We've seen their potential, we have seen Doc, but it's Doc that we've been talking about. Haven't really seen much out of Nirzed. Haven't really seen much out of the other 2 players. So this is where the Warriors need to understand. It's just not a one-man show. They've start performing like a team. But I8, look at how they've bounced back from where they were yesterday into the top 8 and still in race, despite the fact that they've still qualified. That's not gonna bug them much. But still, I mean, they're doing better than how they did yesterday. So that's definitely a progression.
Oh, indeed, man. Speak of the progression, I mean, right now you have the latter half of the board. And look at Quantum Rage, too. I mean, I would say that's a progression. But as I said, these are baby steps these teams are taking. Tomorrow has to be the bigger day here. Tomorrow has to be the picture where these guys really need to paint it well. If that's not going to be the case, if we're not going to see any sort of comebacks, or if we're going to see a complete downfall tomorrow as well, then I don't exactly know how the things are going to be on the final day. Because on the final day, you guys need to understand, you're also going to have those jitters pretty much doubled up. If you're not doing that great inside the tournament, you're always going to have that paranoia on the back of the head that, oh, we're not doing that phenomenally, we're not doing that great inside the overall rankings, and we really do need this day in the back. And you will always just have that paranoia haunting you throughout the entire day. So that's an extra bit of pressure added onto you. So you never want to be the team that pushes things on the complete final moment. But if you're a TUF, at this point in time, you can safely say that they have pushed those things on the final moment.
Oh, they certainly have. I mean, for TUF, and like you said, I don't know, the way they started things off, look at their position points, just 8. The kills department, that's still there. They're getting those eliminations. 31, they're not far behind. And quite in contrast to how Regicide have been playing. Quite the opposite, though. But TUF, they really need to focus on trying to stay alive, especially in their specialty map, that is Sanhok. They always tend to get those position points more often than not, end up getting chicken dinners, and they've completely been missing out, even if they have had the better half of the circle. And Quantum Rage, I think, has really exceeded expectations, because you remember yesterday they were sitting right at the very bottom, and today, having those 71 points earned, it's such a huge climb. Now, if they kind of continue with this craft, they're definitely going to look really good tomorrow as well. But now, this is the best team, the outperformers today, DRS Gaming. Look at every single player. You just cannot say it was just Kiante or Delta. Killer Rules also doing their job, their survival timing, everything, the damage really speaks in volumes of how they've not just made it around one flashy player. It is the entire team that is literally kicking everybody's butts.
Yeah, indeed they are, man. I mean, Gante has 16 eliminations. Then you have Delta with 12 eliminations. Yeah, Killer YT, I mean, he's known to be the star player of the team right next to Delta, but Killer YT hasn't been able to activate himself. And this is where I really love the fact that the rest of the team is now taking matters in their own hands. And it's not just that, okay, if our star player is not able to perform, it's okay, we'll try to activate ourselves. And that's what exactly is happening inside this case too. So DRS, man, overall a very well-oiled team. And if you do compare this team to another team like MABETEX so far, and MABETEX, they have been on a downfall, because if you compare their last 2 games performance, again, the second last game was pretty okay for them, where they ended things on a 3rd note, but this game right here, which was the final game, they ended things on 7th spot, and they didn't even have a lot of elimination points to back it up too. So MABETEX, they have dropped all the way down to the latter half of the board, and if I'm not wrong, we started the day off with MABETEX being on the first half in a decent position. So this sort of a drop is really gonna hurt their mentality a lot much more before heading inside the second last day, and that just means more pressure. Finish leaders in front of us, and we expected to see Delta over here, at least in the first page, but that's not the case. Gante is over there with 27 elimination points, and he's leading the charge.
Oh, he certainly is. 27, the damage numbers so much high. Nima not far behind. And I think really Nima has also progressed. Godless finally, getting his thunder back, and has himself at the 3rd spot. But honestly, I did not see a lot of demo magic today. I mean, not gonna take anything away from him. He's still that good. But what we saw from him yesterday was kind of not reciprocated today. But Pika, I mean, made some really amazing clutches. Had been, I think, one of the most reliable players for Team Stalwart, because Godlike Stalwart, I mean, when you kind of expect Action in top to perform, let's be honest, they haven't been at their very best. I think there have been multiple situations where both these players have been picked off at very, weird angles. And there have been situations where Godlike Stalwart have been wrong with their entry inside the zone. Even in this previous game, if you remember, how they were dealt with by the players of T2K. They're just trying to come in, Action was trying to actually just, try and press in to that little opening that he had, but could not succeed. And eventually just the players of T2K came out and took him down. But today's day was sort of divided, but eventually DRS Gaming were the ones who really played their hearts out and showed what they're made of. Initially, when we were all wondering that it is going to be a Mongolian domination, the Nepalis did strike back. But that is all about day number 2, and day number 3 is going to be a whole lot more exciting. And I mean, today's day was again one of those days that I'm going to cherish, because we absolutely saw everything, right from healing battles to those intense 4v4 fights to those really beautiful rotation, and never to forget those beautiful clutches.
And you also forgot about the blunders that we saw today. We saw some incredible blunders too, man. You always got to mention those unfortunate moments, just rub some salt on the wounds. Why not?
A little bit here and there. And I'm pretty sure people are already going to be pretty salty about it, so I'm just going to
we don't need to do it.
I mean, understandably why, but now with DRS having such a high lead, they definitely have a target on their back tomorrow, because honestly they have been very slippery, right, with their approach. Nobody saw them coming. Now if we talk about the big dogs from the Nepal region, had to be teams like Skylightz Gaming, one of them. Then you had T2K, but DRS, everybody's like, this team, we're just gonna deal with them. But tomorrow is gonna be the day where they're gonna be tested, because now teams are just gonna go back home and study how they were rotating around, especially teams like Godlike Stalwart, teams like IHC, and even Skylightz Gaming. I mean, they might be brothers. I mean, they might be their former org mates or whatever it is, because Skylightz, they were pretty much known as DRS, but no love lost in that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure tomorrow is gonna be the day where DRS really have to come out flying, because if they survive tomorrow, I think the day after it's gonna be a lot more easier, a lot more breathable for them, because if they sort of build that 60 points lead or something and carry on, I think they're pretty good to go.
I mean, it's like Skylightz Gaming and DRS, they have their own personal rivalry, and right now Skylightz Gaming looking at DRS on the first spot, they're probably like, what? How did this happen, man?
Yeah.
How did you guys go there?
That happen?
How do we let this happen? Because Skylightz Gaming is on the 3rd spot. Now, there's not a lot of gap between Skylightz Gaming and Godlike Stalwart. It's just, well, like, I'm not that great at math, so I'm not going to try to break the numbers down because I know I'm going to be wrong. So, but yeah, I mean, right now, DRS, they pretty much have 1 game cushion, and they might just run away with the lead tomorrow. This is where Godlike Stalwart will need to try and find a counter. And as you said, go back home, sit back, relax, and try and find out a counter. This is what the team's homework is for today. Fixes.
It certainly is. And that pretty much marks the end of the evening. What an event today it was. Such beautiful memories created. But, Necro, you and I, we're going to call it a night. Go have our dinner, and even urge you guys to have yours. And stay hydrated. Till then, take care and have a good night.